They didn't know, Kev. They only saw Eugene, CJ, and Dongalord hiding behind the house, waiting patiently. If that 4005 can blow up Rainbow in one shot.
Oh, great trades coming forward, though, from the Bulldogs. You can see how much HP has been bled out, and now Madhouse can come into the equation.
JS now one shot away from getting rid of Boomoff. What a tracking shot. And now they'll be able to continue this train rolling. Just look at all these tanks coming around the corner. Time to find out how this is going to work out for Panthers, because they need to start putting some of that damage back onto speed. Oh my word. Inevitably, Knight dies to 2 Bat-Chats. That's just a given. But it's a question of how much damage comes through. Oh, never mind. It's just 1 Bat-Chat now. Great shot. He's the one that's being more mobile. He's the one that's trying to look for this engagement.
Yes.
He hits the shot.
Hello guys and girls, welcome back to another lovely Friday of Tanks. It's week 7 of ANZPL season 3. Week 7's a pretty important week, gents. It's our last week of regular season matches. Kev, get out. I don't even want you here. Just go home. I don't even know. What's even the point?
I think he is at home, by the way, Ben. I
think you need some Ironside coffee to wake you up, Ben. You normally never make those mistakes.
Can I just say, you make a joke about Kev being at home when he didn't do the entirety of season 2 from an office. Anyway, it's week 7. This is the last week of regular season matches. So it's do or die today, Jordan. And to be fair, for one team, they were already kaput. But for everyone else, they have a chance. This could be the week that you make it through to top 4. Everyone's got a shot, even if it's like a full court behind the head, bounce it off the sideboard sort of thing.
I mean, it happens, right? It is possible.
Yeah.
Look, it'll be very difficult for a few teams. I think that's probably something we have to get out of the way from the outset. I mean, Panthers are in the roughest spot at the moment, coming in with only the 7 points on the standings, but they've been kind of picking up their form. So, if anyone's going to make a run, it might actually be Panthers. And then you look at the other 2 teams that are sort of sitting outside of the top 4 in Bulldogs and Archers, and we know what those 2 teams can do as well. And obviously, they've been having a little bit more of a difficult run of form, but even still, it kind of puts you in a position where you think, well, we probably will see some moving and shaking today before we really lock down the top 4.
Yeah, and we're actually kind of lucky, because quite often you'll get to week 7 and you'll be like, oh, there's 1 or 2 games that maybe matter, but most of the places are locked. That's not the case today. And that's kind of, I think, we can thank last week's results for that, Kev. Let's go take a look at how last week ended up. And Kev, you can chat us through some of these results. I want to say that you certainly didn't predict them very well last week, unlike me, but certainly some interesting results nonetheless.
Yeah, tiebreaker series between Skorpions as well as Archers. I mean, that one was a bit of an interesting one. I think the Matildas and the Panthers as well. I think that was summarized by Tundra. Obviously, Matildas come out on top, and I think that's a very crucial victory. If they went down in that series and they didn't pick up the victory, I think it'd be even harder for them to actually make their way into the finals. And similarly for Panthers, might be left ruining the chance as well. They had an opportunity maybe to close out the series. Nevertheless, Adelaide Action X looking like they're picking up good form towards the end of the season, making sure the Conquerors can't sneak their way into the finals. And obviously Sentinels just absolutely dumpstering the Bulldogs. And that's obviously going to be a huge point of concern for the Bulldogs coming into the final week.
Yeah, the Bulldogs have not been on a run at all, and they're only where they are right now thanks to a great start to season 3. Let's go and take a look at the leaderboard, and we can see where everyone stands after the end of last week's play and what we've got to play with this week. So we can see from here, knowing that the maximum amount of points you can get from a win is 3 points. That for the Sentinels and the Skorpions, those 2 teams are essentially locked in. I don't believe they could get knocked out at this point, but obviously seeding is very important. You do want to finish probably first or second more. So, Jordan, I think you probably don't want to play. I think I certainly don't want to see the Sentinels versus the Skorpions in a semi-final next week, because to me, that's potentially a grand final. I want to see that played through. But for everyone else, as we said, everyone's got a shot, and there's going to be some pretty interesting games tonight based on these results that we see here.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that we actually saw Sentinels and Skorpions playing against each other in a semi-final. So it could be possible. It sort of depends on how Skorpions go today. I feel like Destiny is in their own hands. The matches that they've been having over the last couple of weeks have looked relatively decent, and they're going up against the Conquerors. So by rights, that should be a victory for Skorpions, which would more or less secure them into the top two. Matildas are close by, and Matildas could potentially, overtake them if Skorpions somehow fumble the ball. But I would have to say, I think it would be a little bit of a surprise to me if either one of the Sentinels or the Skorpions actually falls out of first or second place, whatever order they may be in. I don't think is particularly relevant. I don't think it matters too much. I would probably still say for those two teams, they've been the ones that have looked the most solid so far this season. So regardless of what order they're in terms of 1 and 2, and regardless of which teams get into the third and fourth positions, I would probably still back both the Sentinels and the Skorpions in whatever semi-final they do find themselves in, barring, of course, for some reason they end up playing against each other, which, as I've said, it sort of feels like it's a fairly unlikely story, as is the case for a lot of teams making it through to the top 4, to be fair. But, strange things happen.
Yeah, certainly they have, and we really have set ourselves up here. So everyone from the Panthers onwards with a chance, a shot, and making it happen. For some, a little more likely than others. I'm not sure. I don't think we would have predicted this week 1. I think probably the Sentinels and the Scorpions sitting at the top. I think fairly we would have said, yeah, we probably would have expected that. I wouldn't expect to see the Bulldogs where they are. And to be fair, the Action X sitting up in 4th is a good spot for them right now. So we want to see tonight how they're going to play it out. Are they going to be able to keep in, stick at it, and lock in a top 4 spot for the semi-finals? We won't have to wait and see very long. Let's go now and take a look at some of our Alienware leaderboards. This is the Alienware MVP. Kev, it's, AVP ain't on top anymore. Bales is sitting up there, who pretty sure he had an amazing week last week, did a ton of damage. I could be way off. Was it him in like the T100 LT or something? Yeah,
ridiculous T100 LT game.
Yeah.
So 4,000 damage or something like that on Ghost Town, where he decides, well, you have to be brawling out with other tanks, so he decides to shoot people, and Bales is really good at doing that. Apparently, he's pretty good at water tanks. Who would have known?
Who would have known? Who would have thunk it? But yeah, right up there on top, off the back of a pretty good week for them against the Panthers last week. We could whip it up there as well. But yeah, AVP dropping down into 3rd. So I think he's done pretty well. He's made his way up, and there is a lot at stake too. It's no, the prize. It's an Alienware X15 laptop. We say it every week, but that's a pretty cool prize. So Bale's sitting up there on top. Not a bad spot to be for him at all. We'll see whether he can remain there at the end of the season or not. We'll jump across now to our Alienware Sharpshooters, Jordan. And we'll see who's up on top here. Critical, Bale's up in 2nd as well. What are your thoughts on these top 5?
No, I mean, I think Safi's had an unfortunate fall from grace when it comes to this one, doesn't it, after what we saw in the last couple of weeks. But overall, this stat is a bit of an interesting one, right? Because I think a lot of it is dictated by what tank you're playing, what position you're playing, and what role you're playing, and like sort of how you're actually having to engage the fights. If you're the guy that's leading from the front and you're maybe having to take a little bit more of a rushed shot, then you're probably not going to be sitting up here. But if you're one of the guys that is really playing the bait game, you're coming in later on in the piece, you're really putting in work from the rear end or on the flank, maybe it's going to be a little bit easier to pen those shots. So obviously good to see Critical up there. But the one that I think sort of stands out to me is Wymo, because I feel like he's one of those guys that always tends to be in those brawls from the outset. And he's kind of sitting up there towards the top end, whereas you look at someone like Bales, for example, who is normally a bat chat driver. Normally he's trying to get that flank and he's trying to get around the side. And, I think it's just two different kinds of play styles, and one lends itself to getting a few more penetrating shots and one doesn't. And so Wymo's doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, I like to see Bales up there in 2nd with the average damage as well. So he's got considerably more damage than everyone else, almost 50% more as part of, his consistent pen rate. So I think we're going to hear a lot about Bales this week. We certainly heard a lot about him last week, and he's going to play an important role tonight. I have no doubt. So from the Sharpshooters across to our Alienware All-Stars, Kev, are we going to see Bales in this one as well? Up on top, he was 1 and then 2 and then 1 again for our 3 Alienware leaderboards this week. Obviously off the back of a great week last week, but you don't get top of the leaderboard with just one good week, right? He's clearly had a pretty good season.
Yeah, consistency is key. And I mean, he's the king of consistency. Like, that's exactly why, like, so many people would pick him as, like, you'd go for Fantasy League, why the Matildas are so strong is because of this player. I'm not saying the rest of the Matildas are weak, but when you have a guy that you can just tell, look, go make the correct decision 99% of the time, go do at least 2.5k average damage in a 5-on-5 format on average, it's absurd. And you have to look at that, even like Russian, who's doing like that average damage as well. Really, really well deserved from all the guys over here in the All-Stars, including Rainbow Whippet and Twit. These guys obviously doing pretty well last week and doing pretty well throughout the entire season as well.
Well, I hope he does. I hope Bales does do well this week. I've got him on my fantasy team, and we'll see whether I can get some points or not. But thanks once again to Alienware for supporting us in these 3 scoreboards that we get to see each week. As I said before, the X15 laptop for the MVP, and then a 27-inch monitor as well for the sharpshooter for the season. So Alienware getting out there and helping us as usual. If you want to find out more, !Alienware in chat. If you want to find out how maybe you can win some awesome Alienware gear yourself. So from our Alienware leaderboards up across to our FPL team of the week. I don't know how you guys went last week at FPL. Mine was absolutely atrocious. And I have converted myself to the pick only 3 5-stars. So I've just picked 3 5-stars at the top of the thing. And it's all downhill from here, but it can't go any worse. And no surprise, Jordan Bales is first in the list for our team of the week as well.
Yeah, look, I actually had an okay week. I went up 8 slots. I'm still not above you in the overall standings, but it wasn't such a bad run for me. I've decided, by the way, that yes, there is that 5-star strategy, but what if you pick 3 4-stars and a 3-star? That could potentially work out as well. You know, you got Twit and Bowl, they're both 4-stars. Speed is another 4-star who's been doing pretty well for himself. Wymo seems to be jumping up the ranks as a 3-star. So that's the strategy I've gone for this week. I'm interested to see, you know, whether or not that'll pay off, or if that
well, you
5-star strat is going to be the better one.
My strat that I copied from someone else, because you can't beat me with that strat, right?
I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be that guy that steals someone else's strat. So I made my own. I'm taking a stand.
You're taking a stand. You're going to be bad all from your own ideas, Jordan. I'm very proud of you. So how did you go, Kev, last week, your FPL team?
I don't want to talk about it, to be honest. We have to talk about it to extend time, or can I just forget that
we can forget about it. It's fine.
Let's just forget I ever played this season, because I'm fairly certain like a bot would have done better. And I'm not talking about like a bot at tier 10. I'm literally talking about a tier 4 bot could have done better than what I've done in Fantasy League. Not one of my shining moments.
All right. Well, I hope everyone else is doing better than us. Some of you are. Most of you aren't, though, to be fair, because I look at the thing and we're top 50 and there's like 100 people. So I'll take top half. I'll just more so, if I beat you two, I think that's me done. I think that's all I need to achieve.
I don't think Kev can catch you at all. I mean,
really?
He's in 61 at the moment, so he's definitely in a struggle street. I would struggle to catch you as well, I think, to be honest.
Oh, well, you know.
I need to overtake you by like 150 points this week, which I don't know if that's achievable in 1 week.
Plenty of opportunity. It may come down to the guys who I picked. Now, I did say that I just picked the top 3, but I also looked at them and saw who they were playing this week and based it on who I thought was going to win, because obviously, you know what I mean? If they're playing each other, maybe you shouldn't pick two players that are playing each other. I don't know. I don't know the strats. I'm not winning. You guys are. Well, not you guys. People in chat are. So we'll come back. We'll see where we are next week. And hopefully I'll still be ahead. But, okay, that's, I guess, the fun done. I want to get to the serious stuff, right? So let's take a look at our upcoming matches for Week 7. And we can bring this back because this is super important. There are so many matches tonight. Each match potentially has an impact on the season. I think maybe other than the Skorpions. Like, even if the Conquerors win, we know the Conquerors can't get in. But the Skorpions winning, obviously, or not winning, may impact where they end up on the scoreboard at the end of the season. But we're going to kick it off tonight with the Bulldogs and the Matildas, and then the Sentinels v. the Archers, the Skorpions v. the Conquerors, as we said, and then the Panthers up against the Action X. And there is potential to get to that game tonight, Kev, to get to the Panthers Action X game, and for it to matter, and for the Panthers to have a shot at that point. I guess it's kind of harsh for them because they're the last one, right? The last cab off the rank. We could get to that Panthers game and we know the Panthers can't make it. On the flip side, I'm really hoping we get to that match and the Panthers still have a shot.
Yeah, here's hoping so. But I mean, you have to take your own fate into your own hands. That's what I've always said. Even season 2, when you have these tiebreaker matches or anything, when it comes to the final week, there are all these scenarios of tiebreakers. There's the spreadsheet whipped out for all the potential possibilities. I think what you just need to do is just focus on the match. And I think that's going to be a benefit for Adelaide Action X. Obviously, last season, they probably would have felt like their fates after losing their match were up in the wind. But this time, they're both teams there at the bottom at least can decide. You have, I guess it's a bit harder for the Auckland Archers to make their way out if the Sentinels come up to play. Also, the first match. I think the first match is going to be a bang over here, honestly, Ben.
Yeah, I think the first match is going to be pretty important. And if we bring up our cast of predictions, I think I'm the outlier for this game. So first matchup of the night, as we said. Oh, you've got the Matildas as well, Jordan's. I kind of feel, Kev, and maybe I'm wrong, but I think the Matildas is the underdog pick. I could be way off there, but we'll see. We've all got the Sentinels, 2 for Skorpions. Kev, way out on a limb with the Conquerors. You did just have to be different. And then me with the Action X and you two gents with the Panthers. So that's going to be a bit of an interesting one. Jordan, your thoughts on the picks? I got 4 out of 4 last week. You didn't.
Okay, yeah. I mean, that's a good start, I suppose.
Yep.
I don't know. It's weird, actually, because now I look at it on paper. I've gone with the form team in the last match of the day, which is Panthers over Action X. I feel like they're in better form than what Action X is. Whereas on the first match of the day, I feel like I've gone with the quote-unquote better team over the course of the season. And I don't know. Like, I mean, I think Bulldogs is in a bit of a rut, but I still think that there is that solid core roster there. I don't know what's going wrong for them. I hope they can turn it around here at the end of the season, because it would be quite unfortunate, I think, to go into a season finals without the Bulldogs for the first time. So they kind of need a win here.
It would be a crazy new world. But I want to talk about the first matchup. So let's throw it up. The Bulldogs up against the Matildas. It is our first matchup of the night. Kev, Jordan said, and I quote, "The Bulldogs are in a bit of a rut." The Bulldogs won week 1. They won week 2. They had an overtime win week 3. Then they lost to the Conquerors. They lost to the Panthers. They lost to the Sentinels. That's 3 losses in a row. I think that's more than a rut.
Yeah, it's harkening back to a bit of season 1, if you remember correctly, where they started off fantastic and started petering off towards the end part of the season and kind of got knocked out in a surprise semi-finals at the time against the Archers. I believe it all culminated in Cliff, and I feel like it's maybe they're a little bit slow identifying some of the issues. And the problem is, when you're such a strong team, we saw the Sentinels having this issue as well. When the meta does shift, when you have people making different changes and adapting to everything, if you try running the same stock standard, it does get figured out. So let's see if the Bulldogs have something new to the table, if they've kind of learned from previous week's mistakes, or if it's going to be a bit of the same old, where we're going to see a very, I think, uninspired, I think is a word, they're not doing anything wrong technically, but every single tank lineup I see, it's uninspired. It's the same thing ever since the Conquerors defeated them on Ghost Town. It's not the same Bulldogs where they're playing in terms of like a team. They're brawling really well. They're bleeding really well. It's just been lackluster.
Yeah, it hasn't been great, and that's for sure. And we go from one team, Jordan, who's had 3 losses in a row, to the Matildas, who have had 3 wins in a row. They beat the Archers, the Conquerors, the Panthers. Now, you can say, well, the Conquerors and the Panthers maybe, like, they're not the 2 hardest teams in the competition, but for some reason the Bulldogs struggled against them.
Yeah, I mean, look, to be fair, even the Archers, I would kind of put a bit of a caveat over, because I think their form over the last couple of weeks has been a bit rough as well. Although, admittedly, they did take Skorpions to a tiebreaker. So, I don't know. I mean, I think this season is just really hard to call in general. And it's really hard to kind of get a read of where some of the teams are sitting. And I suppose a lot of it really is going to come down to how the teams come into today and how the teams come into next week, if they manage to qualify to next week. I feel as though in a lot of cases, in most matchups, we're probably today going to be saying, well, either of these teams could actually beat one another. And I think that certainly is the case here for this one as well. For Matildas, you know, if they can keep that form rolling, or if Bulldogs can turn their form around. I mean, both are equally as possible. It just sort of depends on the mentality and the mindset of both teams coming into today.
Yeah, and I think mindset's going to be a massive one. I think the Bulldogs really struggle with their mindset sometimes, and we've seen that time and time again. The maps for tonight: Sand River, the Bulldogs pick; Prokhorovka, the Matildas pick, and Cliff will be our tiebreaker for the entirety of the round. So hallelujah for those of you who do not like Ghost Town. maybe we're not going to see Ghost Town all tonight. Sand River pick, Kev, to be fair, no, not a surprise. I'm not going to say it's big brain from the Bulldogs, but we kind of expected it. They have a pretty good win-loss record on this map. They're more likely than most teams to pick up an attacking side victory, but I'm not sure if that was just the Bulldogs of old. What do you think about these maps for tonight?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if this is a bit of a mistake, because the fact that they're picking Sand River is kind of going, yeah, it's tried and tested, but I feel like it's one of those, you can't go back to the castle that you feel like is always going to be well defended. There's going to be gaps in there, and Prokhorovka, I don't know. I have to be favouring Matildas, obviously, because I selected them, but I think this one might just go to the tiebreaker on Cliff, and it'll be well rewarded for both parties.
It could go all the way. If the Matildas can take this through to a tiebreaker, even if they lose, the Bulldogs won't catch them on points. If the Bulldogs get the 3 points here tonight, that'll put them on 11, which matches the Matildas, currently on third place. And then the Bulldogs would have the head-to-head win. This is a crucial match for both sides. And honestly, Jordan, I think, to be fair, both teams very capable of getting the dub tonight.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, worst case scenario, Bulldogs definitely need to take this one to a tiebreaker win to get that 10-point mark, which they would go up to the Adelaide Action X. I don't know what the head-to-head looks like there, Ben. Maybe you can work that one out over the course of this game. But if they do manage to get 2 points, at least maybe they can eke out a fourth place, even if not overtake Matildas for third. Either way, Matildas, I mean, they have well and truly been spotted out here by Madhouse Kev in that T100 LT, always shifting his position up on this map and generally doing a pretty good job of it. And at the moment, I dare say, Matildas are just wondering, where on earth are we being spotted from?
Yeah, I mean, you can see it's like they're trying to think, hang on a second, is he over there at the lake? Is he over here? He does have to be cautious, though. If Murray Turnip comes close enough to the ramp, he definitely can get the proxy spot. So all these tanks just being permalit, and this is the biggest problem when you're permalit, you don't know about this. So it's like you think you're safe and everything. As soon as you get unlit, it's like you get lit again. You kind of think about, like, hang on a second, what's going on over here? Madhouse has gone away with absolute murder. You're not going to look at a T100 LT and go, surely I spot him. Surely. We're less than 70 meters away from him. What is there? A couple of, like, grass things that you can pick up from Bunnings? No.
Well,
everything's permalit from here. This
is not the first time, by the way.
From here.
This is not the first time that Madhouse has done this.
But, like, the difference is like, normally before, and this is what I'm glad to see, is that the Bulldogs have shifted this around. Because before, you'd see him playing the same old angle. He gets picked up the second week in a row. This time, he changes it. This is the adaptation for the Bulldogs to try to find something. And the Matildas, as I was saying, they're stuck. You can't rotate from here. You can't get out because the T100 LT is going to get spotted, or the T100 LT is going to spot you. Now, the question obviously is, how much bleed damage can you do as the Bulldogs before I think the Matildas decide to rotate out? Because this situation is untenable. This position, you cannot stay here any longer.
Well, Son said he wins the race, I suppose, for Bulldogs. They don't really need to be doing anything when they've got all of this info. And they're more than happy to just take those couple of bleed shots onto Matildas and say, well, we're happy with that. We've got the advantage. We're starting to bleed your time down. 3 minutes has passed, and what has Matildas achieved? A little bit of map control around that one flag, but it's tenuous at best, considering the fact, of course, that Madhouse is still behind, and so resets will be so simple to get for AVP if he needs to.
It's not just the resets, it's just also, it just kills your ability to rotate. Information is key in this 5-on-5 format. Understanding where the enemy is going to be sitting at, understanding where the enemy rotations, that's always been, it doesn't matter if it's 5-on-5, 7v7, 15v15, even 30v30, if you know where the enemy tanks are deployed, you know what to do with your own tanks.
I mean, at the moment, it seems like Matildas is kind of stuck for ideas. They're still just poking and prodding, but nothing has really changed. They haven't made a decisive push. They haven't really done anything per se. And that's fine, I guess. Obviously, they've still got another couple of minutes to play with before that timer really becomes a factor. But sooner rather than later, they're going to have to make their move, and I'm just not sure what the move is going to be. If they don't spot Madhouse out, it is going to be so easy for Bulldogs to spot it out, so easy for them to deal with it.
I don't think you will, because the path that you're going to take exiting is not going to be through town. It's going to be a lot more, I think, more towards the south. So you try to exit through the K line, because there's a lot more ridges that you can utilize. But the problem with that as well is, I'm just not too certain where Madhouse's position in the bush is. If the rear of the tank is covered off, I don't know if his butt is exposed.
I'd say it probably is, but even still, at that point, if Matildas decide to make that exit, it might end up being a little bit too late for them to actually do anything. You know, we've got 3.5 minutes. How long is it going to take them to rotate back along the K line? Or if they do find Madhouse and get on the one flag.
Oh, Bolognese, I think
he got blind flag.
Now he's figured out. Yeah. I think Bolognese has figured it out. That's probably like what they're discussing about is like exactly where this T100 LT is. He just put a straight blind shot into there. Now, Bol, is he smart enough? I think he's smart enough to realize
he's still looking
that his shell surely disappears.
Bales is going to look for him.
Yeah. So they'll flush him out, but the problem is obviously at the end of the day, they've expended a lot of time to do this. So 2 minutes, Madhouse goes down. But I think just single-handedly, Bales is forced into a bit of a one-shot position. And yes, it's a 5-on-4, but they just barely have any time, and they still need to apply this cap pressure. Bales is barely on any HP.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's the worst thing in the world for Bulldogs. Obviously, it's not ideal to trade 1 for 0, but you've almost taken out a bat chat for the T100 LT. And of course, it's taken them, 5.5 minutes to get to this point.
So now a bit of a risky cross does need to be completed by the 277 because you need that pressure now onto the SDB of Ravi to make sure he drops down and he can't really get the reset. AVP,
nice push.
Very, very bold move. Yeah, nice shot coming out from Sold Out and Ravi as well. They've got the crossfire working at this stage, but you've also got the SDB down range working from Mary Turnip. Now Bol's going to... I don't think he can actually dump to Ravi at the moment. There's too much damage that you're going to take. Sold Out needs to be careful. Matilda's definitely answering the bleed quite well, but the question is, how is Bales going to really utilize his position right now? He's trying to get side shots in, but he needs to be cautious, obviously. He's a one-shot over here as the fight really begins onto Ravi.
Yeah, Sold Out definitely bleeding out a lot of HP earlier on in the piece. Now down to a one-shot. Ravi is pretty close by to that as well. He gets one more in before he'll eventually fall. No, never mind. He might get another one. Let's see how much he can get. Oh, no. Oh, dearie me. That has not worked out for Matildas at all. A nice shot coming through from Soldat saves Ravi, and then he's able to take down Mary Turnip as well. And all of a sudden, the Bulldogs are in a very solid position indeed. A 3-on-4. The time is working in their favor. AVP gets on top of 2+2. Soldat will eventually fall to whip it, and he'll probably also get Ravi. But in the meanwhile, Dark, in a full HP Kranwagen, might well still be able to clutch this one out. It is a 1v3. He should be able to dispatch or whip it in one more shell, which he can. And now he's got 1 minute to survive. Or, I suppose, lose the game.
Or, okay, so here's the problem, right? It's because Bales is in that... Okay, I think Dark's lost this. Not just because he's crashed, but also at the same time, all you need to do is 2+2 is just full send it and brawl it out. Bales, just all he needs to do is count to 3. It's not the hardest thing in the world to count to 3. There's a couple people that fail that, but in this case, I don't think Bales is going to fail that. You just allow 2+2 to tank the shots, and as Dark, he has to really hold one. Hope that Bales makes a mistake. I mean, even in this case over here, you can see this mistake is not going to be made. You can see Bales is... okay, Bales, hang on a second. Why didn't you peek that, mate?
What's the reload time on the Kranwagen, though? Because 2+2...
20 seconds.
Will he still get another reload off?
Yes, he will. Don't stress about it. 2+2 has won this. Unless he does, like, I don't know, a bowl and decides to bounce, like, 3 shots in a row. I don't think it happens at this range, though.
Well, there you are. Indeed, 5 seconds in it. The difference between Matildas winning and losing the first round. It looked close for Bulldogs. In fact, it looked like it was pretty winnable for them at one point.
It looked like they had it. Looked like to me they had it in the bag. There was like, what, less than 2 minutes left. They had tanks everywhere. Yep. They'll, surely at least one of them you would have thought could have got away. Madhouse did a pretty good job. He baited out, wasted probably, 5.5 minutes in that T100 LT, Kev. And from a spot I think we'd seen him in before, it took the Matildas a little while, but I don't want to take away from the fact that I think that's the first defensive side loss we've seen for the Bulldogs on Sand River this season, and a pretty good result there for the Matildas. That's a great start. It's the Bulldogs map pick, and the Matildas pick up an attacking side victory on Sand River that we know is a bit of a struggle.
I don't know if memory's failing me, but I feel like they actually did drop the defense on Sand River last time they played it against a team. I can't remember now. This season, obviously not last season. We'll look, the grand finals, obviously they did lose the defense, but yeah, I don't know exactly what went wrong there. I feel like the brawling was very, very disjointed. Once again, AVP was kind of by himself in the middle, getting getting cross shot, really not maybe utilizing some of those hold downs as well. Dark trying to commit into a territory where he's going to get overwhelmed as well. I don't know, it just didn't feel really right from Bulldogs for me in terms of the commitment, in terms of the focus fire necessarily. Whereas on the side of the Matildas, I think obviously 2+2 having a fantastic grain in the Crown is going to help, but it just felt like they also had a plan. Even though time was ticking away, they understood what they needed to do until the very end, which is sometimes the difference that you need coming into this. Just going, all right, we can wind the time down, but all we need is 5 seconds. A victory is still a victory.
Yeah, and they managed to pull that one out and do a pretty good job of it as well. But Jordan, yeah, there were points there, I think probably with about two minutes on the clock or thereabouts, where they were down on HP. I think Ravi or someone had picked up a couple of picks as well on low HP, and it was like, well, I don't know if the Matildas can bring it back from here, but they did. And in the end, it came down to 5 seconds, but it also felt, maybe it was never really in doubt there in the last minute of that game.
Well, I don't know if that is necessarily true. I think it definitely was in doubt. I would have to go back and look at that one because I feel like there was probably some instance where maybe someone threw a tank away or bled out a little bit too much HP on the Bulldogs side of things, because it did definitely look like they were in control of that one after the exchange of what was two kills onto Matildas for none when Matildas tried to push over into the STP1s. I thought Ravi and Soldat being able to actually essentially trade for nothing was really nice. Obviously, Whippet is able to eventually get there, but you wonder if that's a little bit too little too late. So, I don't know, was there a bit of an overcommitment from one of the Bulldogs players? I'm not really too sure. AVP here onto 2+2. I suppose not much he can really do short of not pushing, but then he gets cleaned up by Bales quite easily. I mean, I'm not really sure. What if Dark continues to drive? I suppose he probably ends up taking a couple more free shots in the end, and it might not have even been as close as it was. So overall, it's kind of really hard to say. I'm sure there was a few micro moments in there where Bulldogs could have done one thing better and actually walked away with the win. But at the end of the day, they didn't. And so Matildas is now up 1-0.
They are. And in typical Sand River fashion, it comes down to two Kranvans going head-to-head. And again, I don't know if that's part of the Kranvan mating ritual or not, but we do see a lot of the Kran on Sand River, and for obvious reason. Let's head back to Sand River. The Matildas picked up an attacking side win, which is quite impressive, and I will stand firm by what I said before, Kev, at least based on what Fantasy League tells me, which was of the 4 battles, 2 attacking, 2 defending. The Bulldogs have only lost 1 attacking side up until now, and no defensive side. So maybe they're going to be in a little bit of strife here. The Matildas on a roll.
Well, they certainly need to pull things back, don't they? They need to get themselves a win on the attack, and that's not going to be a particularly easy task. I mean, Matildas did it by a mere 5 seconds. Can Bulldogs do the same or go one better? Double bat chat set up for Bulldogs. Double VZ55 as well, Kev, and an STB1. So they do want to get on the move pretty quickly here, I'd say.
Okay, this is all going to be down to the brawling potential right now. Or Whip it. You can't overextend onto a couple of VZs over there. You've got to have to utilize this hold down position a little bit better. Get some early shots out. But you can see Whip it is bleeding very, very heavily right now.
So is AVP.
Though. Yeah, so is AVP, but he obviously is the person that's designated as the point man, so he is obviously going to be copping quite a bit. But Bowl, this is really good focus fire. I think this one is all over once again. You've lost your spearhead attack going in. You're overmatched at this stage, and there's an SB1 that's not going to be doing anything from base. Yeah, you'll get rid of Whip it, and Madhouse will come in. He'll get maybe a couple of shots off, and then Bolognese is going to come in and clean things up if he gets a tracking shot. So eventually this bat chat will go down. Bales is going to get another clip off, or you can just proxy Madhouse over here and let 2+2 do the work, or Mary Turnham. This is going to be a 2-0.
Yeah, I mean,
it was determined as soon as the Kranvagens peaked over the ridge. The game's over. The VZs aren't in position to bleed out the Kranvans. They don't overcommit for the Matildas, and this is going to be 2 minutes or 3 extra minutes of us just kind of sitting around and not really doing anything.
Yeah, I suppose. We'll see what Dark and Joe Tora are going to do about it. But yeah, it wasn't a very good start at all for Bulldogs. I thought maybe for a moment when that first Kranvagen rolled around the hill, he might have overcommitted a little bit. Maybe a tracking shot can come through and Bulldogs could blow him up, but not really the case. Matilda's just able to slowly but surely back their way up. And I mean, the Kranvagen's focus fire was quite good into AVP. So inevitably, as you say, overmatch starts to ensue where it's 4-on-5 and Bulldogs eventually fall by the wayside. I do wonder what could have happened had Joe Tora actually been in that brawl. You know, what if he was actually in the position to take some really committed shots instead of just being sitting at the back of the map? Could have made a big difference.
I don't know. I think that's like, you do need the S to be there, because if you commit all 5 tanks over there, you don't really have anything covering like the hill dump. So what would happen then is like Bolognese would dump over the hill. You'd take tanks on the lower side of the hill towards like E7, E6 and kind of wrap around instead. So that's what I feel like would happen if you don't actually have a tank. You pretty much put all your tanks into a crossfire. So you do need that SB1 to kind of sit back and anchor that position to make sure the overcommit doesn't happen. But 2 Kranvans, like I said, it comes down to whether or not the Bulldogs get the spearhead there. So if they do manage to get the VZs 55 close without bleeding out too much, then the VZs and the Batchats will win that. But because they get spotted out, because the Kranvans are able to sit there and get their volleys off, Bales is able to get himself to the crossfire position. It's pretty easy going from there on in.
Still giving it a crack, I suppose. Dark in his Batchat, Joe Tor in his STB1.
You have to hope that you get like a dry ammo rack or something like that. The Bulldogs looking to probably get some of that favorable RNG again. But even then, I don't know how much RNG you need to really get yourself out of this position.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, maybe there's a world if they could isolate the Kranvagen, but 2+2 is not going to do anything silly here. He's just going to play very passively, very safely. You got the full HP STB1 of Merry Turnip spotting down in F9, and the Batchat of Bales up in A7, A8. Both of those tanks are going to be pretty solid to just get the info before Bulldogs can really do anything about it. And there's just another instance of some free damage coming through for the Matildas. Merry Turnip, I mean, he takes one shot back in response, but what's Dark really going to do here? To be honest, he's not going to win this one. He might get a bit more damage out, but inevitably, Merry Turnip should get this one sealed up. A little bit unfortunate for him that the roll doesn't go quite his way, but even still, it'll be way too easy. Just like this entire round, Bulldogs now relying on Joe Tora in the 1-on-4.
Yeah, like I said, this is where Bowl's gonna just come driving in, full Mad Max style. Mad Max style. Maybe I'm the one that needs Ironside coffee as well.
Maybe
I need to go crack the coffee machine open. Regardless, look, 2-0 at the end of the day. Maybe Bales is even just gonna full send it in. Come on, Bales, I need the fantasy league points, please. Maybe not like this though. Alright, there it is. There's a killing blow. As I said, that game was extended for 3 minutes, but the result was pretty clear after that mid-brawl, so not really too exciting towards the end there.
Yeah, look, I don't know. You probably have a better understanding than I do, Kev. The Bulldogs, it almost felt like they just went full send there. Let's put in 4 tanks and see what we can happen. Can we catch these guys out on attack? It's not what we would have seen, I don't think, from the Bulldogs at the start of the season on Sand River. And I don't know if that is as a result of losing on defense or the way in which they lost, or you think that, no, it was a solid thing to do and it just didn't work out. I'm happy to listen to your insight here.
I swear, once again, I felt like I've seen them run that strategy before, and I've seen some teams actually utilize this. It's not a bad idea. So there's nothing, I think that's what I want to point out. There's nothing wrong with the idea. There's nothing wrong with the execution of it. They did what they needed to do, which is you try to tuck your tanks underneath. Like I said, though, Matildas understood what the scenario was, and they got their tanks in the right position to punish. So it was like the VZs coming in first to try to make sure you try to get underneath the ridge. You try to make sure you don't bleed out too much HP. Then you unload with all your autoloaders. You destroy the tanks at mid. All of a sudden, the Kranvagens aren't really in a fantastic position, and you kind of leverage there and you win. But that's, like I said, well played from Matildas. CS63 goes on the scouting trip early on from Bolognese to make sure he's scouting what the Batchats are doing. And then they set up accordingly. They get all the tanks in position. It's always going to be 5 versus 4 tanks at that point in time. And from there on, Matildas just go on and take the positional advantage and win the game.
Yeah, Matilda's looking pretty confident the whole way through there. Even that first little brawl, they looked pretty good. I know, Jordan, you were saying, was Whippet taking a little bit too much damage, but the Matildas managed to deal with it, obviously.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think it was like for a brief sort of couple of seconds where I thought, oh, maybe if those Kranvagens do overextend, if Whippet gets tracked right there, maybe he's in trouble. But obviously that doesn't really come through. I thought AVP still got one in the clip. I was waiting for him to fire that second shot for such a long time. It just didn't seem like he had an angle, and Unfortunately, it seemed like the angles just really weren't quite favorable for Bulldogs, and that's kind of where the difference was made. Obviously, the Kranwagen's a little bit more versatile with that extra bit of gun depression, and so they're able to take that fight, and they're able to take it relatively comfortably, whereas Bulldogs were kind of fighting for positioning and fighting to even get damage across. And so, in the end, it obviously doesn't trade too effectively for them, and then we get Dark and Joe Tora for the runaround for another few minutes. But, I mean, everyone knows at this point in the game that it's pretty much over. So, really not the start that Bulldogs would have wanted. They're down 0-2. I mean, Matildas is looking pretty good to actually close this one out here and make it through to the top 4. I think that was what was on offer for them, wasn't it, Ben? If they do win this one, Matildas pretty much locked in, right?
Yeah, so if the Matildas get the 3-0 right here, they'll be obviously at the start of the day in first place. So not a bad spot to be. And now that they got the 2-0 up, the worst they can get is a tiebreaker loss, which means the Bulldogs are going to get 2 points, which put the Bulldogs on 10. The Matildas would get 1, which puts them on 12. And then they're still ahead anyway. So not a bad place to be for the Matildas right now.
Make it into top 4 now? What was the head-to-head between Bulldogs and Action X? They lost to Action X, right?
They can't make it. So that's their season done. They had to win. They had to win by 3 points, if I remember correctly, thanks to Saxon, because Saxon had a spreadsheet once again. He calculated everything, and he said, the calculations was, and I think Dark also confirmed it with me, was that they needed to win to make their way into the finals. So, and not just a tiebreaker win, just an outright win.
Yeah. Because if the Bulldogs got a tiebreaker win, that puts them on 10.
Yep.
But then that relies on the Action X, I think, to lose to the Panthers. But if the Action X get a tiebreaker loss, they get a point. If the Panthers get 3, they're on 10, and they beat the Bulldogs in head-to-head.
Right.
Nevertheless, we head to Prokhorovka, and I think the Bulldogs have won 1 single battle on this map so far this season. So not looking good for the Doggies right now. For the Matildas, if they can pick this one up, a nice 3 points for them will secure them a spot, I'm sure, in the top 4 finals, and what a great place to be.
Yeah, it'll be unfortunate, I guess. Not that it will be, it is now, I guess, unfortunate that Bulldogs don't make it through to playoffs, as we've more or less confirmed that, because that is the first time that this roster hasn't actually been able to make it into the top 4. But they do make way for some pretty good competitors in the likes of the Matildas. I think it's been good to see them kind of find their feet a little bit this season, Kev. We were a little bit worried about what Matildas was looking like at the start of the season. But it seems like they've come good right towards the end here. A good string of wins, and they'll certainly be a solid competitor come that top 4.
Yeah, I think it's obviously it is quite devastating. I think we're all kind of Bulldogs fans. Obviously, a lot of kind of fan favorites on this team, so it is going to be a bit sad not seeing them in the finals. But I think definitely that it's once again reminiscent of season 1, where you can have such a fantastic start, but if you don't keep up that drive, if you don't keep things fresh and innovative, then it starts becoming a bit of a grind. It becomes a bit of an issue. And that's one thing I wanted to say for the Matildas is like they completed that grind. They weren't doing too fantastically well at the beginning of the season. I feel like Whippet was still kind of just trying to figure out what the best way and stylistically of how to call, obviously, for this roster, trying to make sure how to integrate all this experience. Because even though we talk about veterans and experience all the time, sometimes it's a bit difficult to get a lot of that and getting them unified onto one caller. So maybe it's taken a bit of time for the Matildas to get together on the same page. Now, I mean, talking about this current match, Whippet is bleeding out quite heavily. I don't know exactly what from. Could be the SDB1 on this aerial fly-through, which makes Prokhorovka look absolutely massive.
It is one of the bigger maps in the game, isn't it?
It is. But, yeah, I think Whippet needed to stop bleeding out probably about 800 HP ago. That's not what you want to be doing in a 60 TP.
It's true, but in saying that, obviously Dark has taken a little bit of damage in response as well, so it's not like it's unanswered damage from Matildas. Now you see Bales copping a little bit here, but AVP in response is also receiving a couple of chunks. So at the very least, it's not damage that's coming through for free. That's kind of what's been good from Matildas so far today. They have taken a bit of damage on their setups, but they've more often than not been able to sort of fire back 1 or 2 shots and at least have some semblance of a response.
So I'm not too certain exactly what is going on over here in terms of how the Matilda setup is working, but it's pretty phenomenal because normally, how does Whippet pen that? What?
It's gaming god.
I'm a bit confused because Yeah, okay, now Madhouse is going to have a bit of a go at Bales, but
What is going on here? Ooh, that was a nice one from
that's
Matt.
a nice HE shot. Won't complain about that, but AVP goes down in the meantime, and all Bales needs to do is just try to get out of here, but all Madhouse needs to do is land his shots, and he's generally okay at doing that.
Well, he's not quite going to get another one here. At least he's not going to be able to kill Bales unless it's an extremely high roll, which of course it's not.
Wow.
So
that's a pretty low
it's a bit of a
roll
low roll
out
as
of
well.
everything.
I mean, not that it really matters. I mean, he was going to go down to one shot worth of HP anyway. So Madhouse has definitely sacrificed a lot of hit points for this push. Bolognese is taking a little bit in response as well. I feel like Mad's at least doing as much as he's taking, and he's kind of trying to uphold his end of the bargain. It is a 2-on-1 for him, so you'd have to think the rest of the guys 3-on-3 might be able to start to pull their way back into this one. However, Ravi certainly seems to be taking this one on his own. Where's the rest of the lads? Where's the rest of the shots coming through? No connections onto Artie Noob, and inevitably Bolognese will finish this one off onto Madhouse, and now he can start to turn his attention onto what's happening on the other side of the railroad tracks, and from here on out it looks like it's curtains for Bulldogs.
Yeah, Whippet just landing a lot of these shots in the 60 TP, and it just hurts. Just this early bleed damage. I think the rotations as well. Bulldogs, like I said, I don't think fundamentally Bulldogs played anything wrong, except just they're just getting bullied out of position once again. Like, you look at how how AVP was set up in the Super Conqueror, you look at how these tanks were set up. None of them really in a position designed to kind of counteract. It was too passive, and Matildas just had all this map control to play with, and eventually, yeah, Joe Toro might be able to pick up the 277, might be able to try to play around with this, but there's just too many tanks with too much HP. All you have to do is whip it, drive face forward, alongside with 2+2, and then that's not even including Bolognese, who's going to get a couple of side shots. All Bales needs to do is just slow down maybe a little bit. Bowl's just going to come straight in and let it go missing. And there you go, Bales goes down again, because that's the normal path, of course, but that's a win for the Matildas, 3-0.
It is. Big congrats and 3 points for them. Going to put them up at the top of the scoreboard. Obviously, 3 more matches still to come today, but that's pretty much the best result that they could have got. And, you know, we said earlier, you don't really want to leave this to chance. You don't want to rely on other teams playing poorly for your team to get in, so the Matildas to take out the Bulldogs. That's a pretty impressive feat, though. That's the 4th loss now for the Bulldogs in a row, Jordan. This is not the Bulldogs that I expected to see this season, and what a tremendous difference to the Bulldogs of the first 3 weeks.
Yeah, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. It's a pretty incredible fall from grace for the Bulldogs, who started off the season so well. We mentioned that, but when you look at it, they've got 2 solid wins, an overtime win, and 4 losses for the season. And unfortunately, that's never going to be enough to make it into playoffs. And, if you're going to try and make a run into playoffs, you can't really get away with 4 losses in a row. So I guess they don't really have anyone to blame but themselves. And it is unfortunate that they will miss out on it in their 3rd season, I suppose, their 1st season not making it into playoffs. But it is what it is, and they're going to have to come back stronger next season, because that's all that they're going to have to focus on now.
Yeah, this season done and dusted for the Bulldogs. And the crazy thing for me was that it was a relatively easy run to the finals for the Bulldogs. They had the Conquerors and the Panthers, and neither of those went how they wanted. Just like Bales, Kev. Look, he played okay tonight, but I picked him for 5 stars. He better come out for battle number 4. That's all I'm saying. He better get a bit of damage, because I'm not sure if I'm getting my 5 stars value right now.
I think the value here would have been Whippet or 2+2. So obviously over there on Sand River, 2+2 was absolutely popping off in the Crown Run. This time Whippet in the 60 TP. Well, that's what happens. All you need to do is connect maybe 2 or 3 times. You've already done 2.2k damage in the 60 TP. He connects, I think, 6 times or something like that, which is pretty absurd when you think about it. But like I said, I just felt like the Bulldogs, this wasn't a bad idea to try to regain some map control, but I definitely feel like Matildas had just better focus fire. They had better understanding of where they needed to go. The execution was absolutely on point today for them, and there wasn't really much that the Bulldogs could do. Like I said, it felt like the Bulldogs were playing very static, very stagnant, caught off, I think maybe playing a little bit too early season meta. And maybe that's their undoing at the end of the day, not embracing some of these other tanks, not embracing some of these other setups that we're starting to now see that other teams are doing.
Yeah, whatever it might be, they certainly didn't seem, to really find any sort of momentum at the end of the season. It's not even like, oh, they lost a couple of games that maybe they should not have, but it's okay because they won this one they should have, or something like that. It was literally shouldn't have lost that game. Against the Matildas, I think it's fair to say that this should have been a close one, based on, how they played at the start of the season. But the Bulldogs of today is not the Bulldogs of week 1. So we've got one more battle, though. We'll see what the Matildas can do, if they can pick up the 4 battle wins. And we know, Jordan, we always talk about for and against, should we get that bar. So every battle is important potentially when we get to the end of tonight. But let's get back into it. Now the pressure's off for the Bulldogs, okay? So I'm ready, Bulldogs. Give me something fun now, okay? You've lost, you can't come back. GG, go home. Madhouse in the bin, etc. Give us something good. I'm ready. Always the way.
Well, I think we do have something interesting. I'll let the cinematics play first before we talk about it. If indeed what I've been told is correct, Bulldogs pulled something interesting out.
Yeah. I mean, that's a classic, isn't it? Might as well have a bit of fun towards the end of the season. So AVP in the FV4005. I think everyone kind of just playing a couple of, more relaxed tanks. You got the AMX 13105 as well.
K91.
I remember Madhouse was talking to me on how good the K91 was on Prokhorovka because of its camo value, because of its low profile, because obviously of its DPM, but I think just everything good about the tank is just nullified by the fact that it's got a very, very awkward platform to work from, and nothing can ever take anything away from that.
I wouldn't trust anything Madhouse says anyway. He couldn't even qualify for top 4.
That's pretty toxic, Jordan. You don't kick people when they're down. You kick them about maybe an hour after it's happened, but not 5 minutes after.
He's not going to see it until later tonight when he re-watches the VOD, so it's okay. It's going to be fine.
I can't believe we've done Matt like that. We'll roast him in. We roast him afterwards.
How about this? At least he's got a good haircut now, So it all balances out.
I mean, I still haven't learned how to get a good haircut even like 8 years later, so at least he's got that figured out much earlier.
Indeed. Well, not so sure about the team composition for the Bulldogs, but I am hoping to see something a little bit exciting from AVP. Good damage in onto Whippet for the Bulldogs. I don't know, I wonder if they can sneak away a win here against Matildas, just for the fun of it. Dark's on a bit of a scouting run down the 1-2 line. And he should be able to make that one work relatively comfortably. There isn't any defense from Matildas right at the top side of the map.
Yeah, so the map's just split once again, and I wouldn't be surprised to see the AMX 13105 from Dark just sneak onto the cap, utilize the tree, just allow the rest of the tanks to really manipulate the positions. You got like the FV4005. And yeah, sure, it's got a long reload time, but if it hits you, it doesn't matter if it's reloading. It still hurts. And I just want to also point out today, Matildas have not really utilized the Super Conqueror too much as well, which is quite a big surprise, because normally the Super Conqueror is quite a large staple of what you really want to bring on a lot of these maps, especially a map like Sand River, as well as a map like Prokhorovka. But instead they bring a 60 TP, they bring all these other different tanks instead. Yeah, we're seeing a Super Conqueror now on the defense, which I think makes sense. But on the attack before, they were definitely utilizing some other tanks, which it's a bit of a difference.
Well, I'm not sure what the end goal is here for the Bulldogs. AVP doing a great job of being very stealthy. I don't think he's visible at all. But you've got Dark just sort of roaming around the map in that 13105 at the moment. There isn't any cap pressure onto either side of the map. Obviously, you'd be looking towards the one flag more than anything else. And Dark now spots out 2+2. But for all the good that's going to do for the Bulldogs, because, again, Matildas is on the defense. They don't really have to opt for anything here. You've got Whippet in a decent position to get resets on the one flag if need be. So Bulldogs is going to have to pull the trigger pretty soon.
Nice try from Bales, but Dark also knows as long as you get into that tree line, you're not going to ever get spotted as AMX 13105. So I think he's going to go back to the one flag. But the problem here is, how do you dislodge the 60 TP? Because Whippet is the direct counter to what the AMX 13105 wants to do. And I don't know if AVP actually has a shot, but what is that?
What do you mean? He definitely had a shot.
100, 200, 300. Yeah, Jordan, 500 meters away through a pixel gap with an FV4005, and he hits that. Now,
Yeah, I'd hit
sure,
that.
it does only 500 damage. But
I'd hit that
500
too.
meters away. I want to point that out, Jordan.
It's easy for AVP. He's on the top of the fantasy leaderboard, mate. For a reason. If that one hit, I'd be a bit more impressed. Everything else is just easy for AVP, in my opinion. Dark is going to go for a bit of a push here onto Whippet. Now, Whippet is on the reload, so should be a little bit of free damage here for
Wow.
Dark.
Instantly gets the ammo rack damage as well, and he'll come back around. Yeah, it doesn't matter if he misses the second one. This is the potential of the 105, right? I don't think we've really seen it this season so far.
Ooh.
Joe Tora is going to go down. Another Hesh shell straight into the tracks. And Dark's taking a lot of damage as well. So I feel like the Matilda's definitely still on the up and up. It really would take the FV4005 hitting a miraculous shot, really, for them to bring it back around.
Yeah.
As you said, Matilda's just on the defense. They just need to relax over here. There's no cap pressure. There's nothing else that's really pressuring them.
Here we go again. Easy for AVP. No, he's not going to opt for it. I want to see him one-shot an SCV.
Oh,
Yeah, get rid of Bales. That'll make Sandman really mad.
I reckon he'll do 1,854 damage if he pens one of these SCBs. That's my guess.
He's going to ammo rack Bales.
Oh!
1,500. Not quite as good as what you'd hope for. But to be honest, it's a big swing of HP.
It is. He does it one more time, and that really opens up the opportunity for the AMX 13105 to start getting involved. And, well, now they're going to start pushing in. Yeah, only 2 minutes, and now they're starting to push in. They really want to get the numbers in here. But as long as Madhouse stays alive, all you need as AVP is to get this shot into Bolognese. Dark has gone down in the meantime, however. Wasn't expecting 2+2 to be playing there. You see, this FV is just waiting for his prey. Oh!
Did he hit Madhouse?
He hit Madhouse!
He hit Madhouse for 800.
No!
Unless Whippet and Bol both hit Madhouse at the same
No,
time. Or Whippet
I
hit
don't
him.
think so. No, I think
I
that
couldn't
was
tell.
honestly a friendly fire.
We're
We'll
gonna have
find
to
out. I think.
We'll have to look through the post-game stats, but it certainly looked a bit sus, didn't it? Bolognese is going to try and chase him down. AVP still has one more shot in here before he dies. He just took team damage. He just took team damage from Soldat. Soldat's literally stolen some fantasy points from me. Bolognese was going to get all that damage, and Soldat's taken it away. Well, I'm never picking Soldat again. Not that I have, but I'm never doing it. On principle now.
Well, I mean, Bowl should be able to maybe find. Oh, it hasn't found these. And just a classic theme, right? Matildas have won, but Bales will probably die once again.
Well, nope.
No,
Soldat's gonna
okay.
escape.
They haven't figured out sold outs on a journey. They don't know, Jordan. They don't know.
2+2's been spotted though. 2+2's been spotted, so
Yeah,
he
and
knows that he's somewhere close by.
He's going, hang on a second, that's not right. How can you guys not get spotted? And there it is. He's finally been spotted over there. There you have it. 2+2 will delete him, and we've got the the nauseating area cam as Bulldogs once again fall down 0-4. And
I can't do that.
yeah, great victory from the Matildas. That secures, I believe, their finals position, which is
Yeah,
really
a
solid.
lovely 4-0 gets them the 3 points, puts them up into first place for the moment, demolishing the Bulldogs. At least the Bulldogs brought something fun. That's probably the most enjoyable Bulldogs game that we've seen in like a month, Jordan, or something like that.
Yeah.
Because the other ones have been pretty rubbish, to be perfectly honest. I don't know. I'd love to have a chat to the guys at some point between this season and next season, and see what happened for them. But we'll take a look. Let's run through. We'll see. Did AVP? No.
So
No,
it was damage coming through from someone else.
He did not shoot Madhouse as much as he may have wished to. That was not to be the case.
Who did shoot Madhouse? And did someone shoot AVP?
No, Soldat didn't shoot AVP. There's
Who
no
shot-
negative damage there.
Who shot AVP then? Because
Oh,
I saw
definitely-
it pop up. It was the same color as the Bulldogs damage. Maybe I'm just going crazy.
You would make
think
an
you're going
awful
crazy.
detective, Jordan.
Oh, well, it's a good thing I'm not a detective then. All right. Well, I mean, that's all right. Soldat's forgiven.
So is AVP. But look, I think honestly you're looking towards there. A bit of a fun game coming out from the Bulldogs. But definitely a time for them to recalibrate and regroup. But I have to say, Matilda's also playing fantastically today, even against an under strength Bulldogs. Definitely showing like a better calling capability. I'm trying to figure out my words at the moment compared to previous weeks. And I think they're really putting themselves in a good form coming into playoffs.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the interesting part for me, as I love that. I love to see the drop there. The fact that we talk about that the Matildas are actually in a reasonable spot, but their wins were the Archers, the Conquerors, the Panthers, and the Bulldogs. And as much as it pains me to put the Bulldogs in the same places where the Panthers and the Conquerors have been, I kind of feel like they are at the moment, or potentially even worse than those results that we've seen from those two teams that are currently on the bottom of the leaderboard. So it hasn't been a difficult run for the Matildas through two finals. They started off against the hard teams. They lost against the hard teams. They won against the easier teams, but they do have that role. It kind of reminds me, Jordan, a little bit of what we saw from the Bulldogs last season, where the Bulldogs started off pretty averagely, but won some games maybe they shouldn't have towards the end of the season and managed to make their way through to the top four and eventually the grand finals. So we know how important momentum is in formats like this, and we'll see whether this momentum potentially, do you think it's going to follow them through to the semis next week?
I certainly hope so, because I think in a lot of cases we do normally see the semis as sometimes a little bit of a formality for the top teams. Obviously, it's going to show Melbourne Matildas right at the top of the scoreboard for now, but we're yet to see a game for Sentinels tonight, and the same can be said for Skorpions. So both of those two teams would probably be expected to overtake Matildas again. But if I had to guess, I'd say obviously Matildas will end up in third, which would mean they'd probably be playing against the Skorpions. Unless some crazy stuff happens. And now we're just sort of questioning, is it going to be Action X? Is it going to be Archers? Or does Panthers find a way to sort of sneak into the top four? That's probably, for me, the big talking point out of the rest of the day.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting game. And I'm kind of, I don't know, I don't mind who gets in to the top four, but I do like the idea of getting to the last match of the day and the Panthers having a shot. Right, and still getting to that point. That's not a guarantee at this point. But I'm going to be honest, Kev. We see the Matildas win. I put down the Matildas to win. You put down the Matildas to win. I'm not sure I expected it to be that one-sided, though.
Yeah, I was honestly hoping for the Bulldogs to have a bit of a resurgence, and I was really hoping this series was going to be an absolute, like we always say, we got a series on our hands, or it's going to be a banger of a matchup.
Yeah,
but that's the truth of it. I wanted that match to be a lot closer, and that's probably why I felt like a bit flat towards the end of it, because it's kind of depressing to see the Bulldogs kind of just fall over without barely putting up a whimper. Yeah, I can't take anything away from the Matildas. They played that fantastically. It was like every single decision they needed to do was correct. But I also felt like the Bulldogs, it was just, once again, kind of the same tanks that brought every single week, the same kind of thing that you've seen time and time again. And for me, it's coming into season 3 at ANZPL. If it's anything, like, innovation has really been a key part. We're still seeing the teams that are coming up with new strategies really starting to succeed. And we're starting to see the Bulldogs maybe fail this season because they fell behind in innovating a little bit.
Yeah, they started off so well. The only team that kept the same roster from season 2, and maybe that sort of led them to get that great start. And they had a fantastic start against top teams. You probably couldn't ask for a better start to the season. So often we look at format and who's playing who, and in the round robin, are you at what point of the season? How much does it change seeing an opportunity for a team to play the Bulldogs at the end of the season, play this Bulldogs versus losing to the Bulldogs of week 1, 2, or 3, and what impact that can have on your season? The impact for the Matildas, they come away with the win, they lock themselves in a spot. So 3 wins in a row for them. They've done pretty well. I am very keen to see what they look like in playoffs. I want to see we've seen what they're like against teams that are struggling maybe at the moment. What do they look like against the top teams? And that's what next week is going to bring us. Coming up next and talking about some of those top teams, it's going to be the Sentinels up against the Archers. We know the Sentinels currently in second spot until they play. The Archers, though, still fighting to lock themselves in a slot in the top 4. They are not guaranteed by any means a top 4 slot this season. So a little bit of work to do for them. We're going to take a break. When we come back, our second match of the night here at ANZPL. We'll see you soon.
Would have been in a better position to both Safi as well as Return committed to that. There's no bat chat on the side of the Skorpions. It's really important to note. A lot of suit behaviors over here, the VZ55 as well. And there it is, Russian going to get absolutely slapped for trying to leave. That is a huge pick off already for the Archers. Now, Stewie, of course, is creating this pressure, trying to be that distraction point, trying to keep the guns trained in his direction. Now, the Batchat's going to be spotted. Safi needs to be cautious. He's coming over the ridgeline, and you can see how much onus there is on the Archers. They understand, look, it doesn't matter if one of our tanks or two of our tanks takes a lot of damage. They take hits, sure, but they split up the attention, and it makes it so difficult for them to get the isolating picks. Now, the Batchat's, of course, going to be on the clip, but over here, it's a 3-on-3 at the end of the day, and the HP is going to favor Archers. It's not going to go well for the Skorpions on the defense.
And they're going to start to make their push, Kev.
Yeah, but I mean, there's going to be a couple of shots from the Batchat as well. This is where the 2-7s need to hold firm as well at the same time. And Russian, this is the danger of having that crossfire. Stewie's not even a complete factor in this. You can see getting completely isolated. A lot of bounce shots, though, on these 2-7-7s. And the Ignite's going to come out onto tracks from Russian, should I say. That's going to put him in a much more precarious scenario now. Of course, Fury trying to come across, trying to create that threat over there as Return goes down. Celeste as well as Safi needs to try to get involved into this fight. However, Safi does need to be cautious.
He's overcommitted.
He is overcommitted, and this is where the 2-7-7, the CS63 will get the overmatch, and he will go down. This allows Russian to get the clip off. Tracks eventually will go down, and Stewie has just been driving around in circles this entire time. He has not been involved in the fight. Tracks won't be a factor any much longer. Of course, Napalm will go down eventually, but this should be the Skorpions' victories. They were able to find the better fights. They were able to isolate the better targets, and as a result, able to take the victory and bring Ghost Town to a 1-1.
It looks like Skorpions are going to contest mid, so too is Archers, and already Return is down to a one-shot. Nate Palmer will be able to slide that one through before Return gets to safety, and now Safi is pretty liable to have a game just like the last one, where he might not even get to fire a shot off. He's basically just about to come off the reload, or maybe he has just come off the reload, but he's got absolutely booked by Napalmer, who may have overcommitted, takes a shot from Tracks, but in the end, it's a 2-for-1 trade overall, and Skorpions will be very happy with that.
Tuck back a little bit, gonna try and reset the situation. There's not enough alpha damage to get rid of one of these tanks, so Aussie is going to come forward, but he bounces it onto Stewie, rushes the shot this time around. JT will be able to get the closer, but the DPM should be in the favor of Return at this point in time, and JT, there's not much that he can really do. He's got no time to really take down the tank at the end of the day, unless he got the ammo rack, and there it is. I mean, 1 HP, you kidding me? And Safi, one shot left into the clip. He's going to have to bail that, and this leaves Returned all by himself at the end of the day. Russian having a bit of a go at the E100s in the meantime, and I'm fairly confident here of a Skorpions victory. They've got the tanks, they've got the numbers. The early bleed, just a little bit too strong to overcome. The impact as well from Russian earlier on makes a difference. I do feel like Safi, yes, is going to get that clip off, but there's just too much HP left in some of these tanks, and that should be it. Oh man, Royal Kiwi hasn't even had time to play the game. He's led the charge, being spotted out. Critical will be able to get into the water, but what a tracking shot coming out from Val. Not only damaging the fuel tank, but the tracking shot to make sure the repair kit's burnt. Giving Shanky Pants at least a good chance of winning this 1-on-1, especially considering the DPM of the SDB1.
Well,
of course, Val just staying alive over here. Critical doesn't have a repair kit now because of Val's actions earlier. Oh, this is all over.
yeah, I'm afraid that 1v1 probably isn't going to matter too much at all. The Super Conquerors have arrived. Eugene and Zanin are able to put all the damage in that they need to, and yeah, for all intents and purposes, it seems to be pretty much done for the Conquerors.
But 50 seconds left. You're going to have to start getting a bit of a wriggle on right now for Adelaide Action X. I don't know if they've got the DPM to get rid of these tanks at this point in time. Val's going to be spotted out, of course. They know where the last 2 tanks are. No time to cap. They have to go for the kills. But do they have the speed?
It's going to be
Hamster
tight.
just needs to stay alive.
Eugene and Zanin, they just have to send it. They know exactly where both of the remaining Conquerors tanks are. CJ will be able to get some shots in from the side as well in that T100 LT. He's got him onto the Kranwagen, but I'm not sure that anyone can even get up there to kill him now that he's managed to duck below the ridge. Yeah, they might be able to find Buff Hamster down in the river, the Super Conquerors, but with 15 seconds left, Kev, I think Conquerors might have just done enough.
They held on for long enough. Adelaide Action X just taking too long to rotate. Unless they do find the 277, but the Kranvan will be able to stay alive towards the end over there. There is no way that you're going to be able to do enough damage. 25 seconds left. E100's coming in for the reset. Eventually, someone has to go for it. Might be one of the bat chats.
Sannon.
Welcome back to ANZ PL. It is week 7, our last week of the regular season, and things are heating up. The Matildas just put Bulldogs out of their misery. The Matildas currently sitting on top spot of the leaderboard, but probably not for long. 3 more matches tonight to see who will be our top 4, our semi-final teams from next week, with 4 teams eliminated at the end of the night. We know the Bulldogs are out, and we know the Conquerors are out. But everyone else, it's a free game right now. It's the Sentinels up against the Archers, gents. Jordan, this is a pretty important game because there are a lot of things at stake. And I'll let you get into the Sentinels lineup in just a moment. But the Archers currently sitting in 6th spot. A win puts them up in 11, which does put them in the running for this. In a world where the Sentinels lose this game tonight, which we would say is maybe unlikely, but certainly possible, the Sentinels might, in a world, I think, actually find themselves potentially in 4th spot. There is a world where the Sentinels end up 4th, Skorpions end up in 1st, and that's our semi-final.
I mean, it could happen. It definitely is a semi-final matchup that we've seen a little bit before, so... it's not without precedent, but the ways in which it has come about has been a little bit different previously, where Skorpions was that team to sort of eke out a playoff spot rather than Sentinels. And I mean, traditionally speaking, Sentinels have been one of those teams going into the last couple of weeks of the season where we've pretty much said they should be pretty much first place or maybe second place, worst case scenario, and they'll be able to make it through to the top 4 quite easily, and then look towards the grand final from there. I would have to say I would be very surprised if Archers was able to beat Sentinels today. I think Sentinels have looked pretty decent in the last couple of weeks. They had a bit of a spottier run during the sort of the middle stages of the tournament, but they seem to have come good again, as is their general fashion. And obviously Archers have been a little bit up and down over the course of this season, and they've certainly been having their moments, but they've also had some pretty unfortunate ones as well. So for all that to come together, Ben, I mean, I think that's quite unlikely. But as you say, there is a chance for Auckland Archers to make it into the top 4, but it pretty much requires an outright win here today, and I just don't see it happening.
It would be a pretty challenging thing for them to achieve, but all that stands between them and that is 4, potentially 5 battles. Kev, the Archers, Jordan just touched on it. They started off, they have a similar run, to be fair, to what the Bulldogs have had. The Archers started off strong at the start of the season, and they've had 4 losses in a row, including an overtime loss last week to the Skorpions, which is a little bit rough, to be honest. Considering how good the Skorpions are, to come off the back of that, that actually got pretty close.
Yeah, I think it's definitely Archers is going to be a team, whether they make the finals or whether they not. I still feel like they had a pretty solid season overall. You look at, because sometimes we look at the results, but we don't really, I think if you just come in and you go, oh yeah, these guys lost 3 or 4 times, they're not that good, right? Well, I think it's a context a lot of the series where they're going to tiebreakers. They're really going down to a couple of matches where the ideas are there. It's not like a terrible idea or a terrible execution. It's some of these micro things that don't go right for them, does go right for them. And that's tank sometimes, RNG in a nutshell, right? So, yes, they're definitely still outsiders in this matchup, but I would like to see this lineup stay together. I'd like to see this lineup go to playoffs. I think realistically, though, just a couple of moments went against their favor a couple of times, which is why they're here right now trying to fight for survival. We'll see how they go tonight. Sentinels obviously a tricky opponent because if the Sentinels from last week turns up again, I don't think the Archers have a chance.
Yeah, that's an interesting one because the Sentinels from last week was the Sentinels who demolished the Bulldogs. But at this point, I think everyone demolishes the Bulldogs. And I'm not sure what we can take from the Sentinels of last week to this week.
I think it's the way that the Sentinels did it. It's like Matildas did it in a way today, which is like, all right, these are solid fundamentals. But the way the Sentinels did it was as like, I think it's what some other commentators would say would be nerd chills. The way that they're utilizing some of these tanks and everything is just completely unseen before in a 5-on-5 format in ANZPL, and coming back in a ghost town, which is fantastic. as well as Himmelsdorf, which I enjoy both of these maps. This is I want to kind of see what Sentinels have brought to the page here, and similarly what Archers also have. What will they counteract with? Because this is going to be a true test. If they win this series today, no doubt in my mind they deserve to be in playoffs for sure.
Yeah, and that's, if you can beat the Sentinels, you deserve to be in the top 4, particularly if it's at the last week of the season. Ghost Town, we know how much everyone here loves that, so glad to see that one tonight. Himmelsdorf, and then Cliff, should we need it. Jordan, we all picked the Sentinels to win. How firmly do you believe the Sentinels win? Like, are you like 60-40? I want you to put a number on it for me.
I am probably 90% sure that Sentinels will win this.
Wow, that's a
whether
big
it's
90.
a 4-0 or not, I'm not too sure. Like, if you would have asked me, is this a 4-0 today? I'm not sure if I would have directly said yes to that. Like, I think it definitely is possible that Sentinels get a 4-0. But I think there's a world where Archers can sort of eke out a game or two. But over the course of the series, even if we go to 5 maps, yeah, I think 90% of the time we're probably seeing Sentinels walk away with the win here.
Kev, what do you think?
Yeah, I'd agree with Jordan. 90% for Sentinels to take the victory, whether it's a 4-0 or a 3-1. A small chance it even makes it to a tiebreaker, to be honest.
I think this is way closer than that, gents. I think this is like 65-35, 60-40 in favor of the Sentinels. We head to Ghost Town nonetheless. Everyone's favorite map. The Sentinels v the Archers. The Archers, they're looking for 3 points today to give themselves a shot in the top 4. The Sentinels, they're trying to secure first place.
Why don't you put your channel points on it, Ben? Put in a cheeky prediction for the Archers. I'm seeing some pretty good odds there for you.
Oh, 100K, are you ready?
Yeah, do it. I reckon you do it, and you might come up big. Either way, let's see what Archers have for us today. It is a bat chat for Safi, and the Super Conqueror double E100 setup alongside a 277 for the Archers. Nothing too surprising there. And outside for the Sentinels as well, I got to say, it's pretty much what we've seen before. Even Rainbow in the IS7, that was a little bit of a surprise for me the first time around. But now that, we've seen it once or twice, I'm sort of seeing the same kind of setup from the Sentinels as what we have before on the defense of Ghost Town.
Yeah, I want
he
to
actually
point out
did
this...
it, by the way. I just want to point out quickly, he actually did do it. Ben's Lodge voted 100,000 channel points for Archers. So the odds have swung back to 55%, 45%.
What a madman. Well, we'll see if there's a thing we call the Sandman prediction. Sometimes it does work. Let's see how Safi goes with the timing over here. Now, Batchat versus 50B. The 50B wins this fight most of the time, right? Especially if he gets clapped like that on the approach, just like the first go.
Not a great start for Archers, but starting to get a little bit more damage back in. Speed really copying the hurt here.
I think he needs to get really needed to get across, but now the two E100s against a single 277, the 277 is going to lose. So they make that correct decision to make that cross. Now the Brawl's going to fight, like they're just going to find all the individual picks, and Safi's not even involved in the fight. Sure, he's going to pick off Wymo.
He's not going to pick off Wymo. He's not going to be able to pick off Wymo. He doesn't have enough damage in the clip, but he can do some damage to him. You are right, but I mean, the prevailing sentiment, of course, as you say, is he is a mouse. The Batchat doesn't really want to clip out into the mouse. He definitely wants to clip out into the 50B instead. And I think that will be, well, it'll be possible for Safi, but is it going to be worthwhile the trade? Speed gets himself his second kill for the round so far. He was the one that initially copped all of the damage, but now it's Soy Milk. It is down to a one-shot. Not that it's looking very close at all for the Archers right now, to be honest with you, Kev. I mean, this is kind of what we're talking about. It is a 3-on-2, to be fair, but look at the HP deficit for Archers. It's untenable.
I just want to point out what the IS7s from the Sentinels have been running as well. They've been running... They aren't running with a med kit. They're actually running with, like, the removed speed governor. They're running with Grousers as an equipment and a turbocharger.
Gotta go faster, right?
Just want to... It goes fast around terrain. That's how Rainbow gets into the fight so quickly as an IS7. And sure, speed might go down here over here until he ignites Safi, because that's how the game works. I can already hear Safi raging in the background. And it should be Rainbow coming out on top in this one-on-one at the moment. Let's see if the one-on-one's going to be respected, or if Wymo's going to come and spoil the party as he normally does.
Wymo, you better go in and spoil the party, because I have him on my fantasy team. I need that kill point. Come on, Wymo. Let's go. All I just got a bit excited because I'm seeing my fantasy team overtaking Ben's at this point in time.
Are you actually? How did Rainbow? I'm waiting for Rainbow. I got Rainbow. Okay.
We'll see.
I had Bales. Bales didn't have a great game. It wasn't completely in the bin.
Bales in the bin.
No.
Friendship ended with Bales. Now Wimo is my best friend.
Russian and Rainbow is what I've got. So we'll see what the Skorpions do later. But that was a pretty convincing victory there on defense from the Sentinels. Kev, you got a little excited about those IS7s. So talk us through what really got you going there.
So IS7 pretty much, it's a tank that can now go fast. Why would you not pick it? Because you put equipment on it that makes it go fast. You have to understand, Ben, barely anyone puts grousers on certain tanks. So you have to give up the equipment slot for something that could be very useful, like hardening, like something else, and put on grousers instead as a result. So this may be down to some of the factors of, well, the field modifications, because you can make certain changes to the IS7 now that may be more beneficial for speed, or you can get additional HP on it. Talking about speed, as well as Wimo, really doing some fantastic work. Obviously, Soy Milk does go down, but the bruisers take the bulk of the hits and they brawl really well. So, and I think that's what you want at the end of the day. Nothing to complain about for me on the side of the approach. But once again, that's the defense of Ghost Town, right? Obviously, the defense is going to be much easier compared to the attack.
We all always certainly do kind of feel that way. We've seen a couple of interesting attacking side victories, but defense, yeah, I think that's where it's really at. And obviously those big super heavies there for the Sentinels, taking the brunt of the hits, doing the brunt of the damage as well. So looking pretty good up there for speed and Wimo. Jordan, just there's a few replays here. There's not that too much. I feel like Archer's probably in a rough spot from the very beginning here.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, again, just sort of a decisive push from Sentinels when they know they've got the advantage and they have the tanks in the positions to punish. They're pretty much going to jump on that straight away. And all it takes is a little bit of an off-rotation, mis-rotation, or maybe misposition from one of the Archers players where they're just not quite in a position to influence the fight at the right time. And ultimately, Sentinels sort of take the opportunity and run with it. They get a tank out of the picture. They trade 1 for 0, and they are able to continue that sort of tank. I was going to say train rolling, I suppose, but in this case, the tank crew rolling. It was just 3 super heavy tanks just driving W plus, maybe the IS7 of Rainbow kind of floating around the sides. And what are you going to do if your Archer's there? What are you going to do if your Track's in a 277 sitting on the cap and 2 E100s and a mouse roll around the corner? Like you're cooked. You need the help from your teammates, and even then you're probably donezo. So
like salmon in a super conk in literally any game that I play, pretty much in the bin. So pretty convincing defensive side win from the Sentinels, but it's we're going to flip it around and see what the Archers can do on defense. This is, of course, not their map choice. The Sentinels picked this one. You think everyone have a lot of practice after last week, to be fair. But this is the challenge now for the Archers, okay? So, all right, you come out first. You lose your first battle. You were attacking on Ghost Town. It wasn't your map pick. Okay, I think that's fair. You can go. No worries. For me, it's where do you go from here? What do you step up? The pressure is on. Obviously, this is probably the match with the most pressure that they felt maybe for the entire season, knowing that this is their shot at finals. They either achieve or they're in the bin with the Bulldogs and the Conk. So let's head back out and see what the Sentinels have for us here on attack.
Well, should be an interesting one because it's always a little bit more difficult on Ghost Town to attack than it is to defend, Kev, which, let's not count our chickens before they hatch. It was a decent start for Sentinels, as it normally is, but if they do fumble the ball here a little bit, Archers might be able to come back on their own map pick.
Oh, that could have been a real opportunity for Archers to lay the hurt into Rainbow nice and early on and allow Safi to rotate for the rest of the map. Okay, this is really interesting where Speed's going into Super Conqueror. Okay, there you go. There's a bleed damage coming out and a little bit of punishment coming out for Rainbow as well, making that really greedy cross.
He got
really well done by the 277s. Yeah, Ignite as well. And now Safi can come in and really just do the rest of the work. Sure, Speed's covering him with Super Conk, but he's just bled out way too much at this stage. Rainbow's going to go down to the double Ignite. Now I can hear Rainbow raging in this game. So this is really good for the Archers. Nice little start. 277s designed to punish the bat chat. And from here on in, well, the Sentinels don't really have much of an option. They have to kind of group up and go somewhere together. It looks like they're going to try and collapse onto the 277 and
and try to pick off these fights one by one.
Yeah.
Return needs to be careful. He needs to kind of book it out of there.
Well, I'd
And
say
he
Rainbow's definitely kicking off the Steam launch here and looking for the next tactical shooter he wants to play. There's a little bit of damage going into return, but he's done a good job of getting out of dodge, and he's gotten to relative safety. The E100s and the Super Conquerors still sort of chasing him down, but inevitably they're walking into a crossfire setup, so it might end up being a little bit more rough for the Sentinels than they had anticipated. Soy Milk is out in absolute no man's land. He's just getting farmed. Wymo in a bit of a better spot right now. At least he's not the one getting the focus fire headed in his direction, so for him in the E100, he's doing all right, but Soy Milk and Cindy have... I mean, they've gone on a bit of an expedition, haven't they?
Yeah, they're trying to create the crossfire opportunity themselves. I mean, the Bat Chat obviously on reload at the moment. Speed needs to be able to punish this, and the E100s to see to stay alive, but the focus fire, much better this time around from the Archers, making sure they're getting rid of the tanks at a low speed. Unfortunately, just coming in a little bit too late as the Super Conqueror. And I think that's all the difference at the end of the day. Just coming in a little bit too little too late, especially after losing Rainbow. So the score's going to be 1-1 apiece. We do finally have a series on our hands, which is good. I don't really want a one-sided one.
Yeah, Cindy and Speed will just try and farm up as much damage as they can. I think Speed should be in a relatively decent spot to do so. Up on the high ground there. But Cindy won't be surviving too much longer. He's keeping an eye on Safi, which is going to mean that Trax can rotate around from behind in the 277. Should be able to get some pretty straightforward damage out here. Archer's definitely leaving nothing to chance. Look at how reserved they're playing this. I mean, they know, I guess, that there is that ever-present threat of Speed up on the hill, and in a Super Conqueror, he really can pump damage out. But in a 1-on-5, it's impossible.
Not to mention that he's on attack as well. So all you need to do right now is Archers just kind of sit, hold down, and just kind of chill. Get a 277 watching the other exit, which you can do quite safely. Just keep the Super Conqueror 277 there to make sure that if he decides to cross onto Safi, that's it. And I've got a feeling this is just one of those games where it's going to be some fantasy league farming, but really nothing that's going to change the result. It's going to take this for him. Look, it's going to take this for him to win it, okay? He ammo racks the 277. Now, in turn, the turret comes flying off.
Okay.
He's so close to Celeste that the explosion then ammo racks the Super Conqueror as well, and both their turrets go flying onto the E100 of blades, and he dies because of physics. Then it becomes a 1-on-2, and then Safi flips, and it's a 1-on-1. That's all he needs to do.
Or alternatively, Trax in the 277 could get an angle from behind onto Speed and really just make sure that he can't do anything. And even now, Celestia's turret, even if he gets ammo racked, is not going to fly far enough to land on top of Return in the 277. So I think Speed's cooked. I don't think he can win this one.
There goes that 0.00001% chance of him winning. How could this have happened?
I'll give him credit, though. He's doing a good job of farming up a little bit of fantasy points for the lads. Couple of cheeky shots coming through here. If you can get maybe another 1 or 2 shots in, you'd be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, but ultimately, once again, I think Archer's going to come revitalized back into the series, going to moving on to Himmelsdorf, 1-1. Not a bad position to be in, especially if you're looking to stay alive right now and make their playoffs. You need that victory. So 2-0 on Himmelsdorf, definitely something that can be on the cards.
Yeah, not a bad result at all there for the Archers, and the fashion in which they did it, I think, as well, was quite impressive. It wasn't close. They didn't even let the Sentinels get anywhere near the CBD of Ghost Town. Central Business District. I guess it's the Central Ghost District, really, because there's not much going on there either.
I don't think so.
Nevertheless, Rainbow gets caught out straight away, and that puts it in a pretty tough spot, Jordan.
I mean, it's a pretty unwinnable spot, right? When you're playing 4v5 and your one info gathering tank is a Bat Chat and it's taken out of the picture straight away. Sort of anything that you do try to do from there for Sentinels is always going to be fraught with danger, fraught with impossibility, really. I don't think there's a world where you can really come back from that one. Unless you instantly trade that Bat Chat out and make it into a 4v4, which of course they weren't able to do, you're just not coming back from it, unfortunately. And that's something that happens a little bit on Ghost Town. We've seen it once or twice, the Bat Chat players just getting a little bit overzealous in their initial spotting runs, and they sort of just get punished by a decent defensive setup. So that was really good to see from Archers. Nice little turnaround. I'm not sure still that it gives me a huge amount of faith for the series as a whole. I'd definitely still be favoring the Sentinels, but obviously it's better than where I thought we might be for Archers after the first game. So definitely doing okay.
Safi looking good up there on top. Anyone thinking that maybe that 90% isn't really 90% anymore? Any takers?
I still feel like the 277s were definitely set up just to punish that. So that's really maybe on a bit of a counter strat, which is good for Archers, maybe looking into the tendencies of what Rainbow does. And probably a good indication for Rainbow just to change it up once again in the bat chat. I do feel like he goes there quite a bit. Like I'm looking at all the previous Ghost Town matches. I feel like he always kind of takes that hill. Doesn't really vary it up. Because it could be very easily you use your 277s or you put them over there, and as a result, you allow the super heavies to drive onto the cap, and then the 277s are absolutely useless as well. So it's a bit of a risk versus reward thing, which pays off for the Archers. They get the early tank advantage, and they leverage that to a victory afterwards.
Yep, and what they need. It's the sort of stuff you're looking for as well, right? This it shows me at least, if you say, hey, well, they win because maybe there's a little bit of anti-strat here, that they have put some effort into this game and they really are gunning for a top 4 spot.
Yeah, I don't know how confident they would have felt coming into this game, but I think you have to do everything you can to sort of prepare for it regardless. I'm just wondering why Safi couldn't play like this when I put him in my fantasy team in week 2. You know, he gets what, like 4k damage out of this one? I got absolutely scammed. I've been scammed.
Maybe that's the problem. Maybe he intentionally plays poorly when he realizes
I did tell him.
I
did tell him I'm putting him in the fantasy team. You've got to play well this week. And he literally did nothing.
That's it. That's probably it. Every loss that the Archers have this season is a week that Elfish Guy had Safi in his fantasy league team. And here we are. So we go from Ghost Town to Himmelsdorf. Now, this map picked by the Archers, and to be fair, both teams have a pretty decent record. I think the Archers are 50-50. The Sentinels a little bit better, but it's a map that's been around forever. It's been in the pool for ANZPL since Season 1 as well. So this should be a close one. Are we going to get the 1-1? Is someone going to pick up a nice little 2-0 here? We'll see what the Archers can do on the attacking side of Himmelsdorf right now. But for me, Jordan, I don't know. I kind of feel this one's going all the way.
Okay. Well, I mean, certainly can hope so. I'd be very eager to see a cliff game between these two teams. I think the Sentinels probably do still have the advantage there. I know they're a solid team on that map. But hey, we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, Himmelsdorf is another one that's definitely in the wheelhouse for both of these two. And yeah, 1-1's definitely on the cards, but I think equally a 2-0 on the cards for either team if we do, you know, go in that direction. You've got a 50B on both sides, which is nice to see. A couple of E100s out for the Archers, whereas Sentinels have gone for a little bit of a lighter lineup, going for the double Super Conqueror instead, as well as a BZ55 and an E100 of their own. But overall, looks like fairly solid, stable sort of compositions, Kev. Fairly similar goals in mind, I think, for both comps as well.
I think the big difference here, though, is actually Rainbow looking to maybe try to punish his 50B. So he's trying to look for the timing, maybe for one of the 50Bs or E100s to cross over. So getting some early information. I feel like we used to maybe see this early on in Season 1, but I felt like that's fallen out of favor for a lot of the teams deciding to kind of trade out the tanks in trying to get some early bleed damage over Nana. Because there's only really 2 corridors or 3 corridors you ever push in the attack, right? You push the 1-2 line nice and early on while the VZ55 is there spotting it. You push Nana, E100 over at D3 is going to spot it. You push Hill. There's no real other attacking, like a viable attacking option. Especially on attack and defense. I've obviously seen a couple of different ones being utilized in 15v15, which involves taking the inner courtyard, but it's a very specialized one, obviously.
Well, very relaxed start to this one. Double E100s waiting for someone to make a mistake on Sentinel's side and go for a bit of a push info gathering. Unlikely to get that, though, when there's no bat chat on the side of Sentinels. Speed, however, might be in a bit of an awkward spot here. He's just going to have to hightail it back to the relative safety of the buildings. Won't go any further. He knows Trax is watching that cross.
I think that's problematic, though. Speed staying there means he's actually a free tank to pick, especially with these E100s coming around the corner. You can see that already, that Iron Guard actually falling off this position makes it very difficult. And this is the go signal for the Archers. If they're able to identify where the VZ55 is going to be, then it could be big trouble. So obviously VZ's going to be able to get quite a bit of damage out, so you're not going to really be too worried as speed just yet. You start panicking maybe a little bit if both E100s decide to cross. The fact that both of them are sitting there at this point in time, it's a bit weird. And especially because right now, Safi is about to have another one-on-one with Rainbow, so which is going to be always a good time between both 50Bs.
Yeah, but Rainbow's pushing into Safi, so I don't know how that's worked out actually in his favor. Safi whipping a bit of a shot into the floor there, not ideal. Rainbow's going to get a massive advantage out of this one. Could get the one more shot through, but didn't actually. So instead, it's 3 shots for 2, favoring Rainbow. Could have been worse, I suppose. I thought Safi was up the creek without a paddle, to be honest, but in the end, could have definitely traded worse than what he did. Sentinels on the move now, though. Or even, I guess, the Archers are. Those E100s.
Yeah, they're trying to... They know that VZ's over there. They know where the E100 is, so where the chance of the Super Conqu's going to be? Well, we need to go take some map control. We've lost Hill. You can't recontest that as Safi. And that's why... you can't really re-rush these shots as a 50B. Between these one-on-one dogfights, it's always whoever is going to have the first beat, the first aim, the first idea of where the other guy is going to be. They're always going to be able to take the cake. You can see Rainbow's in a good position now to get back to safety before anything bad does happen. Going the long way around as well. Iron Guard's going to spot out the cross, and it's going to be your usual 2-flag shenanigans.
Yeah, but there's a lot of bleed going on to the Archers. Celestia down to 1500 HP. This is looking like a great start for Sentinels. You say 2-flag shenanigans, but I don't know that you really win a brawl from this position as the Archers. When you've got Safi at 1200 and Celestia at now 1100, these 2 tanks can just be taken out in the blink of an eye, and then you're in like a 3-on-5 or a 4-on-5. You know, given that Safi would probably be playing a little bit safer and sort of baiting a little bit. But, I mean, that's such a massive health deficit. And the fact that a lot of it is focused onto just 2 tanks as well makes it even worse. Like, if that damage was spread across every single tank for Archers, it wouldn't be as egregious. But now, Celeste is down to a 2 or 3 shot. And so is Safi. Well, Safi's probably a 3 shot, but... You know what I mean, though? Like, you just take these tanks out of the picture so quickly if you're Sentinels, and then it's kind of GG. Oh, that's unfortunate for speed.
Yeah, so missing 1 shot there means he's going to cop one into the
Saf.
track, or Safi is dead for sure. There is no way you're going to beat the BZ. No way you're going to even beat Rainbow and Iron Guard. He's pretty clued on as well. Just make sure that Safi is going to be trapped like a rat. No escape from this maze, so... Oh dear, it looks like for the Archers going to have to hope for a bit of RNG going in their favor. Maybe like some damaged modules on these Super Conquerors coming around here. Maybe an ammo rack. And I always talk about this in the most positive manner. Because they're losing a 5-on-4 if they're just brawling outright like this.
Yeah, I mean, you keep saying the ammo rack, it needs to come through. The turret needs to explode and land on someone. I don't see it happening, to be honest, Kev. Archers are getting pummeled. Rainbow in the 50B gets the better of return. Wymo and Cindy starting to make that push happen up on the flag. No cap pressure at all for the Archers and Sentinels. Well, they're well and truly going to be walking away with a win in this round as well. Blades in a 1-on-2 against a couple of Super Conquerors. What are you even going to do? And Trax, I mean, when he's inevitably left over here, isn't really going to have much to say about this game at all. So that's going to be that. Sentinels will go into the final round of regulation time with the advantage.
HA not really penning there for Trax, but Rainbow similarly does bounce one off the track of Rainbow. Or should I say the other way around? The Ricochet actually damaging Rainbow's gun. That's interesting. But at the end of the day, it still is going to be a Sentinels victory. 2-1 now.
Yep. Pretty convincing defensive side win there for the Sentinels. And is this just going to be a match where defensive side wins over and over again? I don't know. The Sentinels in a pretty good spot now, right? They win one more battle, throw it out on the attacking side. You lock yourself in first place for the season. Your night's done. You can relax and watch the rest of the matches, and everything's out there. Easy done. If you're the Archers, though, things are a little bit trickier now. So their best result from here is an overtime win, which is 2 points, which puts them on 10. They're head-to-head with the Action X. I think they're down on head-to-head with the Action X. So that would rely then on the Panthers winning against
Yes.
the Action X
Yes.
and picking up 3 points and making it a 3-way tie.
Well, Action
then-
X did beat Archers 3-1, so there is that.
Yeah.
I'm looking for the Panthers versus Archers matchup,
Wait up. There's
which was a
Mateo might
3-1
be
in the
posting
favor
something.
of Archers. So yeah, they would be hoping that Panthers can win that game, and then they would win against Panthers on the head-to-head.
Yeah, and then the Panthers would beat the Action X on head-to-head because the Panthers won, and it would be a 3-way tie in head-to-head.
Mhm.
So, Kev, yes?
Sorry to break it to you. So Mateo, the handsome Italian man that everyone should buy pizza for, has said that Archers cannot make playoffs anymore. Even if they win the tiebreaker, they go to 10 points as Adelaide Action X, and they lose the head-to-head to them.
But what
And
if
they
the Panthers win?
lose? Well, don't they also lose the head-to-head against the Panthers? I think regardless of what the scenario is, the Archers can't make it.
Archers have the head-to-head against Panthers.
Yeah, so this is what, if the Panthers win, then it'll be a 3-way tie on 10 points in 4th place. With Panthers beating the Action X in head-to-head, and then the Archers beating the Panthers in head-to-head, and then the Action X beating the Archers in head-to-head.
That's correct.
Am I wrong? I'm interested to what...
But there would be another tiebreaker to factor in as well.
Yes, there would. There would be other tiebreakers, but then the head-to-head... I don't know. This is why Mateo's the man with the math. But,
So apparently there's this one story here. In the 3-way ties, it gets interesting. That's what he says. Apparently someone was... there was actually this exact scenario that was brought up by the spreadsheet of Saxon, but I'll talk about it later. I feel like we'll talk about the game first before hypotheticals, because all we know, Archers might just lose, and there goes 100k of Ben's channel points, so we can make fun of him forever.
Look, we're just putting it out there. All right, we're at the end of the replay here. We missed all the fun parts at the start. This is just the Archers getting demolished by the Sentinels, but it would require a lot of crazy things to happen to get to that point. But before we get there, the Sentinels would need to win potentially this attacking side. If they do, then that we don't worry about that anymore, and we're done and dusted, and the Sents progress through in first place, which is, to be fair, I probably feel that at the moment the Sentinels is the best team in the league. So I think they probably do deserve first place, but it's up to them here whether they can pick it up or not. The alternative is that we go to the tiebreaker if they can't break through on attack, and then no one will have won on attack, gents, in this battle today, in which case it would go to damage done on an attacking side, and obviously we'll see what Sentinels can do here on attack, but off me guesstimating who did the most damage, I kind of feel like maybe the Archers did a little bit more on the attacking side of Ghost Town than the Sentinels did.
It depends on the Himmelsdorf matches too, right? So, we'll see. Either way, I mean, taking into account all of those discussions around the standings and whatever, I mean, that only all matters if Archers actually get a win here and then go on to win the tiebreaker, which, you know what, Kev, I mean, we both said about 90% chance for Sentinels to win. I'm still pretty confident in that. I think they probably wrap it up here.
Yeah, but still, I think Archer's definitely showing up with the chops as well. Really keeping the series competitive, and that's what I like seeing at the end of the day. Speed, that's some nice early bleed. Tracks as well is going to be spotted out. E100s can't really get the punishing damage, but the information's enough for the Archers to understand where the super heavies are going, and as long as you know where these E100s are going, you can react accordingly as the Archers.
Yeah, Trax is once again just going to have to sit here and play the position 4 now until he gets a bit more info from his teammates. Cindy watching down the banana. Won't be seeing too much, and Rainbow's taking control of the hill as well. No contest there from Safi this time on the Archers' defensive side. It's solid.
I was going to say, it's a very irregular play for the defense team to actually contest for hill control. I don't think I remember it happening ever. Like, maybe you have a tank spotting it, but you never actually have a tank that's actually contesting it actively like what Rainbow did. Speed is on a bit of a journey through the courtyard, but this is designed, obviously, to place pressure on any tanks that are coming in, because it becomes a little bit harder to dig him out. So he does cop a bit of damage, but this actually alleviates a lot of pressure, I would say, for now the Super Conquer the E100 to cross, because you're a little bit more scared of peeking that angle now, given that there is a VZ55 that can bleed you out. B also makes a cross, spots the E100. That's going to be tucked into the corner, and here we go. So, look, Speed's taken a bit of damage, but he's taken the position relatively unscathed. I mean, relatively unscathed considering that he still has the ability to play around with this HP. Your Rainbow's in a nice solid position. You've got a couple of Superconks and E100s ready to push in. The question is, what are they going to do with these tanks? They're not going down the
they're
7 line.
Send it. They're just going to send
right.
it.
They're going to try and collapse on the keyhole because they only spotted out one tank.
Yeah, they're going to send out Blades. He's going to have a pretty rude awakening here. And the rotation from Archers is not looking very good in that department either. They've moved away from Blades. If Sentinels actually do commit to this push, they just take down Blades before anyone can get there to help him out. First, they're going to clear out the rest of the cap, though.
But I'm going to also, I'm just thinking right now, it's like, do they commit to the keyhole, or are they just waiting for all the tanks to group up? Because I feel like this is so risky. Like, it's on the assumption that the Archers aren't going to retake the D-line because there's a single VZ55 over there, that they're going to all group up their forces and push en masse. Because the problem with this is that all it requires is an E100 to push straight down mid, a 277 to push across, and that's it.
Well, I guess the thing is, though, for Sentinels, if that does end up being the case, then they just play ring around the Rosie and they drive forward in their E100s as well. Blades is going to walk around this corner, roll around this corner just at the wrong timing. The E100s are starting to be spotted out. Cindy in the Super Conqueror. I mean, he has to be left for dead here, really, at this point. I don't think that he gets out of here alive, and that is something that Sentinels is just going to have to deal with. They got Speed, Wymo, Iron Guard. They just have to trade Blades down and try and hope that that 1-for-1 is going to be enough. Cindy, to be fair, in his own right, is doing a pretty good job of just surviving for now.
He's going to force these tanks into position, so him just tucking in like this is actually going to be very, very solid, because at least you can get some trade damage in. You can make sure you get some bleed across, but he is eventually going to go down. Return, if he turns his turret, that's going to be another problem, right? Because he turns his turret, which means at least it's susceptible. Yes, Cindy does go down, but he's bought enough time for obviously the rest of the tanks to really get into action over here. Speed's going to cop one in the side. Nice roll from the 277. Where is Rainbow? He's actually leading the charge at the moment. He wants to utilize his HP. This is really nice balling coming out from the Sentinels right now. For the Archers, you need to hope that your focus fire is going to be on point. Tracks just drive by. That's straight out of Maryland's right there. As Nafi is... He actually wants to get out of there. I don't think he should try to be fighting anymore, but he could be tracked very, very soon. Iron Guard will be able to win this one. I think that's about it. Yes, Trax has got the HP, but he's nowhere near there at this point in time. And Safi, how is he going to juke this one?
He's not, I would say.
To the right? Yeah, I was going to say potentially he could try to maybe climb over, but it's a very, very hard climb to make at the end of the day. So it's going to be 3 cap over here. They're going to try and force Trax over here as a single 277, and that should be it. Should be a 3-1 at the end of the day. All that talk for tiebreakers and everything. Unless Trax pulls off some absolute heroics. Well, that's not a good start.
Yeah, Trax is going to have a bit of a rough one here. He did pull off a really nice clutch for Archers earlier on this season, but unfortunately this one does seem like it will be a little bit too much to ask for. Iron Guard is on the flank. 277 coming through to try and do his best, but ultimately, even still, if he didn't die to the E100 coming behind him, the reset's probably just a little bit too much to ask for. And that would be more or less the end of the season for the Archers.
Bonk.
Well, that wasn't as exciting as I thought that it would be.
Almost. We almost got there. But yes, the Archers go down to the Sentinels. The Sentinels secure themselves top spot on the ladder with a 3-1 tonight. Looking pretty good, to be honest. So congrats. They'll finish the season on top of the leaderboard, as we said. So I think deservingly so there for the Sentinels. They've looked good. They had... they're a little bit unlucky. I think it was week 1 as well. Things didn't go their way. And beyond that, they've had a pretty good season, won a ton of games. For the Archers, commiserations, won't make it through to finals for season 3. They started so well themselves, but the reality is I don't think any team wants to leave it to week 7, having to go against the Sentinels and needing to win to make it through to finals. You've just put yourself in a rough spot if you do that, Kev.
Yeah, but it's also a good test, right? Like I said, at the end of the day, I don't feel like the Archers had... I would agree with you. Archers haven't had the best season, but also at the same time, I think we're definitely making their season out to kind of be like something that's akin to what we've seen from the Conquerors. Like it's a wooden spoon season. I don't think that's ever going to be the case there. I felt like they got unlucky with some of their fights, with some of the timing pushes. They got caught off guard, and it happens in tanks. And I think the case of a stronger team not getting caught off guard is how you run these defaults and how you keep it, I think, fresh every single time it executes and how you set up your tank. So, look, as you said, commiserations to not only the Archers, but also I think someone's lost 100,000 channel points as well.
Oh,
Whatever. They were freebie channel points anyway.
I'm glad, Ben, because there is one thing that I'm proud of is that at least you backed the talk. Not all of us would do that.
Well, now I'm broke and I'm not going to be able to pay my channel point rent to J Rated this week, so I don't know what I'm going to do. It's very sad, but look, I was a little bit disappointed by that. There wasn't enough cash in the pool anyway. Even if I had one, it wouldn't have been worth it. This okay, so Blades drives in. He's kind of forced to drive in, and you have to commit to doing it, right? It is what it is. Cindy does a really good job of sitting around for forever. And this is the bit I love. And Jordan, tell me, to me, this is, they realize, hey, we roll around, we're guaranteed to eliminate 2 tanks right here, and then they've got 2 left. And they just essentially secure themselves the win with that play.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much, again, just more decisive shot calling from the Sentinels and sort of recognizing the options that they have. This seems like the quintessential kind of Sentinels team composition where they can put together a few heavy tanks and just wolf pack it around the place and pick off 1 or 2 sort of lone tanks, and then from that position it kind of gets a little bit easier for them. They don't really have to do too much more work once they've taken out 1 or 2, and so, you know, inevitably just better calls, better positioning, better timing, and better understanding of your win conditions, I think, from Sentinels than what we got from Archers today. So they walk away with 3 relatively comfortable wins, and even their loss, you know, you look at it and say, well, Rainbow got picked off. Did they really get the chance to play that game? You know, I've said this about so many teams. When a tank gets picked off straight off the bat, like, I almost put that one by the wayside and say it didn't really count almost. Like, yeah, it counts, but you don't really get a sense of the strength of the 2 teams if one tank is not even playing the game. So, I mean, a Sentinels, yeah, really good night.
It is indeed a nice place to be. So again, commiseration to the Archers. Congrats to the Sentinels. Sentinels will lock themselves in first place on the season standings. So they will play 4th in the semifinals next week. And we'll find out who 4th is a little bit later on. If you're enjoying yourselves and you haven't spammed HyperX in chat so far, you should. HyperX supporting Season 3 of ANZPL as they have been supporting each and every season so far. Each week we give away HyperX Alloy Origin 60% size custom keyboard. Spam HyperX in chat to enter, or !HyperX if you want to find out more. We're halfway through week 7. Hits keep on coming. I think one relatively surprising result tonight, and another one maybe that we all expected. So that's 2 down and 2 to go. Coming up next, though, it is the Skorpions up against the Conquerors. For the Skorpions, still an important game. They want to make sure they stay in the top 2 spot. Don't want to drop down too much. So we'll take a break. I'll lose all of my channel points. It's a very sad time. 100,000. I hope you guys enjoy my channel points. Look after them, please. And we'll see you on the other side of this break.
But he's going to cop a lot of damage for the reset, and that's exactly the kind of trade-off that the Conquerors are going to be looking for. 10 seconds left. Zanin does sneak one through, or maybe it was even Shanky Pants from behind in the bat chat. I think it might have been based on the damage that was dealt. CJ is getting the better of Bluey, who's down to a 1-shot, and he's trying to put as much damage back in before he dies, but inevitably, he will drop. It's been a rough night for Bluey. He's not going to take any more part in this game. It looks like the resets are coming through thick and fast as well, Kev. There is not much to say about this one, unfortunately, for Conquerors. I think they've lost it. But it is going to prompt the response from Action X. Buff Hamster gets the freebie in there quite nicely as Zanin and Eugene roll their way forward. But Slayer, I mean, he knows he's up the creek without a paddle. The E100s have walked into a crossfire, but they're going to get rid of Slayer. He's on fire as well, which makes matters even worse. Royal Kiwi trying to roll his way across the cap to get into position to help on out. But now the Bat Chat's putting that damage into Bluey.
Yeah, and Critical has taken enough damage. This is really good juggling that's coming out from the Bat Chats as well. Look at this. Really well done from CJ and Shanky Pants, who have played together for a long period of time. And that's actually what you want to see in your duos. Eugene protecting Zanin. This is exactly what the 50Bs were designed to do. Isolate a tank, find the pick. And now what you need to do on the side of Panthers, really group up and make sure that you're not isolated. That's why you're seeing Pro Loser trying to get away Goober, even hurrying back to the pack. Bolognese I think just out of render distance, Pro Loser will be able to get back in time. Twit the reset. Now the mouse coming into the fight. Pro Loser needs to be covered off over here. You can see JS doing a fantastic job of this, driving forward, forcing Whippet into a position where he is going to die. The question is, where is the shot going to come from? Oh, the Ignite coming into JS.
That's a big one.
It is
It's kind of what I was talking about, though, you know, where the 50B has to lead the charge. That never really feels good, but Matildas have made the trade comfortable enough for themselves. Yeah, Bolognese under a lot of pressure. Super Conqueror, though, of Saxon gets in behind the E100. You've got Bales there as well in the T100 LT, and they might still be able to put in a bit of work here. But Matildas starting to bring it back. It's a 1-for-1. HP deficit certainly is still there for them, about 1,000, but given the tanks they were going up against, I think that's probably to be expected. It's a 2-for-2 trade so far. Bales is completely untouched, but really we need to keep our eyes on Saxon. Can he survive? Can he get another 2 or 3 shots out in this Super Conqueror? If he can do so, that's where you're going to get a lot of your DPS from. And for Matildas, that is absolutely necessary going up against tanks like this. Goober, for now, will be on the reload, presumably. He's out of this one for the next 10 or 15 seconds or so. And in that meanwhile, Lightning Man is getting obliterated. You tell me who wins this one. 1 minute left on the clock.
CS63 has got plating a DPM, 390 alpha on a 6.7 second reload. The VZ only 980 clip potential. Unless Bol does that, come on Bol, you need to pen your shots a little bit better. Now, all of a sudden, hang on a second, Twit might have a chance. Twit kind of has a chance actually here. So, with that missed shot, Bol actually puts himself in a dangerous position now because Twit actually can get the reload off. Hang on a second over here. I thought he had it, but Bol's missed another one. He's trying to utilize the speed, but Twit is going to bring that gun around the edges, being damaged. Oh, takes and another missed shot, but Twit's missed. 36 seconds. What is this? What is going on at the moment, Jordan?
How is that missed? Well, now it's surely Bolognese to win this fight. He's going to get the reload a lot faster than Twit will. Needs to pen this shot. No! It's not going to be enough. 24 HP for Twit. Can he get one more shot in? It doesn't quite look like it.
Oh my god!
Oh, missed again!
Yeah, this is not good. Saxon's dead. And this is... Wait a moment. Just because of that, we're going into... Surely we're not going to tiebreakers because of this. The overmatch is over here for now. Now Bolognese is going to get involved in the action a little bit earlier, but a 5-on-4 over here, Jordan. Whippet's not really into the battle just yet. 5-on-1 at this stage. Sure, Bolognese is coming in, but that's still going to be a 2-on-5 at best, and JS is going to be driving in, having a bit of a chat with Artie Noob. In the meantime, the rest of the heavy tanks are on a different page, but you can kind of leave JS to have the successful 1-on-1. He should have the DPM eventually to close things out against the Super Conk, unless he bounces a shot, unless he misses, but he's not going to. Bolognese as well, just trying to make sure he runs and doesn't fall off the bridge.
I mean, are they just going to take the 2-on-1 against Twit, hope that Goober's not going to have enough damage to deal with one of them, and I assume that seems to be the case. If Goober fires a shot here into Bales, it might be a mistake. He needs to get rid of Saxon. Hopefully he's counted his shots enough, but it's not ending up going to be the case. Saxon survives on 70 HP, and now Bales, I mean, eventually comes off the reload faster than Goober will. And so that's pretty much game over.
This is anything but brainless because they're actually finding a lot of these overmatches after the first initial picks. AVP has just gone down.
Yeah, Dark is ages away from this fight as well in the bat chat, and Madhouse, well, he's already on 560 HP. So Wymo might drop here. He's got a bat chat and a VZ55 firing at him. This should be one more shot through from Dark, though it doesn't look like he's actually got the angle. Joe Atura has just been left for dead. And I hope you didn't put Madhouse in your fantasy team, because I can't imagine he's going to get much more than one clip out here. To be honest, he'd be lucky to get the full clip out. Looks like he might actually into the back of speed, but all things considered, this is a big win for Sentinels. Great start to the series. And they have dispatched of Bulldogs with such ease that I'm a little bit concerned for my prediction.
Here comes the bat chat, and this is going to be unloaded into AVP at this point. But AVP, more than happy just to keep eyes on the prize at this stage.
Can't do anything
Rainbow
else.
might just have enough. One final shot. Oh, he misses that one, which means the Badger's still going to be in the fight at this point in time. Now, Dark
was that HE shell?
VZ. Finally, the Badger does go down at the end of the day. Now, 2 minutes left for them to dig out the rest of them. And this is going to be the problem. Of course, Madhouse is going to try to come into the fight, try to play on these wings. The Super Kongs and the E100s trying to collapse onto a single target and try to get rid of them.
don't think it's going to happen, to be honest with you. Kev. Dark is looking fairly healthy, but he's in a VZ55, which is not exactly the ideal tank in these late round situations. I mean, there is a minute and a half left, so maybe Bulldogs can eke out a victory if they can keep Madhouse alive somewhere on the other side of the map. Rainbow is a bit too busy chasing down Joe and Tora. That shot not quite going to connect, but the final one will go through. 34 seconds. Dark's going to have to be the one to get the resets here because Mad is so far away.
Oh my goodness, Rainbow giving a bit of the return treatment, giving the Bulldogs treatment to the Bulldogs. The ignite onto the Leopard. Now, Wymo might be stuck over here, permatrack as well. But still, 60 TP is going to utilize that big cannon of his to clean him up. But it just means that Speed can farm at this point in time. Rainbow has the crossfire potential. Of course, Cindy just making sure that he's just keeping tabs on where Dark's going to be. I think this is it. It's going to be a 3-0 for Sentinels. A minute 15, not enough damage, not enough DPM to really get through these tanks.
Secret superweapons are complex, often attributed to a single powerful mind. They are made possible by the efforts of assistants and junior researchers who rarely get the spotlight. Like Ermelinda Jung, a talented physicist with a spark for all things electromagnetic.
Welcome back to ANZPL Week 7, halfway through the night. We've locked in our top spot on the leaderboard for the end of the season. Congratulations to the North Sydney Sentinels picking up the victory. They've had a great season so far, and in my opinion, certainly deserve to be at the top of the regular season leaderboard at the end of the week, which is exactly where they are going to be. But we're not done yet. There's a couple more matches coming up tonight. The Skorpions v. the Conquerors is what's coming up next, and that one's an important game because there's a world where maybe the Skorpions don't end up in second or third spot, and maybe they do need to play the Sentinels in the semifinals next week. It's unlikely, but still certainly possible. So this game coming up is an important one. And then following that, gents, the Panthers are still in the running. They still have a shot. All right, they're on 7 points. 3-point win would put them on 10, and the head-to-head against the Action X, because that's the game, would give them the win against the Action X in the head-to-head. So that would be a wild ride. Okay, that would be a pretty wild ride.
I think, of any season. I think that would be the best comeback of any season that we've seen, because like Panthers start off horribly. They started off horribly this season. I think they went 0-3 or something like that until they played against the Conquerors, and ever since then, I mean, they've started to look better and better. So that's something we can talk about when we get into the next game. But yeah, for me, I think that's probably the best comeback of a season if they do make it into playoffs.
If they do it. We said, wouldn't it be cool if we got to the end of tonight and there was one match left and that was the one? Because so often it's not that way. So often it's you play your game at the start of the night and then you have to wait on 3 other games to play out for it to get to what you want. So we'll see. But for the Panthers, we'll see what they can do a little bit later on. Talking about things that are kind of out there and kind of wild, our hashtag ANZPL Hot Shots competition, thanks to Ironside Coffee Co. Ironside Coffee Co. who brought us the APCR blend that I bought up many bags of. And every week we put our top 4 clips up there on the socials, gents, and we let the community vote on which one their favourite is. You can win a year's supply of coffee. And this is this week's clip. So, Elfish Guy, this was Safi running away from JT up against the Scorpions. What do you think? Drift King.
This is where he dodged Napalm's shot, I think, as well, where he sort of like half went up the wall and dodged the shot. Because he
1 HP, by the way.
Yeah, he just basically dodged the I wanted to say did a barrel roll. He didn't really do a barrel roll, but he did manage to dodge a shot. So for me, that's the more impressive part about that clip. The Drift King, that's cool, but actually dodging the first shot, which if I keep talking for the next couple of seconds, you would see.
Yeah, okay, give it to us. Yeah, we're waiting. We've got time.
It's actually quite a a long clip, isn't it? Now that I think about it, we're gonna have to wait until he goes all the way around this building once. So we'll bask in the glory. All the production teams on point. Here we go.
Yep.
This is gonna be the shot, right? He like
Alright.
boops himself up. You can see right here, and the shot goes underneath him. That's kind of pog. Saw it from Napalm's POV, and it kind of looked like he got world of tanks, but you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, well, and then there again on 1 HP. But in the end, Safi dies, and that's all that really matters. So that was clip A, Drift King Safi. Clip B, HP Harmony. Kev?
Yeah, this was the bat chats. I was looking at the text and I'm going, hang on a second, that doesn't look right. I don't think Vol's part of this game, but
You don't
this is
throw
bat chats
production under the bus, Kev, otherwise they put you up on screen when you got your shirt off doing something stupid. Anyway, keep going.
I don't know. I think most people would fall in love with my body, but anyway.
Would it?
Oh no, this is the part where, yeah, this is not only the bat chat sharing the HP, but obviously Xanon and Eugene protecting each other really, really well. So, where it's forcing one of these Super Conks and E100s to overextend. So it was like 2 different fights going at the same time, and Val kind of being just doing what you do in Northern Territory, which isn't much, to be honest. But yeah, he's kind of just sitting out on an island by himself. They're really, really well done by Adelaide Action X. I think I've been really impressed in how these duos have been playing. Especially Val, and I'm memeing on him a little bit in this clip because he didn't do much in this game, but I feel like him coming into this lineup, I think there's a big difference between Val being in this lineup for Adelaide Action X in terms of the firepower and getting some more experience versus the Adelaide Action X, which looked a little bit lackluster when he wasn't really playing them in the earlier weeks.
And this is one of these things, right, that we talk about a lot, the HP sharing in the game. I kind of feel like this is one of the things that you almost can take into pubs, like, you know, supporting someone who's out there by themselves, and you know, I feel like it's one of the things you can do in a normal game. You don't have to be a great shot, but it can make a difference in the end. Something that maybe I should do more instead of just sitting back and farming from the red line.
It depends what kind of player you are, Ben, because there is the world where you tank some of the damage for your teammate and, you know, help him out, make sure he can survive. Or there is the world where you push him out of the position that you really want and
yes, and then
and farm all of the damage from the strong position. It just depends on what kind of player you are, you know, how much you care about.
That's happened to me a few times. All right, Clip C, bowl moment. This is Jordan, where you and I walked off.
Oh, yes. Well, look, I don't know what really more needs to be said about this one, to be honest. Paul, he had every chance. Twit really had every chance. I mean, it could have been done and dusted right here, couldn't it? But Twit missed that shot. Also saw that one from Twit's POV, and it also looked like he got world tanks. But hey, this is why people should be running the server crosshair, I guess. End of the day, neither of these players is going to walk away with that one feeling too comfortable, too confident about how it played out. But end of the day, it was Twit to come away with the win. I can't believe this one.
It doesn't quite look like.
How did that?
Oh my god!
Oh, missed again! And Twit will win the fight.
Did he miss or did it not pen?
Either way.
Can I just say, by the way, tell me if I'm wrong here, but this moment, if the Panthers make it through to the finals, it's all because of this.
It's off the back of
It's
this, 'cause they
all
got
because
to
of
the
this.
tiebreaker, didn't they?
Because they got 1 point for the tiebreaker loss, right?
Yeah,
For the
you're right.
overtime loss. So it all comes down to this one hilarious, fun moment that we loved and then walked off the set. Could all come down to this. We'll have to wait and see. All right, that was Clip C, bowl moment. All right, we'll go to Clip D. Take a look what this one is. And Rainbow Assassinated. Kev, this one pretty much sums it up. It's the opposite of what we saw today.
Yeah, pretty much. I think this is like Rainbow just literally going on an entire journey, and I felt like just stomped over opposition at this stage. So I don't know what happened here. I think apparently he didn't miss this shot. Apparently someone else missed the shot, but I don't know. That looked like that he missed it. So
It definitely does look like he missed it.
he was saying it's like, no, I didn't miss it. Like, I wouldn't miss these shots like that. But I'm like, I don't know, man. Who else is in the position to try to hit that? Maybe one of the Super Conks. I don't think Cindy's actually in the correct position for it. We'll watch it again.
I don't think so. Yeah.
I'm like, okay, there's no other tanks near him. 6, 5, 4. Okay, so back to 4 seconds. 3. No, actually.
Very great analysis there, Kev. Thank you. All right, that's our 4 clips. And exclamation mark Ironside in chat if you want to find out more. All right. Brings us to our third matchup of the night. The South Sydney Skorpions versus the Christchurch Conquerors. Jordan, the Skorps, we've ragged on them all season. Like, where are these guys doing? They should be in the top. What are they doing? And they've started to bring it back. This is the Skorpions I think we kind of wanted to see, except, you know, when they got reverse swept by the Sentinels a couple of weeks ago. Nevertheless, they're in the top 4. And they're trying to lock in second spot right now.
Yeah, look, I mean, I don't think that there should ever be a world where they lose to the Conquerors today. If that happens, then there's certainly going to be some questions asked. I mean, they're still pretty safe, obviously, into the top 4, but you never know. I mean, obviously, if Skorpions loses here, Action X gets the win. Things going to get a little bit interesting then. But overall, yeah, I mean, Skorpions look good. They just have some inconsistencies. They have some choking issues, I think. And if they can figure that out, they could definitely be a team to make it to finals.
The Conquerors, on a flip side, unfortunately, are a team who could not make it through to finals. They have one victory this season up against the Bulldogs with a 3-1 win. You got to look at the Bulldogs and say, what on earth were you guys thinking? But the Skorpions with nothing to lose. Sorry, the Conquerors with nothing to lose tonight. So I guess they could really take it to the Skorpions, give them a shot, see what happens. What's the worst that happens? You don't make the top 4. Let's see something fun from the Conquerors. Tundra, Himmelsdorf, and Cliff. You and me, Jordan, we picked Skorps. Kev's gone with the Conquerors for the yellow. Kev, why did you pick the Conquerors?
Look, just can't really keep JT happy. So I think just the easiest way is just to make sure that he's perpetually mad at me the entire time. I think that's a good symbiotic relationship that we have. I learn from JT and I make him mad, and I just learn from him.
Fair enough.
Sleep bet against his team.
All right, to Tundra we go. Let's see what the Skorpions can do. They pick themselves up a win. Lock in second spot. Easy does it. But there is a world, I think, we were talking about this before, John, a world where if things don't go Scorpions' way, they end up in 4th spot. They have to play the Sentinels next week, and that is not where they want to be.
All right, well, I think Mateo has taken a leaf out of your book, Ben, because he's put 88,000 channel points on the Conquerors. Ooh. I'm actually a little bit salty that I wasn't able to get in on the Scorps prediction here, because they only have 21%, which feels like ludicrous odds to me. But anyway, we'll see. It might still be a world where Conquerors do walk away with a win today, Kev. You never know to what extent the Scorpions are going to throw any given game.
Where's JT?
He's probably stuck in a KFC, would be my guess. We'll see what happens. I mean, JT not there, Napalmer not there. Oh no, Napalmer is there. So who else is missing? There. Russian, Aussie, Napalmer.
No, this is the usual crew, isn't it?
Knight is missing. Knight is the other one that's missing.
So, I don't know. Maybe this is why Mateo decided to slap 88k points on.
He's got the inside info. I feel like there's like some laws against that when you're gambling or when you're investing in stocks or something of that variety. So we might have to have a talk with Mateo after this one. Aussie's taken a huge amount of damage. Insider trading, that's the one I'm looking for. Thanks, Ben. Yeah.
Who's there to punish the esports commissioner if there's no one above him? That's the real question, isn't it? That's going too meta, isn't it?
Well, maybe the Scorpions can punish him because it's still winnable for them, of course.
Just traumatized by chucking pineapple and pizza. I can't remember, does Mateo like pineapple or pizza, or he doesn't like it?
I would have no idea, Kev.
It would have been one of those pizza discussions. Like, I remember there's always the occasional pizza chat that occurs. So, all right, on a serious note, both parties have actually changed sides of the map. So, the Scorpions have decided to take the K line, so getting the CS is over there. And this is actually really dangerous now for Buff Hamster. He's in a very precarious scenario where he can get overwhelmed, especially if he drops off like that into the open because he fell off a cliff.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Not sold on that one as a strategy, to be quite honest with you, Kev. But 48 HP, he's still a gun in the game. Can make some damage happen if he's a bit lucky.
You go into the triple cat over here and you try to make sure that you hold on to the mid bridge and everything. I honestly think he fell off. Because there is no way you kept driving forward there and went, yep, no worries, I'm going to fall into dangerous territory. Like, that's got to be like an honest to God mistake, which unfortunately is going to cost him any chance of actually doing any damage in this game. Like a significant amount of damage. If he was still healthy, you'd back him to take a 1-on-1 or a 1-on-2. STB1's got some pretty good turret armor. He can drop off the other side if need be. He can dance around the hill, but now there's no chance. Napalm can just full send it, and there you have it.
Nades are going to land. Nades? Damage
Nades,
is going to land. Look, I've been casting a lot of games in the last couple of days.
Yeah,
Kev.
so Russian's going to be flinging some of these armor-piercing grenades in to
They
get the
might as
reset,
well
but he
be.
bounces one.
Oh, that's not good. You wouldn't want to be bouncing those grenades. Hey, Russian is actually in a bit of trouble here. He's been absolutely boomed.
Yeah, Slayer, if he can actually... Yeah, that's really, really good. Like, vision coming out from Slayer, making sure he gets rid of the bat chat, and all of a sudden, this is a brawl which is working back in the favor of the Conquerors, because the CSs have not really been part of this fight. Raspberry, a single shot's going to take care of him. Slayer, he's actually been low-key playing very well this season, and just maybe with the 277 and Benny being ammo-racked, this could be a chance for an upset victory on Tundra, because remember, this is the attack on Tundra as well. Critical, one of the sharpshooters of this season. You can see why he's penning all these shots at the moment in the brawls. And Tuck, obviously, just driving in, making sure Napalm is going to be finished off. But dead driver, now a damaged fuel tank as well. Aussie bouncing is never going to be helping out things. Tuck's just going to maybe give a loving kiss to Napalm to help Critical get the kill over here. Dance around right now. Tuck trying to figure out where to go. And it's all down to this 1 and 2 right now. Aussie, though, I don't think he's got much chance. Bluey, he's got a massive rooster, and he's showing it to Aussie right now. No?
Conquerors with the win, boys. Look at that. Straight out. That's unexpected. Kev feeling a little bit good right now over there. You know what I mean? With his prediction. I don't know. That was a little bit surprising. I'm going to be honest. But then again, I didn't expect half the team not to be playing tonight.
That said as well, considering you have to look at the circumstances of going, all right, Buff Hamster gets picked for free almost. That should have been a 5 and 4. But great cap pressure being like placed by the Conquerors. I think they realize what's going on. 3 tanks on the extremity. There's no way there can be a tank. They flush out all the other defensive positions. And then they successfully brawl their way out. As Jordan pointed out during the game, Russian got absolutely slapped. He was the only one that could really get the reset, so you had to use his HP. But as a result, one of the most dangerous players gets wiped out of the server almost immediately.
And the one in my fantasy team as well, which is even worse.
Ben, I'm coming for you, because I actually reckon I've been having a good day today. It's possible.
It's possible. We'll see. Maybe we're just trying to make it close at the end. But that was a surprising victory. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, even if I thought maybe the Conquerors would bring the heat tonight, show us them playing when the pressure is off, right? Which is so often very different to how teams play normally. I didn't expect Tundra attacking side win. So not a bad start for the Conquerors at all, particularly because the Skorpions picked this map.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what the first season matchup was. Was it Archers versus Matildas, where no one thought that Archers could miss out on a playoff spot? Or was it Archers versus Panthers and it got Matildas into the playoffs? I can't remember exactly what it was. I feel like there was a team that was basically dead set going to get into playoffs, and then they lost a game in the final week. And then for some reason they didn't make it into playoffs.
Did the Bulldogs make it through instead or something?
Was it last season for what happened to Adelaide Action X? They had a banger of a start to the season, but kind of petered away. And
no, it was definitely season one. Yeah, it was definitely season 1. Someone in the chat will remember. Let me have a look back and see what it might have been. Because I'm feeling those kind of vibes, basically, is what I'm saying. It's like, does Skorpions come in today? And is there a world where Skorpions actually still drops out of the top 4?
No,
there's not.
They will stay in the top 4, but I think the results of what's going to happen later tonight is going to, I think, dictate whether they're going to be 2nd, 3rd, or 4th. So, yeah, I mean, this is a part where this is really good focus coming out from Conquerors. They go, hang on a second, this is actually really solid right now. They're all focusing on the reset. So Slayer just goes, I'll kill Russian. That's the back chat gone. And then we've got a bat chat available. We've got an overmatch of tanks. We've got this. Just make sure the focus fires is on point, and guess what? The focus fire definitely was there. When you got some of these stronger brawlers, like I was saying earlier, Critical being on the top of the Alienware sharpshooters board kind of indicates when he's playing a lot of the tanks like the VZ, the 277, he is actually succeeding a lot in these brawls. He is making sure he's taking his time to land his shots, and in a game like this where it does come down to the tanks and making sure you eliminate your opponents, every single hit shot counts.
Certainly does. And the Conquerors hit theirs. Critical up there as well. Actually, this could be a surprisingly good week for Critical in the MVP. Because we saw him up there, or do we see him maybe in the sharpshooter? We'll have to look next week. Nevertheless, let's head back in. We'll see Conquerors now in a pretty good spot here on Tundra. Can the Conks back it up on defense? Again, the pressure is off for them. Maybe the Skorpions don't feel pressure tonight, Jordan. I'm not sure, but I don't. If I'm them, I do not want to end up fourth at the end of this week.
No, definitely not. Especially not when that could put you against the Sentinels. Probably will put you against the Sentinels. I mean, that's just a semi-final that, like, we've seen so many times, and Skorpions has lost it so many times, and I feel as though they have a much better chance if they're going up against the likes of Matildas than what they would if they're going up against the Sentinels. So, that is something to factor in.
I just want to say one thing. If Conquerors, for whatever reason, take it 3-0, I want Ben to cast the final map.
If Skorpions go 4-0...
No. If Conquerors go 3-0 tonight in this series, for the fourth map, I want Ben to commentate.
I cast like 3 weeks ago, bro. That was more than enough casting, I think, for everyone
I want
involved.
you to cast with Elfish Guy.
Oh, that would actually be a good cast. That'd be banger with such a good combo, bro. All right, get back to it.
Okay, let's get back to it, Kev. What have we
Nothing's
got here?
happening. They're just literally sitting there.
Get back to it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there isn't a whole lot going on, is there? Because for now, it's pretty chill from Skorps.
I don't know. Do you want me to do the hype kind of I don't know, this other game where you have to be hype all the time? Oh my god, look at this. The Super Conqueror is going to be staying here, almost just permanently lit at this stage. Nothing is happening, but I'm so excited right now. Oh my god. Look at this. Russians making a move.
What kind of move is he making?
I don't know, to be honest. Disco dance? Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty relaxed so far from the Skorpions. They'll just try and get those 2 Super Conquerors into firing positions around the 1 flag, I suppose. You do have Aussie in his CS63, or it might be Napalm, I'm not really sure. One of the 2 down at J5 to spot whether or not there's going to be a rotate coming through from the defenders. But for now, Conquerors are more than happy to say sat in their positions, hide that batch out away at the back of the map, and sort of keep him as their trump card.
Still trying to see what's going on right now outside of... Obviously, Russian was trying to get some bleed damage onto Slayer. I think Slayer recognizes where the shots were coming from and he's fallen off. But the question ultimately is where you're going to push as the Skorpions. They're just waiting to... They're down HP. And I think there's one thing I wanted to talk about, which it's something we haven't talked about recently, the HP difference. Of course, you've got tanks like an STB where it's got better DPM, and a Crime Barn, which is one of the, I think, weaker heavy tanks in terms of the HP pool. Of course, you're always going to be at that deficit, but it really does become a factor later on. If your tanks get isolated, if the low HP, you don't survive with an extra shot because you don't have the extra 300 or 400 HP, it's the difference between a VZ being able to clip you out with a Super Conqueror versus not being able to be clipped out. All these little factors. So, all right, now something to finally talk with. The Skorpions are regrouping. They're getting ready for this one push. They've identified where the STB is. And this is actually quite wise on the Conquerors to potentially pull back as well. The STB is grouping up with the Bat Chat, forcing a potential overextension from the Skorpions if this push does happen. Now, at the same time, the VZ has bled out a little bit on Critical. This is the Super Conqueror now pressuring from the ramp Raspberry, keeping eyes on at mid. So is Russian while this North push occurs.
Double CS63, pretty quick tanks, so they are going to get across probably before they do get spotted out. But from this position, where do you go? It's always difficult to make this kind of a push work, I find, for the attacking sides.
You have to collapse here. You have to collapse onto Buff Hamster and get this control of this position. At the same time, Bluey needs to reinforce this. 2 tanks against 1. Bluey needs to try to help out. Buff can't go too far back because he's going to get farmed from the bridge. So he has to stay here, try to utilize this position. This is looking really good for the Skorpions right now.
Oh, Raspberry definitely looking for that angle. He's not been able to find it onto Buff Hamster, but will slide a shot through onto Slayer. Now Tuck in the Kranwagen is rotating across to provide some reinforcements. He's going to try and put that damage into Raspberry. One shot, it didn't quite connect. Another one through from Benny, also not landing onto Tuck, but the fight is happening up on the top side of the map. Russian is getting farmed as he drives across the bridge. It's not quite looking so good for Skorpions anymore, Kev, I would say. I think the trades have been pretty effective from the Conquerors.
He wasn't expecting Critical to be so late over there, so Russian actually cops a lot of damage on the Cross Slayer, as well as Critical managing to clip him out. And now the push is coming forward, but Bluey needs to at least come in and help out a teammate, otherwise Buff is going to go down for free once again. And Napalmer making the correct call, sending it straight onto the Bat Chat because he knows he's got enough HP to deal with him in the Bat Chat. Also fired one out earlier on, trying to really collapse onto him at the stage because Bluey is going to be the threat at the end of the day. Bluey's only got a single shot. As soon as I say that, he's going to definitely go down to the 2 CS63s. It doesn't matter what Buff's going to do. You can't really get Bluey out of here. You have to try to force maybe the tanks into the fight and into a crossfire with the heavies. Critical now coming across, but I think this is all over. They've lost the Kranvan. They're about to lose Bluey. Buff has it. Yes, he'll be able to get rid of Napalmer, but I mean, it all comes down to the focus fire right now. Buff, if he's able to get into a nice firing position and maybe take down Raspberry.
Yeah, but even then, the HP deficit's going to be absolutely crazy. Look at that. It's 2.2 to 900. Both Critical and Buff are very, very low on HP. I mean, at least there is the benefit that they can probably both take one shot worth of damage, and so they have a little bit more wiggle room than it might look like. But against a Super Conqueror, I mean, it might still be doable. Depends on how these fights do sort of go. Aussie is leaving Benny out to dry a little bit here, but Buff Hamster, I mean, inevitably he's going to run out of time, so he has to move quickly. Critical has to go. They have to go onto Benny, but they don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why he hasn't gone. That's the problem. Critical needs to get rid of Benny, but he's just gone a little bit too late. Buff has done fantastic in this position, honestly. And Critical's going to get ammo racked at the worst time. Aussie, oh, no, he's going to go for the ram kill. Oh, there's a single shot. That's going to be the difference at the end of the day. And that's what I was talking about. HP, 120 being the difference. But it is going to be a 1-1 apiece. Buff played really well in that situation.
That was way closer than I thought it deserved to be honest. But they brought it right down to the line. And Kong's almost coming through with the 2-0 there on Tundra. But the Skorpions able to just bring it back in the end. And we always talk about how important HP is, right? Don't want to give away HP for free. And to see it come down to 100, 120 odd there at the end, Kev, is it does get closer than that, but it doesn't often get closer than that.
Yeah, for sure. Because it was going to be another scenario, right? CS63, VZ55, Tundra, all it comes down to the reload times and everything. But look, the shot's good from Aussie. He's been quite solid and reliable throughout the entire seasons he's played ANZ PL. You'd back him to hit that one at the end, unfortunately for Critical. I think he was a little bit scared potentially of Aussie anchoring that position. So he decides to take the gamble towards the end and not push into the Super Conqueror. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out for him. But an exciting game. Tundra really delivering on both sides so far. So moving on to, I believe it's going to be Himmelsdorf.
Yeah.
Man, all of a sudden, like the Dead Rubber is probably the most exciting series so far out of all the ones we've seen tonight.
Yeah, certainly is. It's been a cracker so far. Very, very close. And you can see most of the team there for, look at that, Critical 8 from 8. You got to love to see it. 8 shots fired, 8 hits, 8 pens. Not a bad job at all there from Critical, which is why he's on the sharpshooter list, Jordan.
Yeah, exactly. And it's sort of an underrated skill, I suppose, isn't it? Because it's always something that people talk about in World of Tanks is pen your shots. And, you know, he seems to be doing a pretty damn good job of it. Unfortunately, it's not quite enough to get the win through for Conquerors. I felt like that one was, you know, not necessarily in the bag for Skorpions when Aussie made that rotation, but it definitely looked like it should be theirs quite easily. In the end, Conquerors made it a lot closer than it perhaps could have been. Buff Hamster did more than what he was worth, I thought, in that STB1. Like, you know, he had like 1 shot worth of HP, but he was getting like 2 or 3 shots out for free. And so a bit too close for comfort for Skorpions. Still looking a little bit shaky today, I would say. And I'm sure Kev agrees. I think that this is still a series that could kind of go either way.
Yeah, and I think that's a surprising place to be. The Skorpions will probably love to find at least one more map here and push it to, at worst, the overtime loss. But it's crazy for me, Kev, as we take a look at these replays, that we're even discussing this for real.
Yeah, I mean, this is like a situation, the Skorpions, you go like, yeah, they're up on HP at the moment, or they were up on HP, they're up in tanks, but a bit of poor focus fire, of course, that costs them a lot of HP, costs them now tanks because they're kind of separated. You can see Napalm not really committing into the fight. And it's just like with Aussie, like with the both CSs, if you want to commit to a tank, you have to go together. This is the part I'm talking about where I'm going, hang on a second, you're now allowing the S to be one into a single position where he's able to control some of these firing corridors. Critical, obviously, setting up for the other side for the crossfire, and really good target selection as well. The fact that Buff is able to slide that shot onto Raspberry means it's down to a 2-on-2, and it all comes down to how well you can use that turret armor. And from there on in, it was pretty much... I was scared for a little bit, I'll be honest. With the CS63 ramming, I didn't know how much HP was going to be the difference, but Critical couldn't really get his tank behind at the end of the day. So on to Himmelsdorf now.
That's where we're going, and that was... Every time I see it, it gets closer and closer. I'd love to see it be our Ironside ANZPL hot shot next week, potentially. But yes, Himmelsdorf it is. And the Skorpions will be on defense first. This one picked by the Conks, however, so I wonder, real elfish guy, what they have in store for us.
Yeah, me too. I'm quite interested to see what we're going to get through. T110E3 on the defense for Skorpions. Normally a tank that really does fill one or two positions, the pillboxes, and of course that's where Napalm is going to be in one of them.
Conks haven't played this at all this season, by the way.
A bit of a curveball then, I suppose. I don't think it's one that Skorpions tends to lean towards all that often either, but they do play it from time to time. Double mouse, double super conqueror, and an E3 on the defense, though. That's a lot of HP to chew through.
Yep. I mean, similar on this side as well. Double super conk, double E100. They have almost equal HP, which is quite surprising when you consider like how... There's an E3 as well on the side of the Skorpions. So Slayer's going to be spotted by the E3. Napalm's actually pretty good in this tank. I remember, I think the last time he was chucked into this one, he performed pretty fantastically. But it's going to be a regulation. All right, we're going on to the 2-cap with an E100. AMX50B still on the hill, which is a bit of a difference.
I mean, this is not the worst of setups, though, for Conquerors. I personally am not normally a fan of leaving that 50B up on the hill. I find a lot of the time it doesn't really have the impact that it can if it's down in the brawl in the pack. But if that's something that Conquerors have identified as being viable and something that they want to give a try, then definitely. You got a lot of slow tanks here for Skorpions, but they're all pretty much in the correct position. I think they've got a good read that Conquerors is headed in this direction. So they shouldn't be too concerned if that cap pressure does start to come through.
I mean, Slayer cops one, but luckily it's not from the E3, because that would have hurt a lot more. So he's come across towards that A0 line. Now, there's actually... Okay, this is like me just going into just really vague nerd knowledge at the moment, because I think a lot of people, if you play this map, and especially on... While there's no action, because obviously there's no cap pressure, it's very common that you'll see clans actually sit tanks where Napalm is, because it's a very strong position. Interestingly enough, near B5, there is an angle you can shoot into one of these holes into and actually shoot the side of an E3 or any tank that decides to put hull down in there. So, just as a bit of a fun fact for any teams that go, how do we break camps like this? How do we try to dislodge tanks in a keyhole over here? If you manage to take that right side of the map, you take the courtyard and you kind of make your way down mid and you make sure you're secure there as well, it actually becomes a lot easier to slide shots into the keyhole. So
critical in the Super Conqueror. Nice little exchange there against Benny.
This is not an easy fight to be taking as a Super Conqueror as well into a mouse. I mean, I used to say that I prefer the E100 over the mouse, but recently playing it, like I said, the mouse does have its benefits at certain times where if you're angling really strongly, if you're able to ricochet because you're pointing your turret at like a completely scuffed angle, you get away with so much. But the problem is right now, Jordan, the 50B is going to be absolutely useless.
Yes, that is a big problem. It's a big playmaking tank. Bluey needs to get down off that hill because this push coming through is Not going to be influenced by him at all. Luckily, it'll be a relatively quick rotation for him, being that he's in a 50B, which is a quicker tank, and he's driving down a hill as well. I mean, Conquerors actually fall off of the cap. They've forced that push through from the Skorpions, and they're happy with that. Now Skorpions are sort of in an awkward spot here, where they don't really want to drive forward, but they can't really drive backward either, so they're just potentially eating a couple of shots for free. Once again, we're back onto the cap here for the Conquerors. They've done a good job of bleeding Skorpions' HP down. Good trade so far coming through from the attackers.
Yeah, I really like actually the position from Slayer. His positioning, there's a little bit of rubble where he's sitting there. Allowing to actually spot these pushes is going to be the key. Now, the 50B has rotated towards the debris on the hill at this point in time. But now the repush is going to begin onto Critical, and Tuck is leaving at the worst time possible, as a matter of fact. Out comes the rest of the tanks. Tuck now needs to head back there. Critical cannot hold against 3 tanks by himself. He needs reinforcements ASAP.
Cool. Just his way back forward. I mean, Aussie and Raspberry are doing a good job of getting around on his flank. They're looking for some shots in, but there isn't really an angle there at all, is there? Benny continues to bleed HP. Critical is having a whale of a time farming up right now. Inevitably, one shot comes back.
The problem is Slayer's position has been dislodged. Because they've been able to push into here, Slayer is no longer in a hold down position. So 2 tanks on the camp. It does allow Russian to come across, of course. He will be able to get the reset, but it comes down to how well this brawl does happen. Tuck missing a shot there means Critical's going to go down. Obviously, the cap pressure is going to be alleviated. Bluey's going to cop one from the E3 for sure, but he'll be able to get into the fight. Critical, yes, he'll go down, but has he done enough to buy time is the real question.
About that. Skorpions are really bleeding out a lot of HP though. Let's be real. Conquerors are sort of going toe for toe with them. Super Conqueror of Aussie has a damage ammo right now as well, which means he's going to be putting out less damage. And against an E100, that's a big deal indeed. Slayer just backing up, trying to preserve his HP. Russian will drop in the mouse, and right now it's a 4-on-4. Skorpions having a significant HP advantage, and it looks like they've found the overmatch as well. 3-on-2, unless Tuck can go absolutely ballistic and somehow Slayer can survive, it's just not winnable for the Conquerors anymore.
Yeah, unfortunately, their only win condition there was maybe Bluey staying alive, getting around the E3 and then circling, getting the tracking shots and then finishing him off. Then obviously the 50B can do tons of work from that point onwards. There's so much module damage. Every single ammo rack in this town's damage right now. Lots of awkward shots, obviously, at this close range at this point in time, but at the end of the day, it's going to be Buff Hamster getting potentially a little bit bench pressed right now as Napalm is looking to just pump one in. There it is. 2-1 for the Skorpions as they're looking to get one more for the series victory.
Yep, Scorpion's pretty confident there on defense. Only losing 1 tank, and just happens to be the guy that I picked for my fantasy league. So that's less than ideal for me, but exactly what the Scorpions needed to do. They're now just 1 win away from locking themselves in that 2nd spot on the ladder. Potential, though, still, Kev, for this to go back to the tiebreaker. We'll see if we can get that far, but that was a very different game. That was a game where it kind of felt like maybe the Scorpions were in a pretty good spot most of the time. There was a point where I think we were even on HP, but the Scorps were up a tank, and then obviously they found themselves with extra numbers on the right-hand side of the map, and that was pretty much done and dusted by that point.
Yeah, I feel like definitely the big difference maker. I really like the Conquerors' approach to that, but I felt like the 50B was not in the right position. Ultimately, I felt like the 50B would have been much better serviced if he was actually coming in from the south instead, pressuring the Super Conquerors that were wrapping around and going on to Critical, because you identified where the tanks were. You want to make sure, hang on a second, how do we make sure we set ourselves up so we'll never be in an overmatch? I felt like 3 or 4 of the tanks were in the right position. You had the E100s placed correctly. You had the Super Conqueror, as well as where the both Super Conks, both E100s, perfectly situated. But the 50B is as harsh as it sounds. I don't feel like it should have gone north. I felt like it would have been better off wrapping south. It had the maneuverability, you had the information to go off, and it had the playmaking potential of stopping the Super Conquerors from wrapping around into Banana again. But obviously, hindsight's perfect.
Certainly is. Critical up there on the top, Elfish Guy. Any Any comments here from you? Any special comments as we
I mean,
head
he did
to
a really
replay?
good job. He did a really good job,
Yeah.
didn't he? He was kind of locking down that flank. I thought that could be the difference maker. One Super Conqueror, it felt like, was holding off 3 tanks from the Skorpions, but inevitably, even though he was chewing through the mouse's HP, I mean, it's still a mouse, you know? So, end of the day, he's still got so much to play with that it really doesn't matter. And in the end, yeah, Critical couldn't quite do enough up on the top side as well. Near the cap, the fight was being won by the Skorpions, and he was eventually overwhelmed by the power of numbers, which was going to happen. It was a case of when, not if. And luckily for Skorpions, they were decisive enough to make that push at the time that it was required. Because, I mean, it did get down to relatively late in the piece. You know, there's a minute and a half here left, and if they would have left it another 30 seconds, then time could have started to become a factor.
Well, I guess it's, you know, it's on the side of the Conks anyway, right? To make that work. So for the Skorpions, however, we'll flip this around and see what they can do in an attack. I think as much as JT's probably out there enjoying his Zingerberger stacker or whatever at the moment, probably would prefer to come out of this one with an actual win. Probably don't want to let it get through to the tiebreaker if they can avoid it. So we'll see what they can do in attack, but it would be a little bit embarrassing, Jordan, if Kev did get this one right with the Conquerors pick on the pick'em.
I would be pretty surprised.
I'd be very surprised as well if I got it right. I picked it just to, like I said, it's just to trigger JT. So I hope that it's done that.
Like you're still seeing Skorpions winning the series right now. They're still looking like a little bit of a more solid squad, and the fact that they've got 2 of their core players not in the picture tonight, one of which is their caller, is, you know, I think tells the tale.
Certainly does. We head back to Himmelsdorf one more time. Scorps can lock this one down with an attacking side win. They'll seal the deal, seal second place for the season, and we'll head across our final matchup of the night. The alternative that they can't push through the Conquerors, and we head to Cliff. And we haven't seen the tiebreaker so far tonight.
I'm not sure that we're going to see it in this series either, if I would have to take a guess, but the final series of this evening could be a pretty close one. That would be my guess if we were going to get it, as to where it would come from.
Now, I did see the 4 come out, and I thought, hang on, does JT come back? No, it's just Raspberry playing the IS-4, so... okay, early on, looks like it's posturing closer towards the rail yard, as opposed to actually taking some Nana control or heel control. Obviously, Russian decides to go take a bit of a look, but it didn't really work out. Now, I don't know, Jordan. I feel like I've got a curse. Whoever I do pick on my ANZ PL team is just not doing well. I've got Russian today. I had Bales. Who was the other 5-star that I picked? I can't even remember.
Rainbow?
I didn't pick Rainbow. And it was probably a good thing because he didn't have the best performance this week either.
Yeah, I think all the 5-stars have been struggling today.
All I'm saying is, I feel like, is it insider trading if I go, all right, who wants... Oh, no, I picked Dark, who didn't play that well either. That's right.
I feel like picking Dark is a bit of a throw given the form that Bulldogs were in.
It's a little bit of a throw.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's a nice little cheeky one.
I was going to say, Napper is having a bit of a gaze what's going on over there, and he gets rewarded for it.
Yeah, not sure that he should be allowed to get away with a peak like that. But it's not too substantial, that damage, so he'll be pretty happy to grab it, but it definitely doesn't win the game for the Skorpions. There was a bit of damage coming back through onto Russian as well, so it's 1-for-1 as far as the exchange is concerned. Napalmer and Slayer having a bit of a side scrape battle with one another. Not having much luck in terms of the penetration, which I guess is to be expected.
Yeah, at this stage, what would you try to go for? Would you try to hope that your opponent, like, over angles or you go for the lower plate, or would you decide to just kind of go, nah, I'm just going to be like the Sigma Mel and go for his Cupola?
I wouldn't even take that fight, to be honest with you. Because it just feels like a waste of ammo.
Alright, Elfish Guy is confirmed to be not the greatest water tanks gamer. It's a pretty beta move. I would actually take that fight any day of the week.
It's not a beta move, it's a smart move, I reckon.
Nah, beta move. Alpha would just be like, alright, I'm driving a 277 at him. Like, Blue would be driving at him. But a Sigma would be like, alright, I'm side scraping, and I'm going to pen his Cupola. Or his neck.
feel like you're going a little bit too in deep onto this analogy.
About what?
I mean, about whether you're a Sigma or a Beta, when everyone already knows the answer to that.
What? That we're both Chads?
Sure. We'll
And
go with
Ben's
that
the
one.
Beta?
You know what?
Ben
Is
probably
kinda
like
Chad.
is a super conqueror that like probably hides in the corner. Like Ben would probably be playing like A4 because we talk how it's a really good position.
Ben's definitely a redliner. But
Yeah.
what is kind of a Chad move is Russian getting onto the cap here. I think Skorpions have kind of debated Conquerors a little bit. They've been poking up and down this rail track, and they've been taking some engagements, and they've been more or less showing their position on that one flag side of the map. But pretty quickly, they put the VZ55 over on the 2 flag, and now that's forced a rotation out. And Skorpions is not moving, so they're just trying to pull this rotation out from Conquerors. And who's that Super Conqueror down on G2? I mean, they're very
Slayer.
isolated.
Yeah, Slayer is going to eventually go down, but I think Bluey needs to stay there right now. This is a really good bait, as you said, Jordan. It's forcing all these tanks to come across. Rushton leaves at the perfect time. And yeah, he gets away pretty much scot-free for that. So yeah, they'll clear everything out over here, but there is no way a Super Conqueror E100 is ever going to catch up to a VZ55. And now you can start using a numbers advantage. And I think Slayer does the right thing. He pushes deep into the enemy base. Now, Bluey versus Benny. Bluey's always going to lose this one, not only because of the fact you got less HP at this current point in time, but also because you have worse DPM. Obviously, Slayer's trying to help out, and he's actually doing a good job of it. He's buying a lot of time right now doing circles around the opponents, and has really kept this one-on-one fight now competitive. Sure, Benny will eventually be... I was going to say, it would eventually take it out, but the U100 comes at the right time. Slayer's going to go down, but he's done enough.
Yeah, Slayer's definitely done a good job. Raspberry bounced that shot off of Slayer as well. So it's starting to become a bit more of an awkward fight here for Skorpions. Eventually, they get their tanks into the positions that they need to be in, but it's not overall the free trade that Skorpions were expecting or looking for. Do have Bluey down onto a one-shot. That's the one saving grace here for Skorpions. They're down on HP, but they have a tank that they can take out of the picture pretty quickly if they get the good shot through.
I think it's all about recognizing where you need to collapse on at the moment. And once again, the port of call is going to be critical, who's relatively isolated at this point in time. And the problem is right now for the Conquerors, there's no way to actually shift some of their members to get into a better position. You can't rotate Bluey. You can't rotate anyone else, really. And Russian's just going to get 2 free clips. Critical, though, eyes on the prize, trying to get Raspberry down to a single shot. Now, buffs come across to make sure Aussie can't get involved in the fight. Really important he doesn't. And Critical, I mean, he really wants that monitor, doesn't he? He's landing every single shot that's important right now. And Bluey, yeah, you just leave him alone right now because Tuck's now come into the fight. And this is just ringing around the rosy at this stage.
It's looking a little bit awkward here for Super Conquerors. Tark just not quite getting that shot through onto Russian. Now means Critical is out in no man's land, but it looks like Russian is still on the reload, so Aussie is going to have to turn around in that Super Conqueror. Again, remembering damaged ammo rack. He's out of this fight for a little while, and it's 3-on-3. I mean, this is very close indeed. Nate Palmer is in a great spot to farm. Tuck, who's been set on fire as well. It's really coming down to the wire. I've got no idea which way this one is going to go. I have to imagine maybe Conquerors walks away with the win. Having 2 fairly healthy E100s makes a big difference.
Buff missing that shot, I think doesn't, but Tuck will convert on that one, and Russian eventually is going to clip out, though I think he still wants to obviously fight against Tuck at the end of the day, and they'd rather go, you know what, we'd have a high HP tank. So, at the end of the day, of course, Napalm is going to come across, but this is where Bluey staying alive is going to be very important. Hang on, Buff, you need to focus on the target in front of you, dude. You got to take down the VZ. You can't just let him escape like that. That said, the Conquerors are on the defense. All Buff needs to do is get rid of one of these tanks. He's done that. Russian should be off the reload, but he's completely booked it.
He's got a damaged ammo rack,
reload, but he's got a damaged
yeah.
ammo rack, so it should take a little bit longer. Bluey, of course, is going to do what we call the Rainbow Special. He is going to find a corner to sit in. We're playing hide and seek over here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I think the reason Buff Hamster goes for the Super Conk there is that he knows that Russian has got a damaged ammo rack.
Because you've got... What is it? What is the skill called?
I don't know, because no one uses it.
Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye.
Yeah.
That's the one.
But yeah, he would have known. He would have known that Russian was still going to be on the reload. And so it was a pretty good decision in the end from Buff Hamster. Obviously, Bluey's booked it. This round is over, and we are going to be going to the tiebreaker. So
yeah,
didn't expect it out of this one, to be honest, but here we are.
Really good brawling once again. I feel like coming out from the Conquerors. It always feels like it's a bit it's always on a knife's edge for me. It's like Skorpions react to one thing, then Conquerors counter-react, and Skorpions punish, but then the Conquerors are able to counter-react, and it just keeps bouncing back and forth. At the end, it comes into a brawl, and I would argue that wouldn't even come close if not for the fact that Napalmer gets a double ignite onto Tuck. I just want to point that out.
At the start there, right? Russian jumps on the cap, baits out like 2/3 of the Conquerors into trying to take him on. Gets out without anyone spotting him. And I kind of feel like at that point, the Skorpions, how do the Skorpions not find themselves an advantage from that?
I'm sure we'll see it on the replays, but they got kind of swindled by Slayer, who was just playing Ring Around the Rosie with them.
Yeah. Not only that, Slayer playing Ring Around the Rosie, but I want to point out Bluey does 4.2k damage, and I'm fairly confident most of it was when he was a one-shot. So his ability just to stay alive and be on the extremities of the battle, really, really key for the Conquerors actually sneaking a victory away, considering how close, once again, that battle was.
Yeah, that was super close. And the fact that we're going to go to Cliff is actually quite exciting at this point, to be honest with you. Yeah, look at that. Bluey, 4.2k. Not bad at all. Buff Hamster doing some work also. Not bad. All hits and 9 pens from there. I'm like really interested in every time critical how that's going to hurt. Hits to pens. I don't know. It's going to hurt him on the leaderboard, gents.
66%. Not ideal. Not ideal, because he was up at about 80%, I think, if I cast my mind back to earlier today. But look, I mean, it's still early days, right? I mean, we've got another couple of weeks in terms of... I was actually going to say in terms of playoffs, but I guess
not for him.
The Conquerors aren't going to make it.
Not for the Conks. No.
Maybe that's a bit of a moot point. Although, to be fair, if you can get through to the final week and maintain a pretty good spot, I think going into playoffs, maybe it'll be a bit harder to farm those numbers up.
Well, I think actually being in playoffs is worse. Almost,
yeah, exactly.
For the amount for how good your pen's going, because those games should be tougher. They should be more difficult matches. So we'll head across to the replay, and Kev, you can talk us through this. But this is the bit where I was like, all right, he gets out. I'm like, surely they get a shot in. Not only do they not get a shot in, but they don't even spot him at this point. And you can see 3 tanks there, the 277 up the top. How does it take so long to pick up this Super Conqueror?
I mean, he's just done absolute laps around them, and I don't think that's ever possible for a Super Conqueror, but Slayer just buys so much time. He commits... Look how many forces are committed onto the Super Conqueror at the moment. 4 forces when you've lost an E100. To me, that feels like Skorpions just not on the same page together. It looks good, but I feel like they've lost a vision of the bigger picture, which I feel like... I don't know if JT's in Discord calling or if he's just kind of having a bit of a relaxed week at the moment, but this feels so different to what we normally see the Skorpions playing. Normally they're on the same page, but this time around it's like everyone's kind of doing their own thing. They have a separated plan. It just doesn't look the same. I don't know if Jordan would agree with me on that one.
I mean, I think I do. I think it is a little bit more difficult to read from Skorpions as to exactly what they want to do. I feel like they're a little bit less decisive as well. They take a bit longer to call the play that they want to make or figure out exactly what they want to be doing. And then when they are doing it, sometimes it's a little bit more uncoordinated. And I think also the individual players, like, you miss a lot when you don't have Knight and JT. These are guys that are going to be able to step up when it really matters. They're going to find that cheeky extra damage or make that clutch happen where another player might not be able to do that. So I will be interested to see, like, if we're going into this tiebreaker now, are we going to see the full core roster of Skorpions, or are they going to continue to maintain this team? And then if they lose this series, I mean, they'll get to 13 points. Matildas is at 14.
Yeah, so
there is still a world where they can drop to 4th.
If they tiebreak a loss?
They'd be at 13. Action X would go to 13. Oh, I mean, Action X probably doesn't have the head-to-head against Skorpions.
Action X doesn't have the head-to-head.
So, they probably are fine, I guess, in 3rd, which would mean they'd play Matildas regardless.
Yeah. The Action X played the Skorps and got demolished. So from this, you would say that they, at minimum, lock in 3rd place. So we'll see what the end result is. You'd love to be second anyway, just cause. So the tiebreak advantage for the Conquerors here. We knew it would come down to Tundra because both sides had an attacking side win. The Conquerors did theirs in 4:43, while the Skorpions took almost 6 minutes 40. So Conquerors will pick side. They pick defense on Cliff. Kev, I don't know. I kind of feel like every time we play Cliff, it ends up as a brawl. Does side even matter here? You tell me.
It still does a little bit, but I do also feel like it depends on what you want to do in the attacking side or the defensive side. If you decide to go for a donut brawl early on, I feel like it still favors the defensive side a little bit because you need to still commit forces into mid. Whereas if you decide to commit straight into mid, the attacking side does have an easier way up, right? You can actually go around the side so you don't cop any damage going up, and you've got an angle where you can shoot tanks going up the hill from the defensive side. Once again, all you need to really do is just turtle up on the defense. If you get your tanks set up in the right area, if you don't bleed out, you're able to counter bleed, then the world's your oyster. But I feel like a lot of the teams are starting to figure out exactly how to bleed out the defense. So I'd like to see an STRV again. I feel like that's as painful as it sounds, like bringing an STRV. It's such a strong tank because even though you know where it is, you just can't do anything against it.
I love the Stridsvan. It's one of my favorites. I even watched a whole thing on it. I watched like a 30-minute YouTube video about it once. Very interesting tank from the Swedes. Gotta love it. They come out with some crazy stuff. But I'll take one today. What?
Well, at least they figured out it's like, oh, we got lots of mountains. You know what we should have in our tanks? We should have the ability for our tanks to be able to look down. Now,
smart.
I know it's revolutionary, isn't it? There's a lot of mountains there, and they decide to have tanks that can look down. Now, on the other hand, China, you've got tons of mountains, but the tank velocity is like, what's gun depression? WZ 120, 3 degrees of gun depression. That's all you got, mate. Good luck having fun at Tier 9 fighting against tanks.
Well, we've got a couple minutes until we jump into game. This is being closer than I thought it would be. I'm going to be honest with you, real elfish guy. I did not think... I guess, to be fair, it's hard to compare. And this is going to be, next week, right, when we talk about the Skorpions and we want to reference this game. It's very hard to reference this game when they're missing a couple of their core players, right? There's very little that you can actually take away from this game coming into playoffs.
No, I don't think you can look at this one and really tar it with the same brush as any of the other Skorpions matches. Although, I mean, some of their games in the lead up to playoffs have been a little bit shaky. Like, they've been taken to some closer series. They probably should have closed out that series against Sentinels. They weren't able to do that. Who was it last week? Was it Archers, I think, that took them to a tiebreaker as well? So now this is another tiebreaker that Skorpions have been taken to by a team that really probably shouldn't. Yes, granted, obviously, it's a different roster and you don't have your caller. That's a big deal. I will say, though, I think this definitely should be a win for Skorpions. Like, you can't really lose to Conquerors. Whether it matters or not, I don't think matters, per se. Like, I want to look at this and say Skorpions should win this, regardless of whether or not the implications of this take an impact onto the scoreboards. I'm looking at the previous match history as well of these two teams, and Skorpions haven't lost at all on Cliff, on attack or defense. And Conquerors have like a 16% win rate. So they've only got to win once on defense out of 3 times they played on it, and they've also played 3 on attack. Obviously, they're playing on defense here, so there is that to sort of factor in, that they might have a bit of a better chance because they are on the defense. Would you say,
was it the last time they lost on Cliff was against, they get reverse swept on Cliff? Is that what happened?
Skorpions?
Yeah.
I can't remember.
I'm not too certain.
In season 2
at this stage.
It's a long time ago. Season 2 was a long time ago for my very old brain.
It happened in the semi-finals. It was the Cliff game. It was the TVP and the Batchat on the hill, Cindy as well as JT. It was that series.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of the pressure's gone though. Let's be real, the pressure's gone for both these teams right now. But of course, you still want to come out with the regular season victory. It wouldn't be a bad thing here for the Conks to pick up a victory for sure. Let's roll out one battle. The Conquerors on defense, the Skorpions on attack. And oh my goodness, it's taken him long enough, elfish guy. He scoffed it down, rinsed the KFC off his hands, and he's back.
All right, well, I guess when the chips are down, Skorpions really need to win. They bring JT back in, and they get their caller, though. They don't have Knight still, so Raspberry is still in. But I think this is probably a good decision from Skorpions. You don't want to be going down in this series, whether it matters or not on the standings. You definitely still want to be picking the win up, taking that second seed. Give you a little small advantage into the semi-final. I dare say something to do with the selection of vetoes or something like that. JT's going to get into the mix pretty early on in the piece as well in that VZ55. It looks like a great start here. What a difference it makes for Skorpions.
Yeah, I feel like that's GG as well. Just like I said, from the attacking side, sometimes you have the right tank composition. You can really start contesting some of these areas nice and early on. Now they've got hill control. They've got this lower hill control. Slayers, he can't really even do anything at this point in time. And Russian just absolutely clipping out. I think this is it. Skorpions will take the series. Just like that, just based on some early fights. Really good pressure coming out early on from the CS63s and the TVP. But the other two 7-7s just don't get up there in time for the Conquerors. And just like that,
pretty much.
GG. Yeah. What a difference that really makes. Just sometimes even just how they look. Skorpions just looking there, going, all right, we're doing this. We're going in. Don't miss your shots. Otherwise, my name's GT. I'm going to be screaming at you if you miss your shots. I think that's enough incentive for the guys in the Skorpions to not miss their shots. So Russian's going to get screamed at because he missed a shot there, I think.
Is he off the team, you reckon? Or is he still on the team?
I might still be on the team, but look, Skorpions making that tiebreaker look like it really wasn't needed at the end of the day. JT just, I don't know, like which meme is it that's appropriate where like someone, it's like you're fighting a boss, right? And you're going through the multiple stages, and the final stage is like, all right, here comes JT, need to defeat this guy, he's just smashed down a Zinger Burger. There's no way you're beating him. You might as well GG go next, and that's what the Conquerors did.
All right, well, congrats to the Skorpions. They pick it up. Nice of JT to finally turn up tonight and log onto the server, and a convincing tiebreaker victory there for the Skorpions on attack on Cliff, and I guess they remain undefeated on Cliff according to Elfish Guy and the Fantasy League stats.
That's what it says. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
if
that's
it's
what
true,
it says.
I assume so.
So from that, they'll grab 2 points, and that'll bump them up to the scoreboard. I think that should put them, the Skorpions on 14, the Matildas on 14. I'm pretty sure the Skorpions have the head-to-head, but it really doesn't matter because 2 plays 3, right? So glad to see Russian. Thank you, Russian. Finally getting some points for my fantasy league. My last chance for tonight to actually stay ahead of Jordan on the fantasy league standings. But I did see, by the way, J-Rated mentioning in chat that the Alienware sharpshooter and MVP numbers are locked at the end of tonight, by the way.
Okay.
So that is interesting.
Well, I guess it's fair, right? You don't want to give anyone an advantage or disadvantage by virtue of having to play in the playoffs. That's kind of what they do with the fantasy as well. Fantasy. This is the last week of fantasy. You know, we won't have fantasy for the semifinals or the finals. So
oh, really? Well, I wouldn't have taken the risk then. I hope I don't lose to you now.
I think you will. I actually genuinely think that I might overtake it tonight. We'll see.
Feels bad.
Yeah, I'm having a good night. I'm pretty sure.
It's all JT's fault. All right, let's take a look at these replays. Kev, you said it's about the tanks you pick at the start. The Skorpions rolled on up, and it was GG from like 30 seconds in.
Pretty much. They instantly get the pick onto critical. They have hill control because they have 2 CS63s. They've got the control of mid because they've got the faster tanks. Because a Supercon can never get there in time. So Slayer's kind of just hoping that there's an overextension. But you can see the Skorpions, they play really wise around that one. Why peak high where the Supercon can shoot you when you can just peek the low ground? And that's exactly what you did. You've got the numbers on mask. You just bled out enough HP and then you decide to commit all together. And you just allow the damage to really roll forward from there. So really good to see once again that I think it's just once again basic tank understanding coming out from Skorpions. And I know it sounds like it sounds cliched, but looking at what tank lineup you have against your opponent's lineup and figuring out what you can do and what they can't do as well is always an instrumental part of ANZPL. And as soon as you've got JT coming back, even if he was calling, he would have called the same thing. But like I said, I feel like he would have been going, all right, anyone's missing, guys, you're in big trouble. And JT would be probably screaming at them for every missed shot they've had. So Russian's copping one right now. And I think Raspberry as well, his ears are going to be ringing absolutely if he hasn't got JT on mute already.
Well, for the Skorpions, congrats. They lock it in. And now I think we've got a pretty good idea of our top 3 teams. We know, I think the Sentinels are going to be in first. Then you've got the Skorpions and Matildas tied on 14 points apiece, which should give the Skorpions their head-to-head, I believe. But it doesn't really matter because 2 plays 3. But We got to the end of the night. We set this up. We said this is what we wanted. We have one spot left in the top 4. Right now, the Action X sitting there on 10 points, ready to go. And they have not played tonight. Coming up next, it's the Action X up against the Panthers. If the Panthers get the 3-point win, that'll put them on 10. They'll have the head-to-head against the Action X. And I think, I'm waiting for Mateo to tell me wrong, but I'm pretty sure that gives Panthers top 4. If the Action X come out on top or they find themselves even 1 point, that will be enough. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we will decide who will be the 4th and final team in the top 4 for ANZ PL Season 3. See you very soon.
Despite being young, Ermelinda contributed heavily to a classified high-tech tank project. But along with that, Miss Young developed automated sentries for that large-scale vehicle. She even conducted performance testing of the units while piloting various tanks. The Luva was used to assess their targeting, and the T-92 to check their pathfinding. The sentry's performance was optimized, and so was Ermelinda's. A brilliant young scientist became an aspiring tank commander. Make Ermelinda Young fight on your side. Pick up the September drop from Prime Gaming. High voltage. Along with the Magnetic Commander, it offers you a choice of 2 out of 6 items. Chocolate, 5 missions for ×5 experience when victorious, and 4 rental tanks, including the Luva and the T-92. You're also entitled to the fully charged decal, the Spark of Genius medal, a day of premium account, and more missions for ×5 experience. Acquire the high voltage package by clicking on the dedicated World of Tanks Prime Gaming page. Link your Amazon and World of Tanks accounts. Proceed by clicking the Allow button and redeem the offer. If you did all that while in the game, just exit and log in again to get all the great stuff. Visit the official site for additional information. Claim high voltage to honor the unsung heroines of engineering and all junior specialists doing their job well, and also some of their superiors' job. See you in battle, Commander.
Welcome back. I hope you're all enjoying your Friday night. We've had some banger matches tonight. Some ones that were particularly one-sided. I think we were all surprised, maybe not Kev. I was surprised that one went to the tiebreaker, but pretty convincingly the Skorpions in the end. And all night long we've been talking about, wouldn't it be cool, wouldn't it be great if we got the last game and the Panthers still had a shot? What if the Panthers, who are currently sitting at 7th, on the ladder, you can see them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Perth Panthers, 7 points. Look at this. They are 1 win away. They're 3 battles. If they win 3 out of 4 against the Action X tonight, that'll put them on 10 points, Jordan. And then we go straight to the head-to-head. And they would win the head-to-head because they beat the Action X.
Yeah, that would be pretty poggers, actually. Not something that you see very often in a top 8 kind of a league like this. Normally, I go back to some of the leagues that we used to cast, Ben, and there'd be like maybe 2 or 3 really competitive teams, and then there's like a middle of the pack of like 2 or 3 teams, and then there's just 2 teams that like aren't even competitive in the slightest. But we pretty much had teams just being close all season long, and it's fantastic that we get to the final game of the season, and there is a debate to be made as to whether or not Action X or Panthers deserve this spot. I mean, Panthers have 1 extra loss, and of course they've got that tiebreaker loss in there as well, but maybe that tiebreaker loss is the difference maker, isn't it, right? That was the one that they had against Matildas last week, where they managed to get that extra point out, and if they didn't have that, then there's no chance. There's no chance that they catch Action X, even if they lose.
Yeah. And you look at what the Panthers have won, right, to get here. The Panthers, they beat the Conquerors, so the team who's the last on the leaderboard, so it's to be expected. 3-1. Their only other win for the season, they have no overtime win. Their only other win is against the Bulldogs, which at the time seemed kind of whack, right? But now we know that the Bulldogs have fallen off for the rest of the season. So the 2 wins that the Panthers have got haven't been the greatest of wins, even if we thought at the time that Bulldogs win was pretty impressive. But the one for me, Kev, and it's not a win, but it's the overtime loss against the Matildas last week. And now we know the Matildas are definitely a team to be reckoned with. And whilst they lost to the Matildas, it was actually a pretty close game.
Absolutely. I mean, it could have potentially not been a close game as well. We're always going back and thinking about, well, if this kill was converted from the Matildas, how weird is it? There's probably tons of other moments that we could focus on for the Panthers on how they, I guess, got here. But I think that's going to be always a defining one between a CS63 as well as a BZ55. That is literally the only reason why the Panthers are still here.
That's why we're here.
Yeah. If they didn't have that tiebreaker loss, they'd be on 6 points. And, well, no chance whatsoever. But now they've got a slight chance. And JS has to lead the boys there.
They do indeed. Talk about the boys, Kev. JS at the helm, beloved community member. And I think, to be fair, people would probably be pretty happy to see JS in finals. What do you think? Do you feel the same way?
Yeah, I definitely think that Perth Panthers, if they make their way into the finals, a lot of people are cheering them on. That we've considered them kind of the underdogs or the undercats of this season. But this is a roster that actually has a lot of talent on it, right? Like, JS is not as if he's an atrocious caller. He's got some solid individuals, like excluding that single moment from Twit, obviously in Tundra. He, I think, has had a decent season so far. Obviously, Lightning Man and Goober, lots of experience. And Pro Loser as well rounds out a pretty strong core 5 roster. And when they can play, obviously Phantom as well as Dastardly, able to just be role players. So on paper, this roster makes sense. They've been really unable to convert, I think, which has been the huge issue. And obviously tonight, it's going to be the biggest challenge yet. They're against a very competent opponent.
They are indeed. The Adelaide Action X, let's not rule them out. They're already sitting on 10 points. They're sitting in 4th. They're here for a reason. They've actually had a pretty reasonable season, Jordan. They beat the Matildas in overtime. They beat the Sentinels in overtime. And their last 2 matches have been a win against the Archers and then a win against the Conquerors. So the Action X have actually had a pretty good season. And if you were to put everything into balance, if you were to put everything onto scales and say who deserves to be in the top 4, I kind of feel like the Action X probably do deserve to be there.
Yeah, I mean, Action X beat Sentinels as well, so that's already an impressive result for them. I don't know, though. I think, like, community sentiment has gone against Action X in a way because they don't seem to be the underdog in this matchup. The perception seems to be that they've come into this one as a little bit more of the favorite, I would say, because they peaked a little bit too early in the season by getting those wins against Matildas and against Sentinels. Now everyone goes, oh, Action X is pretty good. But I think people kind of want to see that comeback from behind that the Panthers can offer us. And so it seems like everyone's cheering for the Panthers.
Yeah, we'll see how the channel points end up panning out at the end. We're going to see Mines, the pick from the Panthers, then Sand River, and then if we're very lucky, a tiebreaker on Cliff once again to finish off the regular season. I kind of feel this is Action X all over it, if you ask me. We'll go to Mines first. We took a look at how these teams have played so far on Mines. The Panthers haven't played Mines at all this season, by the way. So they picked this map without a Mines game at all. But let's be real, everyone's played Mines a million times.
Well, not so much this season. It's actually been one of the maps that hasn't been picked as often. But I wonder if it's a little bit of a sneaky pick from the Panthers. Have they been practicing it a little bit this week? JS! Oh, he's gotten booked. But you know what? To be honest, maybe not as booked as he could have gotten, Kev. I think he might be pretty happy to get across there with only having taken a couple of shots. And even Dastardly, not a single shot connecting.
Man, you feel cheated as JS. You get across, you draw this 5, then Dastardly comes across, he's showing his side, and he just goes, you know what? I'm an IS-7. I don't care if I'm showing you my side. So the instant reroute over here from Action X, they cannot take this island control anymore. So good early bleed onto the CS, of course, but you're going to want to take this mid control. And the question is, where do you go from this mid control afterwards for Adelaide Action X? You leave the Super Conqueror up there, but what do you do with the 277s? Looks like Phantom.
They just need to take control of the map, don't they? I mean, it's one thing to at least get it. Obviously, after that is when you start making those decisions.
I don't think there's any way for the Kronvan to actually pen the I7 at that distance, at that angle. There's no way you can get into the holdowns. So that's pretty much just going to be a wet noodle fight. Maybe eventually both parties will opt to sling HE. But look, the push towards the 9-0 line, I don't mind this, but the issue is always going to be you take a lot of bleed damage on the way in.
Where's the IS-4 on the Panthers side?
It's underneath the bowl. So this stops tanks actually going underneath. The Supercon can't actually peek onto the angle as well. It's an interesting one because what that allows you to do with both Super Conquerors is just anchor into that position. All of a sudden, it's like you can drop down. The IS-4 is relatively safe. You're just playing bait and switch at the moment. And it's so hard to dig an IS-4 out of a position like this. So this is really hyper annoying to deal with, actually, when thinking about it.
Sort of feels like a bit of a bait, to be honest. The Panthers are trying to push them into this 7-8-9 line push because they've taken the 1-2 line, and they want to push a tank into that IS-4. Ooh,
that's a good shot coming out from
damage from
JS, I'd say, because JS would be the only person that could fit an angle in there.
Phantom might have been able to in the Super Conk.
True. I feel like if Phantom shot, then he would be lit, right? That's my suspicion. Whereas like JS being that far back, he wouldn't have been lit. All right, so the commitment's going to be into the 1-2 line over here. 2 tanks against 4. I think the Super Conqueror's got some shots on the cross. You've got IS-4 who may have a glimpse of one of these tanks.
Yeah, I
but
think
it's really going to come down to... It's really just going to come down to how well the focus fire is, how good the early bleed's going to come out from. And you can see, yeah, Phantom's already set up for it.
It depends on how early Dastardly is able to get the vision on Action X, though. He needs to get it, as soon as possible. Obviously, he's already lit, so he's feeling a little bit awkward here. But now that Val's been spotted, Panthers are going to start to get that info through, and the shots need to come in as well. Nice connection from the Super Conqueror and from Dastardly as well, by the looks of things. We have the CS63 of JS chiming in. But Dastardly can't get another shot in. And now JS is going to be the one under a little bit of pressure. Dastardly will not opt to move out of his position just yet. They're going to try and focus down Shanky Pants. JS has to move back around the rock, and shots are coming through onto him. He's down to a one-shot and eventually killed. Very nice, decisive push from Action X, but the question is, has it cost too much HP, particularly given the fact that Dastardly is still surviving in that IS-7, and he's going to be a tough nut to crack.
And the problem right now is that the IS-4 is making this hill climb. Xanon doesn't know this is coming. There is no way you can drop off the hill from that position. So he's still focused right now onto Dastardly. But this is, as I was saying, this was a really good defensive setup because you have to bleed a lot of HP. You have to telegraph your push very early on. And to dig Dastardly out is an absolute nightmare in IS-7. And now Xanon's going, oh, are you kidding me? I've got to fight an IS-4. I've got to fight IS-4 and a Super Con. So he's going to try and focus down Phantom Suite over here. But the Cronvar is just absolutely useless in the river right now. This is really good side scraper coming out from Twit, by the way. A really good shots coming in from the other Super Conqueror on the side of Goober, just making sure he's supporting Dastardly. Xanon making this one costly right now on the hill. He's doing really well so far, but this is a fight he can never win.
Dastardly just trying to keep as much HP up as possible, wait for his teammates to help him out, and that's what's going to start to come through. Twit does dispatch of Xanon. Inevitably, the numbers start to swing in the favor of the Panthers. It's a 2-on-4. Eugene is a one-shot. Cube's been farming damage.
Yeah, Dastardly's played this really well, I have to say. 1-star. Wait, is he still a 1-star pick or is he a 2-star now?
Dastardly?
Either way.
Yeah,
Dastardly.
He's a 2-star.
He's a 2-star. Wow. That's right. He got upgraded from being a 1-star player, and that's exactly why. That was really well played by him. Really well played by Goober as well. So, yeah, shots are going to come out at the end of the day. Let's see if Dastardly goes down. No, it's going to be Eugene that cops it. And, well, the sustained DPM of Goober is always going to take out the Kronvan. So, great defensive play coming out from the Panthers. Very, very patient at the end of the day. And, well, they're going to be up 1-0. The dream's still alive for them, of course. And that's going to help a lot for them.
Yeah, certainly will, and that's it. It's all about keeping the dream there, and the Panthers managed to do that. It's one step at a time, right? You get to start on the side you want. You get to start on your map. You pick a map that you haven't played all season, and I'm pretty sure the Action X, they have played it, but they haven't won yet on mine so far this season. So, look, if you come in with something, it makes sense. You got to make the most of it. And Kev, by the sounds of things, you were pretty impressed with how they defended it. They had a strat, they played to it, and it worked for the Panthers.
Yeah, pretty much a strat. I was going to say it's like there's another word for it, but I'll just call it a nightmare camp strat because how do you just dislodge something like that? It's such a headache when you think about it. You're going, well, if we go here, we're going to get farmed. If we go here, we get farmed. So we're going to take damage anywhere that we do go. It's up to implementation on how it works. And unfortunately, the Panthers are just ready for it. So, like I said, that's just one of the hardest things to deal with is when you're versing a camp that's pretty strong. How do you break it? How do you dislodge it? And unfortunately for Adelaide Action X, it is always going to be a hard challenge once the tanks are set up. The question was always going to be if they got the tanks pushing down 1-2 before the IS-7 could get into a favorable hold down position, what would the story have been? But obviously you had to make a bit of a gamble at the beginning.
Yeah, you certainly did. Elfish Guy, any thoughts on that one? I guess that's sometimes I do see mines is a little bit defensively sided as well. Working out quite well, though, there for the Panthers.
Yeah, I just wonder how things would have gone if they would have actually opted for the 7-8 line push. Could they have gotten the tanks in onto the 3 that are inside of the defensive base and sort of overwhelmed them a little bit before the IS-7 and the CS-63 that were down on the beach would have had much of an impact? I think it's very possible that that could have been the case. If they would have had, one more tank that they could have sent down that line, whether they had like an extra, I don't know, I was going to say an extra 277, but obviously they can't have that because they've got 2 of them already. But, like
just make it
a tank in
6v5, right?
Yeah,
it would have been fine.
In that same vein, perhaps, instead of a Kranwagen, for example, or a Super Conqueror, maybe could have ended up being a different idea from that Action X. But, I mean, they made it pretty close. It's just that they weren't really able to get rid of Dastardly, and good crossfire setups were established by Panthers, who seem to be pretty well drilled on this map. So, in the end, Action X back to the drawing board, and they do move on to their defense, which I suspect is probably going to be a little bit of an easier side to play. So let's not count our chickens before they hatch.
So this is where I'm at on this game, by the way, and we kind of, I think, glossed over it when we went through the maps. The fact that the second map is Sand River, right? When we get to it. So if you're assuming that each team will win their defensive side of Sand River, and I think it's a lot to ask the Panthers to win an attacking side of Sand River. If the Panthers want to make it through with the full win and the 3 points, they need to win now on Mites. They need to 2-0 Mites, in my opinion, if they really want a shot at this. Because you do not want to have to get to your opponent's pick of Sand River, then need to win on attack and defense, because there are very few teams who have done that. It's not something we see very often. So this is it. To me, this is their shot. The Panthers need to have something on attack right now to keep this season alive. And I'm keen to see what it is, because they've got this far and it would be a crazy run for them to pick this up now. I want to see them keep the dream alive.
I think it's a good point, Ben, especially given the fact that Action X don't tend to shy away from Sand River. So they'll be pretty confident on that map. Mines on the attack, though. I don't know, Kevin. I mean, this to me feels like it can be a difficult one to attack on as well. It's just such a small map. You don't really have that many options. It's either attack on the beach or attack on the 7-8 line. And ultimately, the defenders can kind of cover all facets of the map from the same positions.
Yeah, and you can see already they're sending a couple of people towards the beach. I mean, the CS does spot this out. The VZs need to make sure they land their shots, which they do. JS not even getting lit at the same time. So some early bleed damage, which is always going to be good. I feel like this is just a repeat of what we saw earlier on. Gruber managing to make his way onto the hill as well. So he's having a few cracks at the moment, trying to chip in with some additional damage. But he wants to be a bit more cautious than that. I feel like we talked obviously a lot about Panthers, but not that much about Adelaide Action X. And I feel like this season they've actually had a pretty solid run of things. They've taken down some strong opponents. They've kept a lot of these series tight with tiebreakers. And I think one factor going in their favor as well, the Adelaide Action X, they've won every single tiebreaker they've played.
Okay, that's an interesting point as well, actually.
I mean, obviously we get to the tiebreaker. It's not really going to be the deciding factor in this case over here. But I feel like that's also a really good point to make in terms of the mindset, in terms of the games been having. Obviously, they would have been devastated from last season, barely missing out at the end of the day. But I don't know why the Panthers are committing so many tanks onto the hill.
Well, they've just given CJ a free clip's worth of damage. Lucky that the 277 isn't able to connect a shot as well. They've got 4 tanks on the hill. That is an interesting one, isn't it, Kev? Because I mean, it's nice to have the hill, but what can you really do from the hill? You're not going to win the game from the hill. I don't know, maybe they're going to try and put Goober on the cap here, but it looks like Shanky Pants is in a position to punish that anyway. So I'm waiting to see what the thought process is behind this one for Panthers. I feel like they've really sacrificed the lead that they had. They had a good amount of chip damage at the start of the game, but by sending all of those tanks up the hill, they just... I mean, they've equalized and, in fact... lost the lead.
Yeah, because there's no way... I wouldn't have mind like a single VZ55 re-pushing onto hill as like an additional support for the bat chat, but the problem is with the Super Conqueror being in this position, there is nothing that you can really do as Goober. Every single shot's going to be resettable. You can see Shanky Pants as well going for a shot. Tree is going to fall down. And he's going to see this. You'd be pretty blind not to see the tree fall down right in front of you. So, oh, and Shanky Pants has loaded these Hesh rounds as well. So looking to obviously punish his bat chat as soon as the pressure's going to be tapped. And you can see he's going to be like, all right, excellent. We're going to take a couple of blind shots. Every 7 seconds or so, can have a bit of a go.
No connection so far. Maybe anticipating Goober is behind the building? Where are other shots going into? That's what I'm trying to see.
But surely, like, you surely, like, you'd see the tree falling down, you go, there is a tree that has fallen down here.
I mean, he might not have been looking on his screen at that point. You know, he could have been looking at the map, could have been turning around, could have been doing anything, really.
True, true.
Things happen.
I just feel like it's one of those small details where you look at it afterwards and you go, hang on, that tree wasn't down before. And this is really good coverage off from JS as well, understanding where the repush can occur, and Val needs to be pretty cautious. He knows where he's been lit from, but there's nothing you can do about it. Repush into the hill, but, I mean, even then, okay, so this is what I feel like should happen. Panthers need to get the bat chat off. You kill the 277, and this is not, I think, the ideal push right now that you actually make is Adelaide Action X. You can defend the flag very easily from there. You don't need to repush onto hill.
Well, Shaky Pants is making his way forward, looking for that bat chat hiding in the bush. Has been eventually reset, and now do you just call the reset here from Action X? You don't need to necessarily push up the hill here. Shanky Pants is definitely losing a lot of HP, that is to be sure, but Goober's not going to be able to clip in out, and now JS is going to push his way forward, get a damaging shot into CJ. It's all a bit of a weird round. I'm not sure how this one is playing out, to be honest, but it looks like the advantage is there for Action X. I mean, they've got a sizable HP lead. But with that said, these two tanks could drop very quickly if Panthers decide to make a push. Dastardly in the VZ55 will lead the charge. He's going to go past Eugene. Twit gets that kill. Now it's a 4-on-5, though the VZ55s are on reload.
Yeah, but out comes JS in this single shot tank. They need to get rid of this Crown Barn before we can get the clip off. But JS maybe going a little bit too quick, too fast, too furious, and he's going to go down. He had to wait for the VZs potentially before they decide to go in a little bit further. Dastardly, of course, is going to be off clip. That's one of the tanks cleaned up. Now the focus fire coming through. Val is coming into the equation. Pro Loser has a decision what to make. Will Val turn around in time? Absolutely will be able to do so. He should be able to get the killing blow as well. Pro Loser should be able to trade that one out. So it's down to a 2-on-2. Two autoloaders up against the single shots. And unfortunately, there's no good situation. I think Adelaide Action X now doing the correct thing, making that pressure on the back of Zanin. Shanky Pants, where you know the tanks are going to be on clip. Twit bounces his, and I think that's it.
You have to say, even if they get the reloads off, it's going to take more than what they have in the clip for Twit and Pro Loser to dispatch of both of these Super Conquerors. Admittedly, they've got a couple of minutes to work with, so there is that.
You need to go make a play, because otherwise the Super Conks just reset the position. They're on the defense at the end of the day for Adelaide Action X, so you don't need to, I guess, worry at the moment about, well, we can just sit here for days. We don't need to stress about pushing up or anything. We took the shots that we needed to. Now we have to wait for them to make a move, and eventually they have to come in because they're autoloaders.
Panthers have to be the ones to make the move, don't they?
Yep. Wouldn't mind seeing Twit actually drop off the cliff and maybe get that surprise in, but
yeah, but Shanky Pants is watching for it. I kind of agree. Like, I feel like that's got to be your go-to. There isn't really any option, but Shanky Pants seems to be all over it.
Yeah, no move being made from either party at the moment. So Adelaide Action X holding firm. And Panthers were hoping for an overextension and mistake. That's never going to be happening. So on the side of the Panthers, you need to hope that you high roll over here and that you're able to do some work onto Zanin. Okay, you know where both these tanks are, and Twit's going to be copping both of these shots at this stage. They're going to go after Shanky Pants, actually, but shots are bouncing! Oh dear, of course there's one Super Conk left. Twit, though, is going to be damaged, and Pro Loser trying to go for the tracking shot. It's not going to work out. Trying to cover for his teammate, but Zanin's missed!
Yeah, Pro Loser, he's trying to block for Twit there as well. You could see him drive in front of Zanin's gun. Is it possible? I mean, is there even enough damage here for the VZ55 and the Kronwagen?
I don't think so, unless you decide to get the Ignite or some RNG is going terribly in the favor, but Zanin should surely have enough at this stage. He's playing hold down on the Rex quite well to make sure that the autoloaders just can't utilize these opportunities. Now Twit's obviously a one-shot. This is some good shots coming forward, but once again, there's nothing that's going to really happen at the end of the day. It hits the fuel tank. It doesn't get the Ignite. Twit's on the reload. They took a little bit too long, and Zanin, all he needs to do is just sit there. He's won the game.
Yeah, I mean, even in the one-on-one here, to be honest, it would have been almost impossible for Twit, even if he had another 30 seconds to work with and gets that reload on. So they don't quite get the 2-0, Ben. Bit of a warning sign.
That was quite close, but I do have questions, and I wonder, Kev, if you have answers to them, because watching through that, there were moments where I was like, what's the play from here, right? Sitting on top of the hill, it took quite a long time. I was even surprised then that the Action X did decide to push in, and then they didn't. And then the Panthers ran on out, and I kind of feel like maybe they overcommitted trying to roll on off the hill there. And at the end, I don't know, it kind of felt 2v2. Yes, the Super Conks have an advantage, but there was a lot of time spent hoping that maybe the Action X would gift them an error, and that just wasn't to be.
Yeah, I felt like the error, I mean, it breaks down to a couple of sections for me. Obviously, the first push onto the hill. Okay, so all the way back to the beginning. The bleed onto the island, I think, was really good. The re-push onto the hill was a little bit more dubious for me. I'm just wondering what the intention behind taking hill control is, because hill control doesn't necessarily grant you control of the one flag. And then the re-push from Adelaide Action X, I still have a question mark in my mind. And then the final killing blow for the Panthers was JS committing in front of his VZs. I felt like as soon as they got rid of one of those tanks, they could fall back a little bit, reassess the situation, and then re-engage accordingly. You've got the single shot tank, you've got the tank advantage, but JS goes all the way by himself, unfortunately. The rest of the team not really committing. And I feel like from that point onwards, it was always going to be a slow bleed out for the Panthers. They tried their best to fight back, but it just wasn't enough, unfortunately.
No, and it almost feel bad for the Panthers there, because it feels like it was actually so close. And, you know, if they had picked that one up, it really would have kept this one going. They're not out of it yet, of course. And Jordan, you can take us through some of these replays in just a moment, but I still can't get past it. It is a difficult challenge at this point. We're one apiece, and the only way the Panthers make it through to top four is to get a 2-0 on Sand River. And we know how difficult that is. Having said all of that, I do want to go back to what I said at the start, that on the balance of the season these two teams have had, the Action X have actually had really quite an impressive season and very much do deserve that top four spot. But we'll jump back and I'll let you talk us through these plays.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is sort of where it starts to get a little bit unstuck for the Panthers, because they just give up so much free damage to CJ. It's easy for him there to get that damage through. And you look at the HP advantage that they actually had, or at least not the advantage per se, but the damage that they had put through onto Eugene and Val looks quite sizable. And I don't know. I mean, they lose so much on that cross. I think it's fine to put a tank or a couple of tanks up on the hill, but all four of them, I don't know if it was worth it necessarily in the end. Obviously, it's easy to speak from hindsight, but they couldn't quite manage to make it work. This is a good call from you as well, Kev, because both Zanin and Shanky Pants get a shot in there onto JS. So what if he just pulls up right next to the Kanvar and doesn't overcommit?
He just waits and he actually re-engages on the 277, because you know that 277 was coming and you're going, hang on a second, we can figure out the overcommit over here. We can figure out the numbers. So maybe it was a little bit of an enthusiasm, and maybe JS not realizing that Twit as well as Pro Loser were on the clip. As soon as they came off the clip, yeah, you can make that swing. You can make it as wide swing as much as you want. You can pretend you're a Ferrari and fly to the moon for all I care. But doing that when you had no support, it might have just been actually the death blow for Panthers. And I hate to point out, because obviously I feel like JS has had a better season than a rough season, but these plays are the ones that will haunt you, because you know that that's the move that actually kills your chance of winning the game afterwards.
Well, one apiece, we head to Sand River. If the Panthers, they need to essentially win the next two battles, and it's a tough one. That's for sure. But the thing they've got going for them here, gents, is they're starting on defense. So defensive side of Sand River for Panthers. They want to stay in it. What can the Action X do? It is their map choice. The Action X, though, they can pick up just one more map. They've guaranteed themselves a top four spot.
I don't know which way I'd rather have this, to be honest, if I was Panthers or Action X, to be fair. You know, do you rather start off on the favorable side if you're Panthers and you get the win here on the defense? You still think, well, got a difficult job ahead of us. For Action X, you know, you sort of feel like you've got a bit of an insurance in your back pocket that if you do drop this attacking side, then Of course, you are moving over onto the defense. The one thing that I will say, though, for Panthers is I'm not sure how confident they feel going into the Sand River, whichever way it was, whether they were starting on attack or defense. They have a 0% win rate on attack so far this season. Only a 50% win rate on defense as well. So their conversion rate on this map is not so good. I guess they're going to have to really up those numbers here in this one if they want to make it into the top 4.
Action X very good on this map, by the way. They've lost once on attack all season.
Well, that'll do it for you.
Yeah, I'm pretty sold on those stats. So, do you reckon we can bring back Shovel Cam, or you reckon that's a little bit too antiquated?
Are there even shovels anymore?
I don't know. That's
I know
a
it was
question
on the
I
bat
wanted to ask
chat. That was where the shovel was most of the time. I'm sure there is one or two somewhere.
Oh, I'm fairly certain we'll figure it out, but there could be action over there onto the IS-7. This is not normally where you sit in IS-7 out of all places. Twit's actually just in a hole down over at H9. Kronvarn's managed to make the dive through. CS is covering Colin, obviously, so you can't collapse onto him. So this is not a bad setup so far. The next point of attack, I feel like, for Adelaide Action X is going to be clearing out this H0, J0 corner, and then proceeding forward to pushing the STB back at F9. I feel like it's all pretty regulation these days on how teams play between certain things.
Well, Val in the STB1 has gotten himself up to the cap. To have a Kronwagen in front of him and Shanky Pants in the bat chat behind him, but it is an interesting setup here actually for the Panthers. Twit in that IS-7 is not in a position that we would traditionally see a tank in for the defensive side. Bit of bleed damage going on to Dastardly here as well. There's a nice little exchange from JS onto CJ. But I feel like Action X are getting some pretty good map control right now.
Yeah, definitely not getting punished for it. And Dastardly, I don't know about this move from Dastardly. He's actually coming close. It looks like the Panthers want to dive in, and Shanky Pants, he's going to spot the IS-7, and he's going, hang on a second, what's an IS-7 doing over here? He's going to be calling that one out, and obviously Xanon's got a few shots in as well. He's got the distance, and Dastardly's going, what? There's a CS in the distance over there? So he's now stuck. Colin's having a good time. He's vibing.
Yeah, I'm not sure where Dastardly's lost all this HP from.
So I think initially he got bled out by Colin once, and then the STB and Val got a shot at distance, and I think Xanon's then got a few more cracks into him. So it's definitely been a bleed by committee.
Yeah, it's starting to look a little bit worrisome for Panthers, if I'm being honest here, Kev.
The question is, though, like, excellent. Adelaide Action X have got some fantastic positioning, but what do you do with this? You still have to be careful. You overcommit in the wrong location, you pretty much just lose tanks for free. So is the commitment going to be into mid? Well, you can see Dastardly and Pro Loser are keeping a good tab of things. Maybe the rotation is going to happen from, well, it is happening right now from Shanky Pants, and maybe he'll link up with Xanon. They'll try to force the fight over at mid. And because you can ignore the IS-7. The IS-7 can't rotate from there.
I think this could be the play, to be honest. If they do manage to get that Batchat and CS63, as well as Colin in the Kronwagen, on top of Dastardly and Pro Loser, that's an overmatch. I mean, it'll take a little while for the STB that's up in B0 to get involved in that fight. And the STB in F9 might not have the easiest of times getting shots in.
All right,
so that might be the play.
I think the priority here is you let the Kronvan actually soak the shots, and then you let Xanon go in. Shanky Pants needs to preserve this HP, I feel like. Here we go. Here's the commit. That's coming forward. Shanky Pants going to come across. He needs to duck back. He needs to allow the Kronvagen to just overcommit right now and allow Olin and Xanon to really do the rest of the work and just really count your timing as well. It does look like the killing blow is going to come out from Xanon, though that said, the return fire from the STB1 is going to be fantastic. Goober's now coming forward. He'll be able to get rid of 2 tanks over here. Oh, this is not looking good already as Goober is lining up Shanky Pants, who will just get to safety.
Yeah,
but meantime, they've got nothing done in the south either.
I'm not sure what Xanon can do here to win this fight. He's got 1400 HP versus 700. That's going to go the way of the STB1 every day of the week. Kronwagen Pro Loser has come off the reload now as well. And Action X, their push was an ill-fated one. Same with that shot for Goober, 350. Not going to enjoy it, but he'll get rid of Zanin eventually. And Panthers, nice little counter punch from that defense. It kind of came down to what Goober was going to be able to do in that STB1. He did move quickly, and he got into the fight pretty early on in the piece. They only lose Dastardly, who was only on 1200 HP when that push ended up coming on through.
That's all right. Nothing of value was lost when he went down, so...
True. All right. Well, Val and CJ on the southern side of the map are going to try and make something happen, but you're pushing into an IS-7, and Twit is going to have a very fun time here, I dare say. He's got the backup of JS as well. He's got a lot of shots from that Kronwagen, but inevitably, since that Kronwagen's on reload, he's going to be able to get some free damage into CJ as well.
Yeah. Also shots coming out from the side as well. You can see right now they're just squaring up CJ at this stage. So Panthers, man, really keeping this series exciting right now. Adelaide Action X, of course, that's the attack of Sand River, so you can't really tar them with that brush just yet.
Yeah.
It's going to the wire.
It's a tough one, isn't it? That attacking side of Sand River. And we say, hey, the Action X, actually, they've only lost one battle all season, and it was on attack, and for the rest of it, they've won. But I think they played it twice up until this, and they'd once one on defense and were 50-50 on attack. So that one will knock back their attacking stats just a little bit. But for the Action X, probably not too worried at the moment, gents. But Kev, look, we said that the dream's alive, right, for the Panthers. If you're on that Panthers hype train going from 7th to 4th in 1 week, it is possible. And they are one battle away. It just happens to be the attacking side of Sand River.
Yeah, well, we've seen a couple of situations similar to this in the past where the attacking side of Sand River needed to be won, and it was converted. So it's not that it's impossible for the Panthers. It's definitely very difficult. They're definitely going to have to be on their game, but you know, you can't really write a better storyline, right? It sort of feels like they're against all the odds. They're coming back from behind. They started off the season really, really poorly, and ultimately when they come into that final battle of the season, they're up 2-1, but they
it's
have
like an
to
anime.
win.
They're on their redemption arc, Jordan. They're on their redemption arc.
You're right.
It's Girls und Panzer. And I don't know which Girl und Panzer JS is, but pick one.
Did you watch that, by the way?
No.
I've watched it. I actually can't really remember what it's about, but I do remember watching it.
I think it's about anime girls and tanks, Jordan.
Yeah. They drive around in, I think, a Tiger. I think they drive a Tiger.
They drive around a few things, I think. It was a Tiger, I'm fairly certain. But yeah, so far this is actually pretty good. I think Lightning Man may not be playing because I did see something in the chat earlier saying there was some lightning storms going on around the area in Brisbane. And I just want to point out, it's like Lightning Man and Sand River, and lightning storms is never a good idea because last time it happened, his power went out.
It is that time of the year in Queensland, though. It is that time of the year. But Kev, talk us through how this played out. At the start, I thought maybe the Action X were in a decent spot. They traded okay to begin with. They took the first tank, but they were down on HP.
Yeah, I felt like just down at the bottom, you're seeing these tanks, the Kronban as well as the STB didn't do enough. I feel like Val as well as CJ needed to make a move and create some pressure into an STB1 or into some of these other tanks. Because when you commit into an open, into that open area around C7, the IS7 as well as the STB1 back there at F0 in the hands of JS can get shots in. So I felt like a multi-pronged attack was definitely the better way to do things. You will never have shots doing anything over there or at the South River, like towards the south, you will never be able to shoot through that hill. So it's better off maybe to dump in and kind of force like a 2v2 fight and a 3v3 fight. Then you go like, all right, now you can't focus really on these other tanks because then we'll kill you. Then we'll have the positional advantage. That didn't happen. So my mind may be a bit disjointed. Look, still at the end of the day, Sand River is a tough nut to crack. And obviously we can look down and go and play Battlefield Commander and go, all right, I move this tank over here. You know, he pens his shots and everything. And they still may lose at the end because they didn't have the positional advantage.
All right, Jordan, you're JS, okay? Right now in Discord with the boys, and you are an attacking side win on Sand River away. You've never won on Sand River before until just then. You've definitely not won the attacking side. What are you saying? What are you saying to the boys?
We're pretty cooked. If I'm JS and I'm playing in this game for Panthers, I think they're pretty cooked, you know, because I'm not exactly the greatest of World of Tanks players, but if I retain JS as skill, I'm sort of thinking like, there's nothing really to lose here. No one sort of expected Panthers to come into this season and even be in contention to make it to the top 4. So if they get knocked out, it's going to be disappointing, but, you know, it's not like there are all these oodles of pressure on them. There's no weight on their shoulders per se. It's only the pressure that they put on themselves. So hopefully they can come into this one feeling confident and you know, sort of walk away with a solid game. They are going up against an STRV though, which is not something we see a whole lot of on this map. So that throws a bit of a spanner in the works. You probably do have a good idea of where this is going to be, Kev. I think this is the obvious position for an STRV to be in. So maybe that's nice for Panthers to have that assumed knowledge. But you also think about, well, this is probably not the kind of composition that we were expecting to go up against. So how do we now adapt and deal with that?
Does look like a South map take coming out from the Panthers. They do have 2 bat chats playing the wing position. The other day I was playing a little bit with JS actually. There was time I was able to play a little bit with Emperor Chibi as well as JS when I came home pretty cooked from work, and he was actually grinding out the 50B. So let's see if that knowledge of how to play an autoloader that has absolutely no armor in this current meta of 15v15 is going to serve him right now.
I'm not sure how relevant it's going to be.
It's still the same mechanics, right? Just you have to consider less tanks that are going to be shooting at you. In 15v15, there's so many more factors you got to be considering when you're playing like a tank, like a bat chat and a 50B. It's not really the same as it used to be, but
it's an interesting spot for Zanin to be in. Just waiting for the push on the southern side of the map, which is not really the go-to, I think, on the attack of Sand River. A lot of the time we do see the offense sort of focused around the A line, or maybe in on towards that position that the Super Conqueror is in for Action X. But certainly not often that you get to see a K line offensive. And that might be the way that Panthers are headed at the moment.
yeah, Super Heavy's leading the charge. A couple of bat chats. If you can overwhelm these positions. But you can already see Adelaide Action X setting up for this quite well. You've got the STB1 in the hold down position in Zanin, so his job is just to make sure your life's an absolute nightmare. When you try to dig him out, it means you get shot by this STRV. There's nothing you can really do there. I think this might be it, to be honest, Jordan. I don't think Panthers are making it through. Not on this push. Well, unless something miraculous happens.
Yeah, don't get too far ahead of yourself just yet. It is still possible. It looks a bit awkward, doesn't it? But if they can find a way to isolate Zanin and try to take him out before he can get away, then maybe Balin, that STRV, is going to be a factor as well soon. They have spotted him out. Goober gets that info. Twit, Dastardly also see him. And there's the first little point of damage. Now, where do they go from here? I mean, it's really awkward because you don't want to push any further without dealing with Zanin, but if you try to cross and deal with Zanin, I mean, you're kind of committing 3 tanks into a really awkward spot, and Val's presumably going to have shots in on that as well.
Yep, you have to commit over, which is why this is a fantastic position a lot of the time. You put in, like, advances and everything, and Clan Wars, you put a Chieftain over here, and it becomes really annoying because there's no way to really deal with it. So Dastardly is going to attempt the climb, and he actually ricochets one. Are you kidding me? Alright, now he's not ricocheting anymore over here, but the STB1 should be able to beat him out on DPM, so as long as Zanin...
There's another tank, though. There's another tank coming over.
There
I
is
think it's the
another
bat
one.
chat.
There is Goober.
Or is it? Yeah, it's Goober in the bat chat, so Zanin has to fall off. Goober gets a nice shot on through, and, well, ultimately, I have to say, I think Panthers have actually dug that tank out very nicely. They don't lose a huge amount of HP, and the tanks that are getting tagged up are sharing that damage as well, Kev. So that's about as well as it could have gone for them.
I was expecting the Struve to do a lot more damage in that position, but he gets, what, I think 2 shots at most, which is, I mean, even then, it's just not worth the investment. Where's this other bat chat? Shanky Pants, obviously, all the other side of F1, but the problem is sitting all the way over there at this stage is just not where your team is. Dastardly, though, does need to be careful. He's copped quite a lot of damage. Colin, his head's going to be suppressed by Pro Loser. Cap pressure is going to begin from JS, but it looks like they're going to try to rotate around and roam to try to find the pick. 2 bat chats against 1. Oh my, 4v5 HP equal, but the tank's in the favor of Panthers right now.
They're starting to take a bit more map control, but they do need to be a little wary of Shanky Pants on that rotation from the south. I do wonder, though, if he's gone a little bit too far. Goober seems to be okay on that cross. He'll take a bit of damage from Colin in that Kranwagen, or CJ maybe in the Super Conqueror, but largely gets through unscathed. And right now, there's only 3 tanks on that northern side of the map. The batch-up Shanky Pants is miles away. He's not going to have an impact if Panthers just send it right now.
He's just been spotted as well. So the IS-7 should be able to be reset at this point in time. JS is going to be leading the charge. Of course he is. He's got the HP. They're trying to identify where the Stritzman's going to be. They're going to try and take down Goober, but the damage to the ammo rack twice in a row. This Super Conqueror is dead. There is nothing that you can do to help him out. That's the difference in the approach. You have suppressed the Kranvan. You suppressed the STB, and now Shanky Pants is forced into a desperation move. I can't believe I'm seeing this, Jordan. They're on 2 caps at the same time.
Action X, are they crumbling at the moment though? 2 minutes left on the clock. Shanky Pants has full HP, so does Val. Dastardly, he's going to be able to put 2 shots into that bat chat, but ultimately he will die for it. So they do need to really ensure that this cap pressure continues to get mounted for Panthers. You still have that playmaking potential from the bat chat. You've still got Colin. He's got a little bit of damage in onto Twit there as well. And Val in the STRV, what can he do? It's not exactly the most versatile of tanks, but if he can slide a reset shot through here, 1.5 minutes left, this is definitely still losable for the Panthers.
Oh, but the Struve's been spotted out, making that shot. He's still going to try and commit in. He has to get the reset. 12 seconds left. They have to commit the forces over
get
here.
There, surely.
Even if he gets there and gets the shot in, all it takes is the bat chats at the end of the day just to gang on him and stay alive. I mean, they're going to be spotted.
Oh, no!
Val's going to be tracked! Oh my goodness, if you're talking about a tracking shot, that is one hell of a one to put yourself into the finals. Panthers have done it.
That is incredible. The Panthers come through. They 3-1 the Adelaide Action X, get the 3 points on the board, slide on in to 10 points, equal to the Action X on the leaderboard, and get 4th spot in the head-to-head by picking up 2 battles in a row on Sand River, a map they had not won all season long. And I'm going to be honest with you, Kev, they did that in style. That was a fantastic attacking side win from the Panthers.
Yeah,
I don't even know what else to say beyond that. Was just like, that's like your dream scenario in terms of how your bat chats play, how you isolate all the tanks. It's like you've picked the STB off and you don't get punished that hard. And I say you don't get punished that hard because you only get shot twice. Like, Estriv needs to punish a lot more heavily than that. And the fact that he only gets 2 or 3 shots in the tanks approaching in, and then they rotate the bat chats out at the right time. Like, Goober only takes an additional one, pushing into mid. The JS shares the HP damage. I have no words to say beyond that. Just well played to the Panthers, and heartbreaking for Adelaide Action X. Another season where I think it's like they see they've done so much good work, and it just at the final second, just a little bit of inattention, a little bit of weakness at the final moment, and it disappears again.
And this is the thing that I don't get about it, particularly, Kev, when you pointed out that they hadn't lost a tiebreaker all season. And normally, if you're the team that wins the tiebreakers, it's because you're great under pressure. But when it gets to the end of the season, when it gets, win your defensive side of Sand River, that's about as easy as it gets. And unfortunately, the Action X just not able to do it today. I do honestly feel bad for the Action X because I think they've actually had a great season. But let's chat about these plays at the moment. We all kind of thought, I'm sitting here going, there's no way they get this STB one out, but they do it and they don't lose a tank in the process.
Yeah, this was the real decisive play from the Panthers that I thought was going to be a bit more difficult to make, but ultimately, I mean, when you really consider it, it was just Zanin and Val that could make a couple of shots in there. And the fact that the VZ55 goes first, Dastardly tanks up a bit of the HP, and then Goober comes through as the bat chat to finish off the shots. Overall, that works out perfectly for Panthers, and from there, it sort of seemed like it was a bit of a doomed game for Action X. Yeah, they made it relatively close, but maybe Shanky Pants was a little bit too late to have an impact in that bat chat. Val, obviously, a little bit unlucky to get tracked like this, but even still, would it have mattered had he got that reset onto Goober? I think the game was probably over at that point regardless. So, end of the day, Panthers, they just seemed to win in all facets. What a fantastic tracking shot, though, that was.
Yeah.
Like. It was perfection.
And for any tank, that was the tank, right? That's the tank where that tracking shot makes the difference.
Is that why JS took Goober? He's like, Nah, can't get tracked. If you take Goober on your team, he'll do the tracking to the other people.
Maybe.
That's an incredible result. So congratulations to the Perth Panthers. Is that the first time they've made top four? I think it is. I think it is. An incredible run, I suppose. Just scraping in. They got the points that they needed to get. They've done it. Again, yeah, for the Action X, I do feel bad because I think they've had a great season. I think they deserve to be top four. But at the end of the day, as with any sport, gents, quite often it does come down to your performance on the day. They just weren't able to take it from the Panthers today. Jordan, I want to go back to something we mentioned earlier, though. Bowl. This wouldn't be possible without Bowl. This doesn't happen if he hits any of those shots that he needed to hit.
Thanks, Bowl.
Last week.
Panthers.
Think about it. Bowl's a true
Praise the
savior of ANZ Water Tanks. He comes in here and he not only gets his own team to the finals, but he also assists. But like even outside of that, I think you have to look at it this way: Perth Panthers were given a chance and they took it all the way. And there's you can come into this and you go, you got nothing to lose or everything, but the momentum was building week after week. You could see the calling was improving. The individuals were starting to perform when they needed to. And all of a sudden, you have what could be a Cinderella story. I mean, they could get absolutely stopped next week by the Sentinels, but at least they made their way into the playoffs. And I think that is a huge shout for a team where I think only a couple of people would have actually picked them. I think a bit of a shout out to Rowendi. He actually picked them to actually make their way into the finals from week one. So he saw something, and that's been realized.
He did see something. I'm not sure if I would say that's a good pick or a bad pick. It's an accurate pick. Still not sure it's a good pick. And yeah, we'll see how they go when they do go head-to-head with the Sentinels, because last time they versed them, I think that was a 0-4 loss. So a lot has changed since then. We saw great things from the last week and fantastic things from the Panthers this week. So let's go and recap our Week 7 results. Most of what we saw, I kind of feel was stock standard, perhaps. But when we got to the end, it was anything but. The Bulldogs got demolished by the Matildas. The Matildas ended the Bulldogs' hopes for the season. But again, we kind of felt maybe the Bulldogs just weren't where they needed to be. Something happened in that team, and they just weren't able to play like they used to, unfortunately. The Sentinels took down the Archers and secured themselves first. The Skorps, surprisingly close against the Conquerors, but were able to come out with that tiebreaker win. And then the Perth Panthers up against the Adelaide Action X. We talked it up, and I know sometimes, we talk things up a lot that maybe isn't real. And I'm not sure. I kind of talked this up thinking, yeah, we're going to talk up the Panthers making it through the top four, but maybe it's not real. But it was real. And it's one of those scenarios where we say, it doesn't matter what we think. It only matters how the teams play on the day. And they played fantastically well. So those are our results. Let's go and take a look at our leaderboard after 7 weeks of play. The North Sydney Sentinels deservedly on top spot, 2 points clear, 4 wins on the board. I think they had a fantastic season. They could have had more points if week 1 had gone differently for them as well. So congrats to the Sentinels picking that one up. The Skorpions close behind, just edging out the Matildas by the tiebreaker, the head-to-head. The Panthers, as we just saw, edging out the Action X, both on 10 points in the head-to-head with the Panthers over the Action X. Again, that match we just saw gets them through. The Bulldogs, the Archers, and the Conquerors all missing out. Kev, apart from the Panthers making it through, what is your biggest surprise of this end of regular season scoreboard?
I think definitely a surprise is going to be the Bulldogs at the end of the day. Definitely a big fall from grace where they started off the first couple of weeks so strong. They were looking so dominant, and then it all fell apart coming towards as soon as they had that match against the Conquerors, it all fell apart and the Magic just didn't seem to keep chugging along. And so they're probably going to be looking, honestly though, that's probably the lineup looking at maybe a couple of shuffles over there. The Brisbane Bulldogs may be looking a little bit different next season. But I think it's also the case of sometimes why you only want a single caller versus 3 callers, because maybe there's a bit of conflict going on there. We'll never be privy to the full story internally, of course, but that's a big shocker for me that they've ended up 6. Obviously, it's not as bad as ending up last for a team of that stature, but definitely not the result they wanted.
Yeah, certainly not. And I think based on how they started the season, we probably expected things differently. For me, the Archers as well, Jordan, I kind of thought the Archers were going to do well. But I go back and I look at their season. And in retrospect, they started off well with 2-3-1 wins. But their wins were over the Conquerors and the Panthers.
Yep.
And irrespective of what you think of those two teams, they were not very good at the start of the season at all. They were struggle street at the start of this season. And then from those two wins onwards, the Archers didn't pick up a game.
Yeah, I mean, I think to me, it wasn't so much about the wins that they got. Obviously, that helps to influence the bias. But I looked at the roster of the individuals on that team, and I thought that they would be better than the 7th place team. And I think for me, that's one of the surprises. I kind of agree with Kev. I think Bulldogs definitely a surprise, but I also think Archers is a surprise. And yeah, not because of the good start, but because of the roster that they were able to put together. I really thought that there was going to be something there for Archers, but maybe they didn't mesh as well as they could have. Maybe they weren't able to commit as hard as they would have liked to have this season. I'm not sure. I'd be interested to see what that team looks like when they come back next season, if they make any roster changes or if they're going to give it another crack, because I do think that that's a result that could be improved upon.
Yeah, I think they could have gone pretty well. They had a couple overtime losses, including to the Bulldogs in week 3. And as we know, anyone who played the Bulldogs sort of after week 3-4 fared much better than if they played them at the start. So maybe a little bit of luck there as well. But for me, expecting big things from the Archers next season. Would love to see what the Conquerors can do as well, given a little bit of help in the future. We saw some good moments from them. They actually, against the Skorpions tonight, a team who ends up coming second. They showed us that they could take them all the way through to the tiebreaker. Yes, okay, JT maybe was too busy eating KFC, but still, Conquerors in the future, would love to see. Same thing that's kind of happened, to the Panthers here tonight. I'd love to see what they can do in the future. But that is our top 8. Those are the points as they stand at the end of the regular season. So we go from the regular season through to our finals bracket. The bottom 4 teams are gone from the rest of this season's competition. The top 4 remain. Semi-final number 1. The South Sydney Skorpions up against the Melbourne Matildas. That is 2v3. Again, didn't really matter who got second or third. I'm not sure how that impacts home and away. I don't know if either of you gents know. Later on, maybe there's some benefit there. But based on what we saw tonight, that's going to be an absolute ripper of a match. And then semi-final number 2, the North Sydney Sentinels up against the Perth Panthers. And again, this Sentinels team, look, they've had a fantastic season. But Kev, the Panthers, they showed us not to underestimate them tonight.
Yeah, a bit of bite from the West, which is always really good. I mean, they still have to pull off a huge upset to make their way into the grand final, and what a run that would be, honestly. Coming in from huge undercats, I think we'll just use that. We'll use that term now. Had to take on Sentinels, who have been looking pretty strong so far this towards the end half of this season as well. They're making a serious run into the playoffs, and obviously then even into the grand finals, if you're looking at them being crowned victors as well. Skorps and Matildas, I mean, a rematch where Skorpions just put Matildas in the bin last time, but I'd say that Matildas definitely learnt a lot from last time.
Yeah, certainly did. So just got confirmation that the 2 Sydney teams will be top seed. And that means that they do get essentially they're the home team, which makes total sense. So, all right. So that's our finals brackets. We'll come back to that a little bit later on. Let's take a look at how our predictions went tonight. Kev, you did pick the Panthers,
I did.
if I recall. And I thought you were having a laugh, but you did somehow manage to pick that one up. And at the same time, so did you, John. I don't even know where that came from, buddy. Who picks the Panthers and the Bulldogs at the same time? I don't even know.
Well, the Panthers makes more sense, I think, than Action X at this point in time. I think they've had a pretty good run of form towards the end of the season. So that was my methodology behind the pick for Panthers. I don't really know what I was thinking with Bulldogs. I think I'm sort of just hanging on to past glories of Bulldogs, to be honest. And I think that's probably been the case for like 2 or 3 weeks where I've got the rose tinted glasses on, or the nostalgia goggles, I suppose, where I'm remembering Bulldogs of season 2 and early season 3. But yeah, ultimately quite a disappointing finish in the end for them. So bit of a throw from me on that prediction, but everything else I think makes sense.
Yeah, well, I thought I was going to get 4 from 4 this week once the Scorpions won, but it was not to be. Let's go take a look at next week's matches now. We know who the teams are. We know what the brackets looks like. Let's match that up to times. So the first one kicking off at 7 o'clock AEDT, the Skorpions and the Matildas. Following that, a couple hours later, the North Sydney Sentinels up against the Perth Panthers. We're setting it up, Kev. We're setting this up for potentially the Sydney v Sydney match once again. And in season 2, I think we all kind of thought, right, Kev, that I certainly kind of thought that it was going to be Skorpions v Sentinels in the grand final. And the Bulldogs had other ideas. But this time around, certainly setting up to see that one happen.
Wait, I thought it was Sentinels versus Skorpions in the semifinals last year.
Yes, I believe that was the case. Last season.
Wasn't that season 1?
Well, season 1, one of them... No, Skorpions didn't make top 4 in season 1. Season 2 was Sentinels versus Skorpions. And because Skorpions played Matildas in the third place match last season.
Yeah, and it was the cliff moment where it was Skorpions were up 3-0, and then it just completely turned around from there. I think it was a reverse sweep from the Sentinels, and that's why it's always been a bit of a grudge match between the two parties. So, look, if they both make it their way to the grand finals, I think that's going to be a fantastic end to season 3. Can Sentinels complete the three-peat? Or can Skorpions get the revenge, or is there going to be a new challenger to the three?
All right. Well, maybe my season 2 memories are cooked. I was just hoping. I just had this feeling that it was supposed to be the final. Well, we've set it up now. All right, it's there.
Season 1,
we're ready to go. We're ready to do it. So this is the story, and for the Sentinels, the fact that they are looking for the three-peat, right? Like that's pretty impressive.
The hat trick.
Never done before in the history of ANZPL.
That's true. You're not wrong. No one has ever won season 3 of ANZPL before either. So
no one's
one of these
ever
teams
won this
could
season.
Make history.
No one's ever won 3 seasons in a row. No one will ever come 9th again. All of these things that can't be undone.
You never know. You might actually have, if there's a resurgence of interest inside the league, there could theoretically be the 9th team again, right? I think the Khans Comets have managed to make their appearance in the B League again, so...
They are in the B League, yes.
Yeah, but if there was more people wanting to play, Kev, would you not make the argument that 6v6 could be on the table?
Oh, potentially so, but that's...
Just
that's
to throw some, caution
That's a question I would say that's definitely for the higher-ups over at J-Raid and Mateo, so that's obviously pressure that the community, the people have to apply, so and maybe we can go from there.
Put a fox among the henhouse.
Yeah.
All right, we're talking about the B League. Let's chat about the B League, because I watched some of that last week. It was pretty good. And we got some more matches coming up for you this week as well. The Wollongong Wolverines up against the Lismore Leopards. Can's comments, just speaking of them, up against the Hawthorn Hellcats. And then the Centurions with the bye. Did you catch any of those games, Kev? I expect you to be the B League expert. I'm going to be honest with you. And I want to, every time we bring up this graphic, I want to be able to come to you and get your analysis on it before JT has his way with it.
Honestly, it comes on every single time I have work. I'm actually eternally cursed with B League, so I tried catching some of it, and then all hell broke loose at work, so I couldn't focus. So I did catch a little bit of JT, caught a bit of Stewie JP. Love their work actually more than my own work sometimes. So I hope I get to see their handsome faces again this Monday. You guys should tune in as well, because I think it's free drops anyway, so more drops the better, right?
Yeah.
It is all about the drops if that's the case.
And even if there aren't drops, I'll lie anyway. So
on Monday nights, some action, some better B League for the better league, definitely better casters if you want to see JT with a webcam with not enough light, just chilling. But he knows what he's talking about.
Turn all your lights off and then put your webcam on and you are ready to go.
That's it. That's what I do. That's how do I do that? You're on ready? Are you ready? It's going to be
the JT effect.
This is me. This is me with JT.
Hey guys, it's me, JT.
People. Hey guys,
I love
me,
Zinger
JT.
Burgers and the World of Tanks is poggers.
We love it.
And I finally made it into playoffs, and maybe I can make it into the finals this time.
Yeah, and thanks. I'm really glad that I actually turned up and played tonight. And it's just like that. I'd love if someone's lights didn't turn back on.
No, we're all professionals here, Ben, so we've got the tech down pat.
We do have the tech down pat. I love that piece. All right. I'm kind of hyped about next week, right? Because this is there's a couple of things at play here that I didn't expect to be at play. Firstly, we knew we wanted to see an opportunity for the Sentinels and the Skorpions to play in the finals. I thought it was because they had a shot and it didn't happen in season 2, but clearly I am wrong. So this is the chance for it to occur. Secondly, the Matildas, I actually think that the Matildas maybe have a shot. They're on a roll. They've been playing really well. We haven't really spoken about the Matildas too much as part of this conversation because they made it in relatively easily. We were excited about the Panthers. We were excited about Skorps v Sentinels. But I don't want to write the Matildas off, Kev, because their run to the end of the season has actually been fantastic. And if you're looking for form, I don't think that you can look past this Matildas lineup.
Yeah, the pieces have combined together at the right time. I felt like Whippet was definitely getting used to calling for this roster. And as I was saying, there's a lot of experience. There's a lot of tenured players. You look across the board, there is arguably every single player is fantastic on that roster. But the question is sometimes when you have so many superstars on a roster, can you gel together in a team environment? And that's always going to be the trickiest part. How do you deal with players' egos? How do you deal with how different players will perceive the game? How some players will go more aggressive. Some people have other ideas. But if you just all together combine that and you come together at the right time, that's how you can make a finals run really work out. So Matildas and Skorpions, even this matchup, I'm not completely considering the Matildas out of it just yet. But the head-to-head for the Skorpions is something really, really hard to argue against when it comes to that. I feel like the Skorpions have really stepped it up to another level this season. If it's just the only problem is their opponent in the Sentinels, where I feel like that's a mental barrier, and it will take one really good series for them to break it. That's all it takes is one series, and that's it.
Well, we saw that tonight, right, as well. We saw what the Panthers can do in a scenario where you say they probably, I thought maybe they shouldn't win, but they did. And even if they did win, didn't think that they would win via getting 2 battle wins on Sand River. So those things seemed unlikely. So from that, Jordan, you have to say anything is possible in the semis. And it's a best of 7 as well. That's the other thing. I guess best of 7 you think theoretically balances it out, but also provides more room for tilt.
Well, I mean, I suppose, but I think in a best of 7, I would always give it to Sentinels. I'm kind of with you on the Matildas front. I think that there is definitely a chance for them to beat the Skorpions. That, to me, is a bit of an interesting matchup, just because I think Skorpions sometimes choke in big games, in important games. And so hopefully, for their case, that they can make it through to the grand final this time, because they've missed out every single season thus far. To be fair, so has Matildas, but I feel like Skorpions have been the team that, over the course of ANZPL, has been closer to making the grand finals than what Matildas have been.
And they've choked on every opportunity.
Yep.
But again, if you lose to the team that ends up coming first, you know what I mean? Maybe you were top 2 to begin with. I don't know. Anyway, we've fueled for long enough. I'm told we can close the show. We're happy to go. I think that's enough. We don't need any more shenanigans. Next week, 7 p.m. AEDT. It's our semi-finals. We're going to go for our top 4, and we're going to find out who's going to make it through to the grand finals. We're going to start it off with the Skorps versus the Matildas, and then the Sentinels up against the Panthers. That first game is going to be an absolute banger. Can't wait to see you there. Have a great weekend, guys, and happy tanking.